Now, let's go into the wealth gap. So I came across a video with an Indian woman going hard in the paint explaining the wealth gap. She did a great job with the timeline, all the way from the abolishing of slavery all the way till now. So don't let these tethers talk about now and why we're not working on welfare as though this whole thing wasn't systematic. I'm going to show you clips of how detailed the systematic racism, like the receipt just is there. The receipts are just there. Like you'll be a fool and you'll just be anti-FBA. What Tether is, if you're from the diaspora or the continent of Africa and you have these ill views about us, you're a tether. And you would have to just be a tether to deny the receipts I'm about to drop on you.
Picture this. It's 1950 and the Smiths, a white family from New York, want to buy a new home in the suburbs for what would be about $62,000 in today's money. Now, meet the Johnsons. They're a black family who also dreams of buying a new home in this neighborhood. The Smiths apply for a bank loan and are quickly approved. The loan was backed by the federal government to boot. The Johnsons apply for a similar loan, but are rejected because banks will only lend to white Americans. While the Smiths begin moving in, the Johnsons can't find a realtor who will show them homes in the Smiths neighborhood, even if they wanted to pay in cash. The Johnsons then try their luck in a predominantly black neighborhood. They're denied a loan again because the federal government refuses to back black buyers anywhere. Picture this.
Okay, so tethers, did y'all consider that? Deliberately being locked out of wealth. Deliberately being locked out of wealth. So that's why I say when they talk that
Flash
stuff,
forward to the year 2000.
so when they talk about that stuff, you got to think about what they're doing. Like they're doing more than just talking shit and trolling. They are disrespecting the lineage to the worst degree. They're erasing our past, and language like that amongst the white supremacists with power and legislation, talking like that, white supremacy feel like, hey, we got an ally. Let's FBAs. Okay, you want to delineate? All right, well, let's delineate. Let's put your ass back in, and only you, back in some Jim Crow states. This is dangerous tether talk.
The Smiths have paid off their home that's now appreciated in value up to $149,000. The Johnsons, on the other hand, had to rent for the past 2 generations. While the Smiths built wealth and passed it down to their grandkids, the Johnsons never saw a return on their rent.
This is not an isolated incident. Scenarios like this have been plaguing Black Americans for generations, and it's only getting worse. Today, Black families have a median net worth of $17,150. Compare that to white families, who have a worth nearly 10 times as much at $171,000.
Flash forward to the year 2000.
Okay, so locked out of wealth deliberately, and we got tethers coming over here looking at us, ignoring all of what we just seen and saying, you guys need to walk. Let's keep it going.
On average, every additional dollar a white family earns grows to about $5.19 in wealth. Black families see a negative return of about 69 cents, which means they lose wealth over time. And the racial wealth gap is widening in the United States. On average, every additional dollar a white family earns grows to about $5.19 in wealth. Black families see a negative return of about 69 cents, which means they lose wealth over time. And the racial wealth gap is widening in the United States. On average,
Good point, MC Fact. It's not a migration for us. Like, this is our country. Like, we have access to these are called the United States. So that's like one person from Europe going from one city to the next city, or this state to that state. That's not migrating. That's moving from New York City or to California. That's from moving from Atlanta to Texas. That's not migration. All of this you can do as a U.S. citizen. All right, you're still in your homeland. So that's slick little language. All right. So now let's go.
secure banking and low-cost credit are two of the most basic means of building wealth. Here's how that works. Banks take in deposits. They keep that money safe and accessible to their depositors. Then they loan that money out and charge interest on it, therefore making a profit. People can make money by depositing money into a bank, getting a loan from the bank, using that loan to build equity through buying property or starting a business, and then building their wealth from those endeavors.
But Black Americans have been denied fair access to banking to build wealth.
Secure banking and
So we've been denied deliberately, exclusively from building wealth. All right, let's go.
Near the end of the American Civil War, President Abraham Lincoln agreed to establish a settlement that would include 40 acres of land and a mule for each newly emancipated family. After Lincoln's assassination, President Andrew Johnson thought formerly enslaved people should work to buy their own land instead. Remember that thing about needing some wealth in order for it to grow? Well, President Johnson took all that away, denying them the capital they needed to start building wealth. So instead of 40 acres and a mule, the Freedmen's Savings Bank was established.
Here's why that was a problem. A bank must secure deposits and offer loans to the depositor in order to build wealth, and the Freedmen's Bank was explicitly not a lending bank. It was made to hold people's deposits and not multiply it through the yields of a loan.
Near the end of the American Civil War, President Abraham Lincoln agreed.
Okay, so again, every time we get some wealth to level up, the wealth gets stripped from us. So we were deprived of wealth during chattel slavery. So we generated massive wealth for this country and we didn't reap any of it. So Abraham Lincoln, in an attempt to reconcile a little bit of that, say, all right, let's start them off with some wealth. The wealth they generated as we enslaved them ain't comparable to what I'm about to give them, but it's a start. So he gave us some wealth. He said 40 acres and a mule. And then the next guy comes and say, nah. So again, they take the wealth from us and say, no, start from scratch. Start from your bootstraps. But the Europeans, the Northern Europeans, Western Europeans, Southern Europeans, Eastern Europeans, when they came over here, they didn't start from scratch with their bootstraps. They were given land grants and other incentives to level up. Free education how to farm, okay, subsidies. Nobody came here and went the bootstrap route besides us. And guess what? If some illegals came over here with the bootstraps, because we know they could get assistance as well. But let's say an illegal came with the bootstraps. Well, good for you. But one difference, nobody took it from you over and over and over and kept saying start over. That's what kept happening to us. We bootstrapped, got it from the mud, and they took it. Start over. We bootstrapped, got it from the mud, and they took it over and over and over, all the way till now. Okay, now let her cook. Let her cook. Let her cook.
Still, the bank was so successful that in 10 years it handled $75 million. That's 1.5 billion in today's money.
That much money proved too tempting for its white finance chairman, who secretly invested deposits in high-risk enterprises.
He's taking.
The bank had been heavily advertised to be a low-risk savings bank, not an investment bank. This lie was the newest example of black capital being used to benefit white people.
Undermining.
The risky loans eventually failed, and in 1874, the Freedmen's Bank closed its doors, wiping out $3 million of hard-earned black savings with it. W.E.B. Du Bois said at the time that another decade of slavery wouldn't have damaged black wealth as much as the Freedmen's Bank collapse did.
Okay, you see that? So again, we got it from the mud, and here go the white man undermining and saying, start over, Negro. Start over, FBA. This is not your history, Tethers. This has never happened to you. You've been left alone to do what you want to do. And you guys, what you end up doing? Creating corrupt governments, mutilating women's clitoris, child PDF institutions. Jamaica, 89%, second highest in the world brain drain. Jamaicans, 60% saying, yo, we'd rather be under Zaddy. We don't want independence. Jamaica, under Zaddy, lowest murder rate in the world. Jamaica, Zaddy Lee's highest murder rate in the world. Jamaica is literally the world's Chicago. Jamaica is the world's Chicago. Okay, if Chicago, the city, is in the minor leagues, then Jamaica's in the major leagues. If Chicago is the G League, the city, then Jamaica is the NBA. All right. But she ain't done cooking, because listen to her timeline, her receipts of timeline. This is amazing how she did this one. I wrote her, I had to give her a props. I said, sis, you did your thing on this one. Her timeline is sharp. She showed you how we just kept getting stripped and stripped and stripped, locked out of the wealth. An organized plan, a conspiracy, what they would call it. RICO, right? Ain't that a RICO? Because it's still doing it. American government. Ain't that still RICO? It's still doing it. Okay. Here we are.
For decades after the disaster, African Americans distrusted the banking system. The few banks that would take their deposits wouldn't loan money to them, effectively using African American money to build more white wealth. So, whilst white people bought homes and started businesses and watched their wealth grow, black people's capital was once again exploited and lay stagnant. But then, at the turn of the century, black Americans decided to build their own wealth. And this time, do it on their own terms by establishing black banks.
Out the mud again.
From 1900 to 1930, about 130 black-owned banks were formed. But these banks could only succeed as much as segregation allowed them to. Black depositors generally had lower balances and withdrew money more frequently than their white counterparts.
For decades after the disaster, African Americans.
This meant that black banks had less capital on hand, which made it harder.
She out here cooking better than Kyra.
To lend. Without enough lending, economic mobility in black communities was stunted. Black banks were very separate.
Let me get that back. Let's run that back.
This meant that black banks had less capital on hand, which made it harder to lend. Without enough lending, economic mobility in black communities was stunted. Black banks were very separate, very unequal, and most didn't survive the Great Depression. Through the rest of the century, one of the most common ways Americans held and grew wealth was by owning property. As a result, it's no surprise homeowners' median net worth is now 80 times bigger than renters. Hefty government subsidies have played a huge part in creating a once strong middle class, but black Americans have largely been left out. This meant that black banks had less.
Okay, so you can see it's all about lending. So the first Freedmen Bureau Bank back in the 1800s, right, late 1800s, it was a savings bank. It wouldn't lend, right? So now lending is where it's at, is what we're learning.
One of the best examples of this comes from President Franklin Roosevelt's New Deal program designed to build back American wealth after the Great Depression. It was 1934, and the Federal Housing Administration had just been created to insure home loans.
With the FHA guarantee that mortgages would be covered even if homeowners couldn't pay, banks could make out loans without fear of losing money. This was one of the biggest wealth-building measures of the century. Historians have gone so far as to call it white affirmative action. Purposefully and critically, it left out black Americans.
The federal government didn't just insure mortgages anywhere. They published risk maps where the least desirable, riskiest areas were colored in red. Risk was completely determined by race. The more black residents in a neighborhood, the more risky. One of the best examples.
Okay, so it's funny because Tethers, they come over here and they try to demonize assistance when none of them do anything without assistance, right? Unless you come over here like Vivek, all you guys experience some type of government assistance, but they would shun it when it comes to us. So with us, they will talk about assistance is the worst thing ever. But the New Deal, it was nicknamed white affirmative action. Looking back, the New Deal, that's all white folks know is assistance. Slavery was assistance. Jim Crow for the South was assistance. That's all they know. But for us, assistance, no. So anything, so obviously in this country, assistance is needed to as a stepping stone for you to level up. But again, Tethers come over here and try to talk down on assistance because you know why? They want us to start all over. Get it from the mud. Get it from the mud. So assistance, when you have assistance, you're not in the mud just yet. But the goal for all these haters, these Tethers, these racists, they want us to start all over and get it from the mud. They don't want us to have any leverage. No step up.
This practice, called redlining, meant that residents of mostly black neighborhoods were denied housing loans and therefore the opportunity to buy property. Black families like the Johnsons were also shut out of mostly white neighborhoods for fear that their purchase would flip the neighborhood to risky. Even though housing discrimination was outlawed by the Fair Housing Act of 1968, black people today still face unequal barriers to housing by way of denied home loans and undervalued properties.
Black Americans still face exploitative financial conditions, whereas white Americans have a better chance to build wealth. In the system, reasonable loans and low-cost credit options are made available to white communities, whereas predatory and higher risk loans and credit is offered to black communities.
All
right, so at this point, some of us know where these dots are. She's connecting the dots, and some of us know what it's painting at this point. Okay, and this is what Tethers are mad at. This is where some white folks are mad at. This undeniable history of white society intentionally locking out FBAs exclusively out of wealth. Okay, sabotaging, taking it outright, discriminating, all these efforts to keep us broke, to keep us without owning something. Okay, so this is what Tethers are mad at. Now she drew a timeline from the abolishing of slavery, President Abraham Lincoln, and look where we are now. She's almost in modern era. So she by herself has shown some type of receipts, some paper trail from this country, from this country, intentionally locking out FBAs from wealth. So you think it's supposed to just go underneath the rug and we just keep it moving, start from the mud today? So when you hear these tethers say, hey man, I got a degree in engineering and guess what? Ain't too many FBAs in that school. It's a lot of tethers there. Or my mom had to work double as hard as you. Okay. Just know that they are purposely, some don't know, some are purposely ignoring this history. But don't worry, because at some point the check will be cut. My lifetime, my son's lifetime, his son. But guess what? I want you guys to be here, tethers, so we can. Oh, that's gonna be the biggest flex ever. Y'all sitting here thirsty as hell, and we just flexing on you. That's gonna be the biggest flex when those checks are cut, and you over there looking from the ruts.
Take the subprime mortgage loans of the 1990s. Subprime loans were intended for borrowers who had less than prime credit assets or income. These loans had high interest rates that got very expensive very fast. They were also discriminately being sold to black borrowers, even though many qualified for prime loans. Between 1993 and 1998, high-cost subprime loans were 5 times more likely in black neighborhoods than white ones. And when the housing market crashed in 2008, black Americans lost more than half of their wealth. Sound familiar? A home in a mostly black neighborhood is still undervalued by $48,000 on average compared to an almost identical home in a mostly white neighborhood. That's $156 billion in lost equity across all black-owned homes in the US.
156 billion lost equity. That's supposed to be in our black pockets, our FBA pockets. Gone. $156 billion is gone because of white supremacists and white supremacy, the institution of white supremacy in this country. We're out of $156 billion just off the discrimination, the housing discrimination. Just off the housing discrimination, we are approximately estimately down $156 billion. And you guys are talking trash. All right. Y'all better hope like hell these checks are not cut in my lifetime. Shit. Stunting like my, how that song go by stunting like my daddy. Shit, man. I mess around and get a Jamaican tattoo in the back of my head to troll y'all.
When it comes to banking, expensive penalties for having low balances or withdrawing frequently means that nearly half of the black population is unbanked or underbanked, leaving them prime targets for check cashers and payday lenders. As it turns out, it's really expensive being poor. Exploitation of black capital, breaching contracts, redlining, Jim Crow laws have undoubtedly created a racial wealth gap.
Jim Crow.
But these tactics have done much worse than impact black wallets. When it comes to banking, expensive penalties.
Okay. So that's what Jim Crow laws were doing. All right. All this white supremacy was designed to handicap us forever to this day. Deontay Wilder. Hold on. Almost done. We're almost done. 3 more videos and we are out of here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna upload this. I'm gonna go live and re-air this on my other channel. So subscribe to my other channel. I put it in the chat. It's in the chat. Subscribe to that channel. I'm going to re-air this right away on that channel. If you can, come there, watch it all over. This is good information. You're not going to remember all this. It's a lot to unpack. So watch all over. What I'm going to do, I'm watching all over again with you. Come there, support, interact in the chat, let family know who you are, you know, because we got to a serious threat from all sides. We are literally by ourselves right now, and that's dangerous.
Of poverty and violence emerges when you look at the history of the places where recent police killings and uprisings have happened.
The Minneapolis neighborhood where George Floyd was killed. The Staten Island neighborhood where Eric Garner was killed. The Baltimore neighborhood where Freddie Gray was killed. All these areas were once deemed hazardous and redlined in risk assessment maps. The federal government intended to keep these redlined neighborhoods poor and heavily policed, widening the wealth gap even further.
So where do we go from here? Let's start by thinking about equality under the law as a legal contract. And then let's acknowledge that that contract has been breached. When contracts are breached, settlements need to be made. A pattern of...
When contracts are breached, settlements must be made. So you see where we're going with this. Oh, this is a Tethers nightmare right here.
Academics, activists, and even some politicians agree and are calling for reparation. Beginning in 1989, Democrats started introducing bills to study reparations, which would include a formal apology from the government and compensation to descendants.
Oh, yeah.
Reparations are not unheard of to Americans.
Descendants of whom? Descendants of slavery.
Compensation to descendants.
$8.
Reparations are not unheard of to Americans, and they can come in many forms.
In 1988, the government paid $20,000 to every living survivor of the Japanese internment camps, and Native Americans have seen reparations, albeit to a much lesser extent as well.
Were those handouts? Again, like all they do, listen, ignore it. None of that stuff bothers me. It's like, okay, it doesn't bother Tariq Nasheed and a lot of folks who support him on this channel. Y'all could say handouts, y'all could say lazy, all y'all want. All we say is cut the check. You dig? However you want to call it, cut the check.
Well,
reparations for descendants of slavery could look like compensations for wages lost or discriminatory practice. It could be a more holistic approach that would see a bolstering of community growth. Academics, activists, and even some politicians.
Speaking of academics, nobody listening to me should be subscribed to that clown, that tether. Okay?
Since so much discrimination has occurred around housing, one solution could be creating a down payment assistance fund, real money that could appreciate through home ownership. The government could also fully fund childcare, allowing more black parents to stay in the workforce. Evidence shows this would create economic benefits to the state and federal governments in turn. Win-win. Wiping out student loan debts and cash bail systems, or creating business grants for startups, these could all be forms of reparations. And it doesn't have to stop with the government. Some private banks and universities with a history of enslaving black people have set up college scholarship funds to start chipping away at their wrongdoing. Since so much discrimination has occurred around housing, one solution could be creating a down payment assistance fund.
Okay, so there you have it, man.
Which is funny how almost every foreigner has something to say badly about African Americans. Even Africans sometimes have to say about African Americans, but then everybody comes to America trying to be African American.
I'm not going to speak for my whole country. Love Jamaica. But I think quite a few Jamaicans think that you guys play the victim a lot. Like outsider looking in, it's like, gosh, them complain about everything. Look how much opportunity them have. Look how them can work. Look how them can buy $1 burger. And them over there complain. And that is how I was preconditioned, if I'm being totally honest. They're like, Shantae,
It makes sense.
yeah, don't go over there and waste the opportunity. Don't go over there and start complaining. Work for your own, focus on that. So that's always been my mindset. We're so focused on just making it. I really want to emphasize that. But sometimes when you just are focused on, oh, you go eat, you know, think say somebody a touch you. You know, think say, you know, oh, I'm gonna have the right temperature. I'm hungry. What y'all gonna do? Like,
the way how African Americans prioritize blackness isn't necessarily the same way in which an immigrant would prioritize their blackness. So, you know how African Americans would say, oh, black writer, black creator, black artist, black lawyer, black doctor, black woman in STEM. No, when we come to this country, it's immigrant or nationality, maybe our careers next, and then whatever else comes after that. So immigrant, Jamaican, marketer, whatever else comes after that. The issue that you're having is we don't see ourselves as one of you. And the reason that we don't see ourselves as one of you is not because of blackness. We just see ourselves as an outsider.
The issue that you're having is we don't see ourselves as one of you. And the reason that we don't see ourselves as one of you is not because of blackness. We just see ourselves as an outsider.
So now let's move forward. So as an immigrant, I'm here in this country. What do I want to do? Put my best foot forward. What do my parents want to do? Put their best foot forward and give us the best opportunity they possibly can. Thank you, Lord, for my parents, because they did exactly that. But it's my turn as their child to hold the baton. And one thing I always say, my parents did not risk their lives to get to America for me to get involved in some political warfare. My parents did not risk their lives for me to get to America, for me to sit here fighting people all day. That makes absolutely no sense. And I think because you guys have never taken that level of a risk, you don't understand that level of responsibility and accountability. That's really the problem here. Because if you really risk your lives to have something, if you really risk your life to get something, you're not willing and ready to throw it away.
Just fully American. You're African American, bro. That's it. How was that see you in 30? That wasn't an insult. That was strictly you're black. You're not Trinidadian. You're not Jamaican. You're not African. You're not word. You're not Ghanaian. You're not Dominican. You're not Puerto Rican. You're not Cuban. You are American.
I farted so loud.
Black Americans people, I don't like them because they take lots of drugs.
Really? That's what I think.
But have you met any Black Americans in real life?
No, like in the movies. I didn't meet them.
Now, what do you think about the Black American culture?
fucked up. I'm sorry. Is it like okay, the fucked up humanity group that's Black Americans, yeah. And I actually feel bad for saying that. It's true, I know it's true.
Now, why do you believe that?
Because they mostly don't belong where they are. They're Americans. We all know they're Americans. They know they're Americans, but they don't belong there because they are minor. One for that, they are minor, and the racism and everything. They don't belong there actually. So they belong here, and they are not here. So they are fucked up.
That's really interesting.
So,
I have no idea.
So I had this tweet by McBeanie _ and they said African Americans are by far the worst representation of Black people. They are obnoxious, self-righteous assholes that make people's lives a living hell anywhere they go. And then she got like 390 likes.
Is she also Black?
No, I don't know what she was. But
Okay.
This is what she said. Yeah.
Wow. That's really a lot of hate, I feel like. But like my mom would agree with that comment. Like, she would agree with that post. She would say like, you know, lazy, like loud, rude, all the negative connotations.
That's interesting. So let's explore that.
That's really interesting.
But I also will say that like My parents definitely came over here with stereotypes about African Americans.
When Africans are immigrating to the United States, their idea of African Americans, like, take away modern times where we have like the internet and everything, it's coming from TV, right? Where they're just seeing these rappers and these music videos, and you're seeing these movies and TV shows with people shooting guns and like cussing.
Ignorance from our parents as well. Our parents say things to us in which, at least I can't speak for African Americans, but I know Africans, our parents say things to try to get us to stick with other Africans instead of branching out. And for that festered, so now it just lives on as we get older.
So I agree with her in that aspect, but also another thing I feel like isn't talked about enough is the way our parents will talk about Black Americans. Because if we're being honest with ourselves, our parents are not respectful. They will say things to try to instill within us to divide away from them, but like being lazy or not as clean or stuff like that. And I feel like that also helps perpetuate the divide, which also needs to be acknowledged.
Okay, so growing up, I had this idea, this ideology from the media, from people around me, that African Americans were these ghetto, noisy, arrogant, aggressive, just criminal.
So I think this was the intent of my elders as they reminded me to stay away from akatas. Akata is a derogatory term for African Americans. I didn't understand why at the time, because I knew nothing about propaganda, media, or anything else we'll discuss today.
Findings. Paternity fraud statistics show significant variations across different countries, often reflecting deeper societal issues. In countries like Jamaica and Nigeria, paternity fraud rates are alarmingly high, with estimates of 34.6% and 30%, respectively. In contrast, countries like Canada and the United Kingdom report much lower rates of 2.8% and 1.6%, highlighting the stark global discrepancies. These numbers indicate that while paternity fraud is a universal issue, it is more prevalent in certain parts of the world. Various factors contribute to these discrepancies, including cultural norms, economic pressures, and the accessibility of DNA testing. In many African nations, for instance, societal expectations and financial dependencies can make it more common for women to conceal the true paternity of their children. This is evident in cases like that of a Zambian nurse, Elizabeth Bwalyamua, who admitted on her deathbed to swapping 5,000 babies over a 12-year period. Such instances, though extreme, underline the societal challenges contributing to higher paternity fraud rates in certain regions.
Yo, Jamaica, right? I learned this in university still. Like, I actually did a course on this. And I saw it being circulated around social media. So Jamaica has the highest paternity fraud in the world with 34.6%. I learned this in first year university, right? So basically what they're saying is that I be a jacket. I just be a jacket I give away. Y'all
have some tailor jackets too.
Yeah, you have some well-tailored jackets still.
Not lying.
But yeah, so basically like a lot of men are taking care of children that are not their own.
Unbeknownst to them.
But I feel like you see it a lot. Yo, there was an article, you remember the man, and him did have like, must say 5 or 7 pitney. And him find out say, no, them have 7 pitney, and him find out say 5 a jacket.
Yeah.
And I feel something like the uncle or something like that. Yeah, but this, and him, yeah. But,
wow, it's crazy.
What you does, man? So, yo.
Jamaica may have a higher rate than other places. Jamaica may have a higher rate than other places, but in any country, especially in America, there are a high number of people who are taking care of children who are not from their bloodline, to say the least, right? And in Jamaican culture, jacket is a thing that is almost how would you say, accepted, praised in certain circles, and it's just a part of the culture that's just normal to a certain extent, no matter how dysfunctional it is, because you basically have a situation where the man taking care of the children, taking care of the child, or the one registered as a legal guardian, or the person who thinks it's their child, is not the father of the child. Women do it for numerous reasons. Some is just a mix-up where there's just too much, what do you call it, promiscuity, and you have others where it's a strategic thing where they may have a higher rate than other places.
Talking about the domestic abuse part of it, Jamaica already have a high domestic abuse rate, right? And a lot of these domestic abuse are based on the speculation that the man is caught up in paternity fraud. Remember, we say speculation, you know. So imagine if the speculation of you getting a jacket, seeing, or getting, for others who don't fully understand the jacket thing, getting a child that is not yours. If most of the men speculate this and start abuse them women, what will they do when they actually find out that this is not theirs? So how crazy it be? And talking about the domestic abuse.
Now Taxes is getting the TurboTax app and filing your taxes yourself 100% free if you didn't file with us last year. Pay $0 when you file by 2/18. All tax forms.
The Sex Offenders Registry in Jamaica, established under the Sexual Offenses Act 2009 and operational since July 2014, is managed by the Department of Correctional Services 1. It mandates registration upon conviction for specified sexual offenses, with offenders being monitored for at least 10 years. However, despite its structured approach, the registry remains confidential, accessible only to certain individuals and organizations with a legitimate interest. Advocates for making the registry public argue that it would empower citizens to make informed decisions about their interactions, thereby enhancing community safety. They believe that the secrecy of the registry leaves victims and potential victims unprotected. Furthermore, public access to the registry would promote transparency and ensure that convicted offenders are adequately monitored. However, opponents of a public registry argue that it could lead to vigilantism and further stigmatization of offenders who have served their sentences. The National Security Minister, Dr. Horace Chong, has directed his ministry's legal team to review existing legislation to determine whether it allows for wider sharing of information on convicted sex offenders.
So you're saying to me that it's literally since 2011 that it was reformed, since 1992?
Since 1992.
So before that, the man was a rape on a galang. And nothing happened.
I wouldn't necessarily put it that way.
I saw me that put it though.
I wouldn't necessarily put it that way. What I put it as is that the government saw a problem and they took the necessary step to make the necessary changes.
Them tiptoe. But anyways, I digress. Okay, so now let's talk about basically the Sex Offenders Act,
right,
but then you were saying that the registry. So the registry started in 2011 as well?
So the legislation was officially enacted in 2011, but the Sex Offenders Registry itself was officially set up, as in physically, in 2014. So it's being managed by the Commissioner of Corrections.
Okay. So you're saying to me that it's literally since 2011 I can't everyone access the Sexual Offenders Registry like it is in other countries around the world?
Well, the names that are placed on the registry, sexual offences registry, are in fact private and confidential. But I think for good reason, because we have to bear in mind that even though someone is convicted of a sexual offense, they still have to meaningfully contribute to society, and it may be a situation where they're placed on the list and unable to get work or a meaningful job or schools. Or you understand what I'm saying?
No. I'm gonna be real with you, because Why can't everyone access the sexual offenders registry like it is in other countries around the world?
Well, the names that are placed on the registry, sexual offences registry, are in fact private and confidential, but I think for good reason, because we have to bear in mind that even though someone is convicted of a sexual offense, they still have to meaningfully contribute to society. And it may be a situation where they're placed on the list and unable to get work or a meaningful job or schools or attend. You understand what I'm saying?
No. I'm going to be real with you because why can't everyone access the sexual offenders registry like it is in other countries around the world?
Well, the names that are placed on the registry, sexual offences registry, are in fact private and but cultural differences too.
Okay.
It might be a situation where somebody may just easily access the list, see that this person was it's no longer allegation if they're convicted, and then they see them and attack them in the streets. It can't be fair to them. That's double punishment. So
okay.
It can lead to reputational damage as well.
Do you not think that's deserving though? Like because you gave this person trauma.
Global empowerment dream.
Nigerians, you think you ain't enslaved. The British still could.
He got to argue about that. He got to argue about yo, yes, we're being, governed by racist people in this country. But he's saying you are too, because, these people still got control. But they like, nah, that's just you niggas.
Control your economy. They control your economy right now. They go over there and send in Boko Haram. They can control the military. They can go in there and do whatever they want to do. You got to beat down the door to get in their borders. They can just walk in. They can just hop off a boat and go over there and be running shit in 24 hours. And y'all know it. Let's be real.
So he's giving them the truth and they're hating him. That's the jealousy right there. Okay, now watch this. I want y'all to catch this date. So that was June 2nd, right? Watch this. Do not play. Good. Let me stop. Okay, no. Stop. Oh my God, it's gonna play.
I had an interaction today.
Damn it. All right, watch this. So you can see this is a whole different video. Look at the date. So now we're almost at the end of the year. It's still 2018. And look at what he's talking about now. He's talking about DAS. He's talking about DAS. Okay? So he's realizing what I realized. Like even right now, when we tell a black immigrant, a black non-FBA person, if we say, hey, we're FBA, you're not. But that's okay. We still can be cool. None of them want to be cool with us. Once we self-identify, say, hey, we're black, we're FBA, you're not. They feel like they're entitled to whatever we got. They feel like if we're FBA, they're FBA. If we created hip hop, they created hip hop. If we get reparations, they get reparations. Like they are entitled to everything we do and get. We're like, nah. How do I join FBA, nigga? You can't. It's lineage. You gotta be born it. What? I gotta be born it. Yes. So you mean I can't be FBA? No. Get away from me. Like that's the attitude. Get away from me. Go. It's like, yo, so we can't still be cool? Like I'm just, okay, you're Jamaican, he's Haitian. Aren't y'all still cool? You're Jamaican, he's Puerto Rican. Aren't y'all still cool? Well, I'm FBA. Why can't we still be cool? Because I want to be that. I don't want you guys to have anything without us. I'm sorry. Fuck you. Like, really? Like, what's going on? So watch this. Look at this. This is so now I'm going to fast forward. The end of the year. Look how he's talking now. Look, you've seen the evolution. You've seen him saying black empowerment, and he was doubting a couple foreign nations about their allegiance, right, towards the movement. So, you know, they a little suspect. And then later on, halfway through the year in June, he realized that most of the social media platforms that's ran by blacks show us in a negative, pissy light, a degenerate light. Everything white supremacists would approve and give him a nod for. And then when he checked these black people background, they're all black foreigners. And then when he get on a Nigerian lady for posting some picture with her and a white guy, and then like they didn't kill the lion, now they got lion clothes on. So he got like a little joke for them. And he said a lot of black women had smoke for him. And then he looked at the flags, they were all Nigerian. So now he's coming to a revelation like, yo, what's up? Like, yo, these people really not with us. So now we're fast forward. Now we're in November 4th, 2018. Look how he's talking now. Look at this.
So that's why I'm qualifying it. After the early 70s, when people started coming over from African countries and Caribbean countries, when they started getting vetted after the civil rights movement, the whole vibe changed.
Say it again.
So
say it again.
Coming over from African countries and after the early 70s. So that's why I'm qualifying it. After the early 70s, when people.
Okay, so he said after the early 70s. I'm telling you that it was more so in bulk. So they were coming because he says after the early 70s. Why? Because they couldn't come over in bulk while this was still before this. Listen. Oh my gosh, I got to do this again. I got to teach again. Okay. So there's something called the civil rights movement, right? And once FBA's won, this is what happened. An act was signed. It's called the Civil Rights Act of 1964. It's a landmark civil rights and labor and law in the United States that outlaws discrimination based on race and color. The race and color who was being discriminated against was FBAs, okay? Not non-FBAs and not somebody else. We're talking about en masse, in bulk, FBAs. All right, so now, the Civil Rights Act was an act that was supposed to be written for the people who were being affected by Jim Crow, white racism, black codes, and everything else disgusting. All right, so we got that. So real quickly, because we got a caller, real quickly, let me go to 1965 Immigration Act. So this is 1 year after the Civil Rights Act. So I don't know who called for this bullshit right here, but why? Listen, my thing is this. Why wasn't the Immigration Act before the Civil Rights Act? Why would this be next? And I can tell you in a second. That's why I ask you. You got to be humble, bro. Like, you don't know what I've learned in the last couple months. You got to be humble, bro. But you're going to learn today, though. Okay, so the Immigration Act, or the Immigration and Nationality Act of 1965, also known as the Hart-Celler Act, and more recently as the 1965 Immigration Act, was a federal law passed by the 89th United States Congress and signed into law by President Lyndon Baines Johnson. The law abolished the national origins formula, okay, which had been the basis of the U.S. immigration policy since the 1920s. The act formally removed de facto discrimination against Southern and Eastern Europeans. Hey, IBM, catch that. Because I told you, the 1917 Act, the 1924 the 1917 Immigration Act, the 1924 Immigration Act, those acts exclusively banned Southern and Eastern Europeans. What the fuck make you think Jamaicans was around? Or Africans, IBM? They banned their own shit and they banned Asians.
Right. Yeah.
In addition to other non-Western and not, look, these are all Europeans. So we won something for ourselves, right? And they start to attach every fucking tether to it, even the European tethers. Yo, listen, wait, they banned their own from coming into the country, but these niggas think they were here during Jim Crow. They banned their own. And Asians, I'm still reading. The 1917 Immigration Act, the 1924 Immigration Act, they banned their own people. But y'all silly motherfuckers thought y'all was over here with us, suffering. Good, IBM.
Yeah, that goes right along with, the basis of race at that time, because they knew those people were mixed with Africans. But I'm not gonna get into that point. Yeah, I've been saying this to these, to some of the people in the community. I still love them to death. They still my family, but you try. It sounds a lot like what the colonizers says about us, as they say, try to tell us how to live, who we are, and where we come from.
Right.
And that's the same thing that they're doing. And you have not lived a day in our shoes, but you come over here proselytizing and trying to get us to join your movement.
That failed.
And don't even understand, and trying to be our leaders and don't even understand what we've been through.
And then be our leader. Look, Marcus Garvey came over here. He wanted to be our leader, and look what his main goal. His main goal was to flee to fucking Africa. So when they come over and be our leader, they teach us to flee. Hey guys, let's run to Africa.
I think it was called colonization also, wasn't it?
Man, it's called a bunch of things.
That movement?
Listen, hey, IBM, I'm just pointing out that the 1965 Act, it banned the Discrimination Act against everybody, really. But it was starting off with making the 1917 and 1924 Immigration Acts null and void. Okay?
Yeah.
Okay, so now watch this. During the 1960s, at the height of the civil rights movement, this approach increasingly came under attack for being racially discriminatory. The bill is based on the draft bill sent to the Congress of President John F. Kennedy, who opposed the immigration formulas in 1963, and was introduced by Senator Philip Hart and Congressman Emanuel Seller. However, its passage was stalled due to opposition from conservative congressmen. All right, so anyway, this bill the bill received wide support from both Northern Democratic and Republican bills. So this should end up inviting black immigrants over here too. So this bill this act came right after 64, but I ain't done. Because, hey, Reggie, do you know about the Immigration Act in UK in 1962?
Yes, I've been reading it that you put up, and I know the basis of it. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So now before then, World War II, they invited people from the the West Indies, to come over to the country and help restore the country during the war, after the war, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then right after the war was over, what they do? They had that 62 Act, Immigration Act, and they said, no more. We want the best now. We don't want no more laborers. We don't want no more agricultural workers. We want doctors, scientists. They want the best minds to come over. And as a result, Jamaica wasn't producing that. So they was forced to, when they were trying to leave, because by the way, Jamaicans were trying to leave Jamaica all the time since their independence. They fought for independence and didn't want to stay over there. So the grass wasn't greener, they found out. So ever since they got the independence, they kept trying to go back to UK. So when UK finally signed that act in 1962, restricted them and only wanted the best minds. That's called, Reggie, you ever heard of brain gain?
Of course.
Okay. So they only wanted the brain gain now. They didn't want the average goofies because that ain't brain gain. So they wanted their best now. How about hyper selectivity? You hear about that one too?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So that's what they was on. All right. So now when they seen that we passed 3 years later, when they went back to Jamaica, or some couldn't come, they had to stay in Jamaica. When they seen the United States and Canada pass immigration acts that was all inclusive, what they do? They stopped trying for UK and they redirected their attention and came to United States and Canada. Okay, so now watch this. I want to play this video because Tariq gonna say something important. Because he's going to say the reason why I went through all that, because the 65 Immigration Act, he's going to say that it came in the early 70s because they were not here like that before 65. That's the whole point. Okay, so watch this. This is like common sense in Black America, but if you're not from this country, you don't know. And you can't fake like you know Black history. You can't fake it.
So that's why I'm qualifying it. After the early 70s, when people started coming over from African countries and Caribbean countries.
After the early 70s, so he's acknowledging.
They started getting vetted after the civil rights movement. The whole vibe changed. So I'm saying, what have they done? Besides, many of them will undermine us. I ain't talking about all of them. I'm not talking about all of them. I'm not talking about all of them.
We've seen proof of that. Because all you gotta do is type in diaspora wars, and all you're gonna see is people from the continent and the Caribbean just shitting on FBAs for no reason, and they never even been over here. The chick from Rwanda earlier, Black Americans ain't shit. Ain't she in Rwanda? Okay, sis, have you ever been to America? No. So how you know they ain't shit? Movies. Bitch, get out of here. All right, watch this.
I'm not talking about all of them. I'm not talking about all of them.
It's the last video,
let's be very clear. But I had an interaction today with a couple of African bedwenches. And that's another thing. When you look at Shea Butter Twitter, most of Shea Butter Twitter, about 85% of them, they're first and second generation African or Caribbean immigrants. Those women, there's a strong bed. So that's why I'm qualifying.
Right. So Brother Reggie, I appreciate you, Pete. Welcome. Now, Brother Reggie, you asked a question earlier today. You said that because I replayed our interview, right? Or not interview, but dialogue. And you was like, "How come I know about it, Brother Reggie?" That was not the plan. I had so many people tuning in. I said this is the best time to show our dialogue. So that's why I played it, because we had 80 people in attendance. And I said, well, let me
No,
play
it's no
this.
problem.
Okay.
I just sort of wish, since you have my email, to let me know.
No, brother, brother. I took advantage of the moment. I see 80 people
No, it's
tuning
fine.
in. Yeah. So I shared the video right
I'm
away.
a reasonable person.
Yeah. Okay, so IBM, what you got? And let Brother Reggie go.
Well,
what's going on, Reggie?
Oh, you're first. So go ahead. How you doing?
Brother Reggie.
How you doing, Reggie?
I'm fine.
Yeah, man. I just this is what I would like to ask. Is that why, like I have been asking for years, why not talk about what's going on in Jamaica, like the bauxite mining that's taking place and displacing the people in Jamaica, or how the UN owes Haiti billions for the cholera that they were defecating in their drinking water and gave them cholera, and they owe them big money. We never hear about these things. We never hear about the illegal mining. And the people are practicing in their front yards, and the mines are caving in on them in Africa, and all kinds of different. The preachers over there shaving women's vaginas during a Sunday service, and they're praising it. People in the congregation, can't wait to get theirs shaved. The women, it's craziness. Why aren't they talking about that? Why are they over here in our Kool-Aid and don't know the flavor?
Yes. Well, yeah, Ricardo. Yes, it's Brother Reggie. So okay. In the United States, there's freedom of speech, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So individuals have freedom of speech, and corporations too. Those are the kind of super people, corporations. Okay. The problem would be if there was a organization or a lobbyist group that was preventing or talking bad about us. But in the United States, there's things called the discrimination laws. There's city, county, state, federal discrimination laws. So if that speech moved past to harming us rather than just speech, hyperbole, right? Then there would be reasons for concern. you could find people talking about us, but in the history of the United States, you can find issues of Irish and Jewish and Italians and other immigrant groups that came here with things to say. It's when they form a lobby group, right, an organization, that I think that there would be, and they interfere in progress, that would be a problem. For us to not look what we have in the United States as far as the little fragile unity that we have, and to do infighting when these other groups of people come in who are European and Asian and other groups, it would be problematic. It would be more problematic. Like the Asian groups fought against affirmative action, right? They like with the Harvard case, right? And affirmative action was overturned because they felt that there was selective emissions to Black Americans. Those type of things are really problematic, more detrimental than individuals running their mouth about issues. So Unbiased told me not to talk about reparations, which is hard to do, is because FBA was formed because of reparations. So then I have to go to the point, if that's his barrier for me, then I have to say that well, these individuals, they don't move the needle when it comes to Black progress in the United States. They don't. But we could pay attention to it. I don't have a problem paying attention to it. And I don't have a problem with Tariq Nasheed singling it out. But at the same breath, he since he's the spokesperson, he needs to make analysis of these other groups of people who have organized themselves into groups and now are lobbyists, and they're rolling back things like affirmative action and gain any support gains of civil rights, right? That's more detrimental because they're trying to roll back civil rights. So you've seen the attack on the DEI, right? So those groups, I think that if FBA was focused, they would engage those groups on those issues. And this is not talking about reparations. So what do you have to say about that? What I just said. And I'll summarize it. Individuals don't move the needle. Attacking Black people based on what they say when everybody has freedom of speech. And the fact of the matter is, again, people don't move the needle, organizations do, and we do have a threat. We have a threat of all these Ukrainians, Slavs, all these other groups coming, and then we have the migrant groups coming, eating our food, and we want to pay attention to a few Black migrants, immigrants that you call. And the other problem is that it was Black people, Booker T. Washington, that asked for them to come and defeated the African exclusion measure, right? And so so that culminated into a combined movement of largely Black Americans and some Caribbeans in the Garvey movement, where no matter if you think Garvey is a scammer or not, the fact of the matter is that we had enormous boost of businesses during the Garvey movement. We was moving to self-reliance, and both groups were. So my question to you is the infighting really relevant to the big picture?
Wait, hold on. Let me take that one right there. You could go back. Because I caught a couple of things you said. I paid attention to words. First of all, he called what we're saying attacking, but he called what they're saying freedom of speech. Dude, stop.
So again, you're trying to phrase what we're doing. We're talking too. We're using freedom of speech too. But you're
Correct. And
saying
I said that.
no, but you call it attacking, and you said what they only have is freedom of speech, bro. They're coming over here saying ill things about FBAs for no reasons, unwarranted. They don't even know it, and you call that freedom of speech. And when we respond to that, I mean, you sound like a white supremacist, right? They come start the trouble.
You say I sound like a what?
White supremacist, because they come and start the trouble.
I'm not a white supremacist.
That's so you sound like that because the argument you made.
No.
Okay, look.
Because I said that we should.
We attack, and you said we attack, and they have a freedom of right to speak. So do we.
We have a freedom of speech. They have a freedom of speech.
Right. So why is our freedom of speech called attacking?
No, our freedom of speech is not less. We have more of a population.
But why is it called attacking when we're responding?
Well, here's the thing. What you're deleting is the attacks that our people do who are not well educated.
But that's secondhand though. Let's talk about the people who are.
No, that you can't discredit. You can't. There's no way that you can discredit what I'm saying. I'm saying people. I'm biased sports. I'm saying people can say anything. It don't move the needle.
Okay, fine. But words hurt, and words. Wait. Hold on.
Okay. Well, your words can hurt on both sides.
Right. Okay. I got it. Right. But hold on.
It don't move the needle.
I know. No, it does something far more treacherous. For example, there's a reason why there's a such thing called anti-Semitism, because words hurt and words can culminate to something more devious, like a Holocaust. There's a reason why there's something called anti-Asian hate, because words could manifest themselves to attack Asians only. And there's a reason why there's something called racism, because words towards African Americans can translate to burning crosses on your front lawn and bombing up schools. So yeah, it starts with words and then actions normally follow. The KKK start off with words, and then all of a sudden they became the worst domestic terrorists in the country. So yeah, so now there's something called stopping it before it starts. So we have these anti-Semitism things there to stop it, to discourage it from happening. So when they come over here with their discrimination, because they have these preconceived notions about us. Here's the difference, Brother Reggie. They come here with a thought about us that we don't have about them. They believe we're lazy. They believe we're gangsters out their own mouth. We're complainers because
those are words. Those are the,
but hold on.
They don't move the needle.
Yes, it does. Yes, it.
Give me an
It's my goal. So now, for me, those words matter. They do move the needle because they move into our communities with those words, and we work with them, and they become our bosses, employer, or the banker. Yeah. So those words matter when we're not getting that loan, when we're not getting that job, when they're the police officer and we're getting that ticket. Yeah. So those words manifest as something ugly. So we're responding to discourage that. Hey, if you do that, okay, fine, good luck, because we're gonna delineate. And you hold your own nuts when something happens to y'all from these white supremacists. You'll be marching by yourself. You ain't gonna have this big, massive march to get justice. It'd be you and 6 other niggas with flip-flops trying to get justice.
Okay, well,
can I say something, Reggie? Can I say something real quick, Reggie?
Okay.
We got to remember that, this is another thing that I've been saying too, is that the civil rights that we fought for has been taken over. At first it was, they gave it to the white woman. And then it seems like every other movement that comes along, they put those people in front of us like they did the white woman, and we get pushed further to the back of the line, receiving none of the benefits of the things that we and our ancestors fought for to get to this point. So that has to be understood first and foremost. And all these people that are coming over here are not ruled by America. They are ruled by different countries. So if you're talking about reparations, why are you in our conversation? Why aren't you talking to the Queen of England? Or what is it, the Balfour Declaration? I know you know this, Reggie. They split up Africa. Was that them, or am I saying the wrong one, brother?
What did the Belfort?
You mean the Berlin Conference?
Yeah. Okay. So
there you go, Haskell.
Yeah.
What's up, Haskell? There you go. Yeah. See, like that. See, they're defeated. Those countries are defeated. Jamaica is defeated. We're still throwing punches. We're still fighting the good fight, but get pushed to the back of the line for the civil rights that we fought and died for.
Okay, so
our ancestors and us.
Okay, so let me just add. Okay, so there is a real enemy, and the real enemy is disorganization of Black people in America, right? For the best interest of all of our people that are here. I don't
mean to cut you off, but let me say this real quick. The real enemy is the one who has no accountability. We don't hold them accountable. Like you said, the corporations, like the Virginia Company, like the West Indian Company, like the Catholic Church, all of these things that put us into this position, into slavery.
Okay,
the origins of this scientific racism and all this.
Reclaim my time.
From the Latins, from the Latins, because they are Latins. That's Latino. Their language is Latin. All of that.
Can I reclaim my time?
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
All
brother.
right. So the real enemy to our people is disorganization. I do not think, and I do not agree that Black Americans should not delineate themselves in certain circumstances, but in the circumstances that you have just mentioned, it is the courts, right? It is the courts, the Supreme Court and the local courts, right, which are the real enemies, because they are creating ghost cases to roll back civil rights. On our side, it takes organization, funding, right? The average federal case costs $100,000. The average federal case costs $100,000. A case supporting these big things requires really $50 million, $100 million to fight cases. We have to organize to point out matters that we are suffering from, and then we have to deal with it in federal court. The real enemy, again, is our disorganization. The second, and that's not the second, the first enemy is the oppressor. The second enemy is our lack of organization, right? So it's the oppressor, and then it's a lack of organization and being able to see the big picture. So I'm not a lawyer, but I did a federal case myself, and I've helped my former wife in 2 EEOC cases, and she was able to settle in the EEOC office and not have a case, but settle with the company. I know federal law pretty well, but I do think is that our community needs an education and seeing the big picture instead of fighting ghost wars amongst ourselves. Because again, Booker T. Washington, in his foresight, saw the depleting populations of Black people and we need help, and so asked for the African exclusion measure to be defeated, and it was defeated. And so my whole thing is trying to find out who the real enemies are. So tomorrow I'll do I will examine in the matter of the reparations of African Americans case from Pelman Farmer, which was our last big reparation case that we lost. I will tell you why we lost it. And there are two reparation cases going on right now. There's the Tulsa reparations case, and then the Malcolm X reparations case. In those two matters, those are federal cases. Those are the only two federal cases that we have on board. So there, HR 40 has not been renewed, right? So the question is why fight ghost wars when we can fight the bigger picture, right? So if in fact our civil rights are being threatened, right, then we need to organize against the oppressor that's rolling back all of our rights. That's the big picture, because that impacts companies and people discriminating against us, right? And slow justice against our people. Those we need to fight what's happening with these police officers that have immunity, right? We need to know how to defeat those matters, because those are the things that threaten us day to day. Police abuse, right? And we need to focus on what's happening in certain cities and counties that are largely white, as they discriminate against us, right? And they create the situation where it's empowered. And we have to fight against the Democratic Party that allow these migrants to come in. They're not our friends. They allowed these migrants to come in because their whole point was to get these migrants in, because they thought these migrants would be more likely ultimately to vote Democrat, right? And they were trying to allow migrants to vote in local elections, and that was carteled, right? Not by us, but so my point is, there are ghost fights, and then there is the real.
Yeah, finish your point. You can let Haskell go. Go ahead, Reggie. Finish your point up so Haskell.
No, I finished, because I don't. I was asking the brother to talk about that, but I will finish for Haskell. 45.
Hey man, how y'all doing, man?
What's up?
Happy New Year, everybody.
Happy New Year.
What's up, Haskell? What's going on? Happy New Year,
Yeah,
bro.
man. What the hell is going on, bro? Dog, I couldn't believe, bro, when my goddamn algorithm showed me a channel named FBA United. And I clicked on the channel, and it's none other than unbiased FBA out, bro. What is going
Yes,
on,
sir.
bro? What universe am I in? Like, I don't know what, bruh. All right. What's crazy? You know what's crazy, IBM? I'm hearing things that 4 years ago, 3 years ago, unbiased used to berate people like you who would bring up Jim Crow, sharecropping, redlining, convict leasing, and all of this shit. You know what unbiased called that stuff 4 years ago, 3 years ago? What did he call it? IBM. What did he call it? Excuses.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Excuses. So
it's an excuse. You rob an old lady today and say, "Hey, Jim Crow," that's an excuse. But Jim Crow, during Jim Crow, like being targeted, that's not an excuse. Well, my thing was, you got to be held accountable for your actions. Everybody needs to be held accountable for their actions, right? So there's never just a real justification to really do a crime. You can't really justify that. And if you get caught, you got to hold the L.
Yeah, not a justification for a crime, mind you. But listen, I like what Reggie said about these ghost wars, because ultimately all roads lead back to white supremacy, right?
Racism is white supremacy. Like I've taught for years, racism is white supremacy, period.
But that's what I'm saying, IBM. All roads lead back. And like Neely Fuller always says, if you don't truly understand white supremacy, you won't understand anything. Everything will confound you. So for me, these diaspora wars, or what you want to call them, like I'm a Jamaican tether, proudly, right?
What's a tether?
Listen, I don't fucking know what that shit is,
Hey,
and
see,
I don't care,
hey, bro.
right? Wait, hold on. I'm gonna give you a definition. It's something that a snake oil selling, rabble rousing charlatan has recently conjured up as his new as his new niche industry, right? It's something that he co-opted from real activists, and I can't believe I'm agreeing with fucking Chief X of all goddamn people.
Lord.
Can you imagine that? Listen, you know the world is upside down. You know the world is upside down when you're agreeing with Chief X. Chief X said Tariq Nasheed usurped and co-opted Yvette and Tone's movement, right? For what it's worth, Tone is a licensed professional. Yvette worked on Capitol Hill. When they established ADOS, right, they were clear about their objectives. They said this is an advocacy organization, and what we're working towards mainly is reparations, and not just reparations that are restorative and that basically sets the Black American population back on an even footing, right? Because they've been basically had your development retarded and stagnated by policies such as Jim Crow, slavery, convict leasing, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? And they had economists like Sandy Darity draft up actual plans, and right, these are for better or for worse. I can say, looking at them, they are serious people, right? And I would listen to Tone Talks, right? And he said, we need to disaggregate. And I fully agree with them as a Jamaican, because divisions are necessary for order. There's a reason why you have in Europe, everybody isn't European, right? You have Estonia, you have Albania, you have Germany, you have France, whatever. Having ethnic divisions and is necessary for order. So I was in full support of that, right? Now, they made an error, in my opinion, when they focus on the trivial matter of people like my aunts and stuff talking shit, acting like they're better than Black Americans. You know why they talk like that? And these are my family members. You know why they talk like that, unbiased?
What?
They talk like that for the same reason why certain Black people here talk with this sense of superiority. It's because they're
superiority to who? That's a lie. Superiority to who?
It's because they're ignorant.
No, but what superiority talk that we have? That's what I'm saying.
What? All your homeboy talks about these days is hairlines. You have superior hairlines.
No, but that's after the fact. No, that's okay. So again, you see, this is what Brother Reggie does.
I'm not done, Elby. Give me a second, right? So according to Tariq, you guys have, among other things, superior hairlines, a superior sense of fashion, superior in cuisine, superior musically, superior fashion-wise, superior in industry, superior morally, superior in all ways, right? But again, again, I'm gonna say it again. I hear my people talk that stupid shit all the time too. And they're equally as regressive and as stupid as the niggas who talk that shit here. Because ultimately, it's a handicapped nigga fighting a blind nigga. Right? Because Tone pointed it out. White American wealth in America, I forgot it. Well, back then he was saying it was like 115 trillion. I think right now it's probably up to like 130 trillion. And he said black American wealth was like somewhere from 3 to 6 trillion, with 40% of that being in like pensions and mostly held by boomers, and virtually none of it liquid. Like the middle American family is worth like $0. That's the middle American family, right? Me coming from a place like Jamaica, having 2 pair of shoes and shit, right? Coming here talking like I'm superior to some black Americans because I feel like we work harder or whatever dumb shit. That shit is stupid. But the counter to that is for you to go down into the mud with those people and claim some superiority because you have air condition and Jordan 1s. No, you don't follow they stupid ass. The dumb motherfuckers from Jamaica and the stupid motherfuckers from Africa talking that stupid shit. You don't follow them and fight fire with fire. No. And Yvette and Tone, they made that mistake, right? But they tried to reverse course. But what happened is Tariq seized on the most trivial parts of their movement and magnified that shit. He turned the ethnophobia and the ethnocentrism, he turned that shit up times 100. He started talking about hairlines, people eating bush meat, right? People being funky, not wearing. All of that shit is stupid shit. That's childish. You can't tell me that you are serious about black empowerment and you're talking about the government. No, you're a comedian. You're a comedian. I can't believe y'all are following behind this nigga.
Well, that's the thing. See, where you confuse it. We're not following behind anybody. Like, we're our own people. My voice is just as great as Tariq Nasheed said. Matter of fact, a lot of people that come over here, that's FBA, a lot of them don't even follow him like that. So, but that's the mistake you and Brother Reggie keep making, because y'all not in tune in what's going on within FBA. Y'all just look at us and judge us for 2-3, like you're saying we do, and then cast that net over all of us. Now, let me backtrack for a second. No, we're not the same as your family and the Africans. They claim, okay, even Stu Peter Hassan claim, it's like contradictory where it's coming from. They claim the hatred and the stereotypes for us comes from 2 sources. One, their mother, not their aunt, like you said, their mother, and the other one is from movies, which is 2 stupid ass lies. So I said this to Hassan and Stu Peter. I said, so the movies you watch is just Boys in the Hood? Like the movies that come to your country, they're just Boys in the Hood, Minister Society, Belly. Like y'all don't get.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean,
wait, hold on. Because look, just I'm gonna finish up. Because we can just find this shit out. It's not hard. So you trying to tell me that y'all don't get any Denzel movies, no Wesley Snipes movies, Blade, where he's a badass, no Rising Sun. Y'all just get killer movies funneled to y'all, but y'all don't have access to the clumps, Coming to America, Distinguished Gentlemen. Y'all don't have Bad Boys, anything to do with Martin Lawrence. Y'all, Big Mama. Y'all just get the worst movies possible for us. Now, you're saying that. They didn't say that, by the way. You're the only one saying that. Everybody else said that they get everything else. They just said, and a matter of fact, a guy I don't even know who's in Nigeria, he said, hey, I could play it right now. He said, hey, I like to watch the badass movies, from Black Americans. So you guys get all the movies. Nobody's smuggling just the worst. Hey, guys, look at this great, watch this movie. You guys are getting all the movies. You're choosing to just stereotype us based off the worst ones. But we have movies that depict us, like you got Hancock, Y'all watched that. That was a big market. So big blockbuster. It didn't go crazy, but it was there in the big screen. So y'all are coming across the matter of fact, we Googled it. We Googled the 100 most popular movies today, and 50% was negative, and 50% was good. So so you're watching both sides of it, but y'all are basing your assumption on one side. It's just like, why are y'all ignoring the good side? Then like the comedy films with the Wayans brothers and whoever else, like Eddie Murphy and whoever, 48 Hours, Eddie Murphy, so many Vampire in Brooklyn, so many movies he did. And then you got Robert Townsend. None of his movies are negative. You got Spike Lee, none of them negative. Like you got movies where black guys don't do nothing negative, all positive lights for black folks. And somehow Do the Right Thing, Mo Better Blue, somehow these things don't end up in Jamaica. But watch this. And on the flip of the coin, every movie now this is true for us. Bro, the only movie I ever watched with Jamaicans that was positive was bobsledding or Cool Running. That's it. Every movie I watched from that show, there's none on Haitians, by the way. But the only movies I ever watched from Jamaicans was Rude Boy, Belly, Shotters, all gangster shit. And I never said, I mean, I thought y'all was a little crazy, but I never said like some weird thought like, yo, they're all lazy and drug dealers. No, I said, no, don't fuck with them. They crazy. But it was never like he's a drug dealer, he's a gangster. It's just like, don't fuck with him. Like, don't pick with him because they might turn up on you. So that's how I grew up because of the movies. But I didn't tell my boy, or my mom ain't telling me, yo, those Jamaicans, stay away from them. They're bad man. They'll cut your head off. They know voodoo. Like none of that shit was ever cast to me. I can speak for I can speak for IBM. I know, and brother, I know they never was taught that shit. But in reverse, you guys are saying your parents taught you this shit. The kids are confessing, saying our parents taught us this shit. And then other guys saying movies. So it's like, which one is it? It's still immature as fuck. It's like you don't. So wait. So secondly, if it is the movies, so y'all don't know a movie from reality. Y'all don't know these are actors. You know they ain't real blood, right? You know he ain't dead because he's in this movie over here. The niggas in Training Day dead, but he's also in Time Cop, whatever the fuck he in. So you know he ain't dead. So the shit ain't real. So it's goofy. Now, let me go attack Bro Reggie shit, Brother Reggie. Then I'll let somebody go. Brother Reggie. Like y'all gotta stop minimizing what the diaspora does and the continent. Y'all gotta stop minimizing for this bullshit peace, global unity bullshit. Y'all are willing to minimize what they're doing, with their bad contributions, but then y'all maximize our reaction to that. Okay, y'all maximize our reaction and y'all minimize their offense. Their offense. They're coming to our neighborhoods, not everybody, but definitely the Africans. They're coming over here delineating for sure. Ain't none of y'all Black Americans ever in high school went to an African party at his home with some shit going on. Never. You were never invited to this shit. And even in society, their stores, their gas stations, ain't no brotherly shit there. It's straight business, head up and buy type shit. So this we are the world type shit, that's not real. Like people are coming here feeling a certain way, and we are feeling that when we interact with them. And then we see it on YouTube and oh, that's how you feel? Like, wow. Then you see it again. And by the way, the diaspora war is something they call Haskell. It's not an FBA term. That's what they called it. Diaspora wars, like the Caribbean or Jamaica or Africa. They call that shit. And then, you know, they talk, and then watch this. So Stu came on here, and this is a talking point that he would do. Oh, the Nigerians are so smart. Stop fucking lying. 40% of them make $1.90 a day. Like stop. And that country is fucked up. They depend on oil alone. They got no real import export. That country is a shithole. So when people be capping like they're so innovative, no. You got the other Nigerians get in there. You got other Nigerians undermining the country, stealing 108,000 fucking pounds of oil a day because they're so dumb. They made the only commodity oil. So you ain't making no money if you ain't got oil. So now everybody's stealing the oil because the people who run the country only hire their families. They don't hire the correct people who can help guide and run the country successfully. They only hire their family on some bullshit. So the peasants, the people who the lack thereof, they're out there stealing the oil and making undercut deals with the foreign nations. So that country gonna never get right. But they come over here act like they so great. You said, no, you fucked up. That's why you over here. Like, stop.
Hey, let me show you something.
Hold on, Haskell. Let me say this real quick. You know, it's called state capture. You know, the politicians sell out the, you know, their areas that they're the leaders of, and you know the resources don't go to where they're supposed to go, or the money doesn't go where it's supposed to go. It gets cut off and pocketed along the way, and then by the time it reaches the people that it was supposed to help, you know, it's little to nothing, and that's what's going on with them, you know. And I understand what, you know, Haskell's saying, but when you talk about the divisions, brother, you said the divisions are good. Well, I don't know if you remember, but I've said this to you numerous times. Division is an age-old weapon used, just like the lines on the map.
No, I said it's necessary.
Just like, hold up, just like the lines on the map. Let me talk. And you know, just like I said, you know, when you're coming into somebody's house, you wipe your feet. You know, you show respect. You don't come as an immigrant. And I'm going to say this because I know this to be true. Like a lot of people around the world will say that the Jamaicans do. They come in with an, you know, you owe me something mentality instead of an appreciative mentality. They're arrogant. Even the people around the islands will tell you that Jamaicans are very arrogant. You know, and like I said, I love them to death. I grew up, listen, I grew up with a Jamaican camp right here in a little town in Virginia, where they was apple pickers, and they were here every summer. So we dealt with them. You know, they'd go to the Dollar General, you know, and go to the camps, you know, and then we, you know, communicate with them through town. You know, some of them would even stay. Some of them would even get married to the ladies, you know. So it's not like I wasn't familiar with, you know, Jamaicans and their culture. But, you know, not until more recently did I see that, you know, this arrogance of, you know, trying to tell people how to live when, you know, like I said, you have plenty of problems in your country. The Queen of England over there crying for the Queen of England when she died. You know, those are the people who y'all need to be going at and upset with, because like I said, these people here in America, we have our own set of problems. We never got reparations. Nowhere around, everybody else did around the world, you know, and then, you know, the U.S. is paying billions, you know, overseas to Israel and now Ukraine. They've been doing it for Israel, but now Ukraine, you know, and like I said, all these fights, we're debt slaves around the world, all of us, okay, and you know that, and you know, credit is debt. You know, regardless of what you want to call it and how you want to paint it. So, like I said, we do have the same issues, but when it comes to America, this is our fight. We know what happened. Our people went through this, and you know, it's not for somebody to come over here and try to be a leader when, like I said, you don't even know the full scale. That's like Sue P saying, oh, well, you know, abortion was good for black Americans in the 80s and 90s because it brought the crime rate down.
The what
I'm
was
like, come on, Stu. That's what Stu P said.
What he said?
He said that abortion was good for the black Americans in the 80s and 90s because it brought the crime rate down and all these, you know, saying, I can't even speak for him what he meant. You know what I'm saying? That's what he said.
He couldn't have said
No, he said he definitely said it.
Who is the real?
He definitely said it.
That's crazy. Who's the real enemy? Who's the real enemy? So the problem is the Black Americans from the ending of slavery did not get our fair share, right? Is because of the oppressor. The oppressor is pulling the strings. Everybody else is just reacting to the oppressor. And my whole thing is, why spend time in fighting when, let me explain, can I just say this? I want to say this and I'll stop. Do you know the last reparations case, the Deirdre Pelman farmer, in the matter or of reparations for African American descendants, do you know that in law right now they have said that Black Americans, right, cannot represent their ancestors? They put a legal barrier saying that if you don't have rights to their estates, right, and their probate for the ancestors that you are claiming were disenfranchised, you can't bring that in court. See, people don't understand that. So they made a new matter that the people that you think that you want to represent, which is your own family, unless you have rights to their estate, you can't advocate for them, right? So these are things. So I know who the real oppressor is. These people coming in who are ignorant, right? Talking about us, that don't move the needle.
That shit don't move the needle at all. Oh my God, Reggie, bruh. You
But that's
hit the
that's like
nail.
Jim Crow, Reggie. That's like Jim Crow. You know, the
Listen,
blacks. Wait a minute.
IBM.
After Reconstruction, wait a minute. Hold on, Haskell. After
Go ahead.
Reconstruction, the blacks couldn't, be considered citizens unless they owned a home. So that's one of the reasons why they created that sharecropping and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And they could be put in jail for not having. That's right along the same lines. Am I wrong, Reggie? Ain't that the same thing?
Well, you're absolutely right. And what they have done is now they come back and say those properties that your family owned, your great grandfather, great great grandfather that was put in sharecropping. And for me, my father was a sharecropper, and both my grandparents on his side were sharecroppers. I can't advocate for him. I can't claim that. And so when I see something like that, I say, okay, I know who the real enemy is. And
that's right.
This whole thing about fighting people who don't move the needle because they said something is a distraction that Europeans create when they're controlling
all the strings.
Franchise.
Beautifully said, Reggie. Beautifully said. So I can, even if like I said, I have family members who talk that stupid shit. Because human beings in general tend to be cliquish and tribalistic anyway. And human beings, their base instinct is to try to find something to make themselves feel like they're better than the next human. That's human instinct. That's like our base natures, right? When I come online, when I listen to people like a Tariq Nasheed or an Yvette Carnell or even an Unbiased Sports, anybody who makes content or who puts themselves out there and talks about these issues, I look at people like that and hold them to a much higher standard of understanding, right? I expect those people to have a sort of supervision and a more panoramic view of exactly what's going on. And Reggie so succinctly and so perfectly stated exactly what's going on. For all, like those three women that Unbiased showed, the one chick with her hair falling off her head, talking about, oh, I know why Black Americans should be at carnival. Man, that bitch that shit I don't want to call her a B word, but that shit it don't add up to a hill of beans. Like Reggie said, it does not move the needle. And
especially with all the wicked shit that goes on at Carnival, though. You gotta say that too.
You know what that chick is doing, Unbiased? After she turned off her phone talking that shit, she's going to her little nursing job, working a 12-hour shift to go home to her apartment where she's barely able to keep up with the bills, living check to check. She's just some chick on the internet talking shit. It don't mean nothing, right? And what Tariq Nasheed is doing is acting like some goofy Nigerian in their living room calling you an Akata, or some goofball Jamaican saying, yo, them Yankee boy, they don't work, you know. He's magnifying that shit to make it seem like it's a goddamn apocalypse. When in the bigger scheme, that shit don't move the needle. That's the point. That shit ain't about nothing. Let me share my screen right quick, bro, if I can. I want to show y'all something. I can share my screen unbiased? I guess you're not there.
You got it.
All right. I wanted to this real quick. I'm not going to read this whole thing, right? This is from a European, a white boy. The title of it, as you can see, it says, Ugly American Sentiment Abroad. Many American trips suffer because they are treated like ugly Americans. Those who are treated like ugly Americans are treated that way because they are ugly Americans. They aren't bad people, just ethnocentric. Even if you believe American ways are better, your trip will go better if you don't compare. Enjoy doing things the European way during your trip, and you'll experience a more welcoming Europe. Europe sees two kinds of travelers: those who view Europe through their air-conditioned bus windows, socializing with their noisy American friends, and those who are taking a vacation from America, immersing themselves in different cultures, experiencing different people and lifestyles, and broadening their perspectives. Why am I reading this? Right? The reason why I'm reading this is this sentiment that currently Tariq Nasheed mostly is dredging up and magnifying and playing up. It's not unique to Black Americans and the Black diaspora and the Haitians and the Americans and all of that. Europeans, people from France, like Americans call French people soft, right? And like the guy said, Americans in general are ethnocentric people. We're number one. The way how we do shit is better than everybody else.
We're the greatest country in the world. We are
greatest country in the world, and all of that stuff, right? So listen, I know, because like Reggie said, I'm always looking at the bigger picture. I know who's pulling these strings, right? And I know the type of cultures that they come from, right? So a lot of times when the Americans, the Black Americans, take on that same ethnocentricity, where they're bragging about their hairlines and their superior fashion sense and all that, I know where that shit's coming from. And I don't take offense to it because I see the bigger picture.
Yeah, divide and conquer. Divide and conquer at a time.
Ultimately, Reggie,
yeah,
a Jamaican or a Haitian don't got no fucking power.
No power whatsoever.
A Black American don't have no fucking power.
But Black Americans do have power in their cities and counties because they're the majority. So they're able to get elected officials. But the problem is we are making missteps with the power because we can write the laws, but we're making missteps. My issue is when it comes to not moving the needle and moving the needle is, okay, if I could just bring back reparations, right? Because the conversation started with reparations, ADOS and FBA. Where are the reparations movements? They're not in, the only ones that are in federal court is very specific court cases. Tulsa, right? And Malcolm X. Those are the only two. Malcolm X is largely for Malcolm X's family, and Tulsa is for the residents and the descendants of the Tulsa massacre, which was lost when they did that state court that they did. Now they're trying to go into federal court, right? And they need our help, right, in constructing it, meaning they have lawyers, but the lawyers failed the first time, and because I mean they failed miserably the first time. So they need our help. They need our minds in constructing something that's beneficial to all so-called foundational Black Americans, a win in Tulsa. Instead of researching case laws, understanding federal law, right? Understanding the barriers in which they will throw at in federal court, we are arguing against people who do not move the needle. So those are the only two reparations cases. Currently in Congress, to be voted on is no reparations cases, none. And the reparations case that was there was HR 40, and it wasn't a case for reparations. It was a case to study reparations, and that didn't move the goddamn needle.
Hey, let me ask Unbiased a question. Unbiased, you there?
But before you do you understand? Before you do, because I know you have your own point. What I am saying is that what matters is if you are for reparations, there's two federal cases, Malcolm X case and the Tulsa case. They do need our help if we write good blogs and we do some research on federal law.
The government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government,
You see, when you there was no Jim Crow,
it's still, but still. Look what I'm saying. Stop trying to react to respond. What I'm saying is, when white folks left y'all was the majority. We were never the majority. We were at no point, right? So I'm saying when y'all come over, y'all can consider that. There's no point ever. We were the majority. Okay, so we were always. Wait, hold on. Just listen to what I'm saying, so y'all can get it. So we were always subjected to white supremacy. Right. You guys were not always subjected to white supremacy. At some point, they left.
No, that's not true.
Wait.
Listen.
Okay.
Listen, let me tell you something.
Wait.
When these white people left Trinidad.
Hold on. Wait. Let me further. No, I got it. But I don't want you to miss this though.
Yeah.
What I mean is, every time we went to go get employed, there's a white person there. Every time we try to get a bank loan, every time. It never changed till today.
I want to
There's a white person there. Wait. I got you, but I want to get this. I want to get this because listen. Now, Hassan, listen. But Hassan, I'm speaking.
Serious, I want to shock you.
But listen, I'm saying.
No, stick up in.
Pause a second. What I'm saying is, keep in mind that it's not just us three talking. There's a listening audience also.
Yeah.
Right. So I'm also speaking to them also. I'm not just speaking to you guys because I see the comments. I see the chat. So I want to speak to them as well.
I'm speaking to them
All
too.
right, but let me speak to them first though. Wait. Let me speak to them first though. But I said, wait. Let me get it first. Okay. So what? So the audience. What Hassan and Stupid got to do for me? They got to show me a scenario where white folks were always there. Because my point I'm making is that white folks were always the deciding factor in all of our actions.
Okay,
let's
get it.
Okay, go.
Let's get it. No.
All right.
One of the things you said in the earlies, and I agree with you 100%, is that a lot of immigrants don't know American history. Okay, don't know Black history in America, and I agree to that. But the same way Blacks in America don't know our experience in the Caribbean. Okay.
Right.
Okay. When the whites left, they were a minority. Okay? And we were the majority. We couldn't work in the banks. Listen to me. We couldn't work in the banks. We couldn't work in certain clerical jobs in the government.
Why?
Listen to me. No,
why?
Listen to me.
I'm asking why.
Listen to me. So we didn't have Jim Crow. Okay, but we had neo-colonialism. Okay, now what happened was that
that too.
Well, hold on, I'm giving you the story, right? Now in the banks now, they only like colored people like Reggie, so he don't get a job in the bank. You know,
what was he black?
Or mulattoes, right? The average dark-skinned person. Listen
where they?
to
No,
me.
I'm saying. Where the light-skinned person black? Where are they black?
Yes, we consider them black, but they could pass for white.
They couldn't get a job.
This is what I'm saying.
Over here, they be unemployed.
You see, you stop them in the middle, and I wait to understand.
Nah, go ahead. I'll let you go. I just ask a question.
Hold on. There was a color factor, right? And a lot of the people who were working in the banks were white, children of the whites. Okay. It was the Black Revolution. Listen to me now, please. Now, I
agree. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
I'm listening. I agree.
But you cut me thought. It was the Black revolution in America that spurred the Black Power movement. That we decided to mash up the banks, mash up the church. You know, we had a Black Power revolution accompanied by a military revolution and a grassroots revolution where people were in the hills fighting, right? So it wasn't a sense that with the white man leave, we in charge. No, it never happened like that. We had to fight every way.
So who was in charge?
The white man was still in charge.
I'm asking Hassan. So who was in charge?
I'm coming to all of that. Right? No, hold on. No. For example, the first person who was in charge after colonization was a guy called Cipriani, right? By the name, he's a white person, right?
Okay.
And he had Black people supporting him. Okay.
That's personal.
Yes, we had coons.
That's personal. That's personal. When we had that bullshit.
No, listen to me. We had coons, right? And these coons' daughters couldn't even work in the bank. Right? But they were part of the structure of the society. Right? Now, if we were in charge, why did we have to fight? Right? To put our people in the bank. Why did we have to fight?
Okay.
To put our children as
clerks. You asked the question, right?
And thing, right? No, they wanted us in the army. Hold on. They
wait.
Us in the army.
Ask the question. Supi's trying to save him. Hassan, you asked the question, right?
Hold on. They wanted us in the army and the police force, right? To enforce their laws.
Wait. Right? What? Say that again. Mm-hmm. Army and police force. What about that?
Yeah. Most of the blacks, right, were into the army and the police force, and all the officers were white. Listen to me. And all the officers were white. Even commissioner of police was white.
Yeah, but the officers were black, right?
You see, when you say black, yeah, but
You didn't
you
mess
are
up.
saying that because they are black, that we control the society. Not because we black, they're black. We never control the society until we
Yeah, but
demand
that's
to
gonna
control
hurt
the
you though.
society.
That point.
Yeah.
After two P's go, when I go, bro, like I'm a debater. I listen to every last word. That point is going to hurt you. It's not going to help you.
No, it ain't gonna hurt me at all.
Say, oh yeah, you'll see. Guys do.
No, it don't hurt me because I know the struggle to get black people to work in those type of jobs. It was a struggle. So not because
the fact you had black cops, it's a wrap. The fact you had black cops is a wrap.
You don't understand at all. That black cop wasn't a white cop.
Bro, but we only had hold on. Did that cop go hang y'all? Did that black cop ever go hang y'all?
Who's done that?
Huh? What they do? Tell me. What they do?
Listen, you wasn't listening to what I'm saying. Not because
we got 100 years of lynching. Are you?
No, we didn't. I never said we had that. Come on, oh God. I'm not saying that.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That's what I'm saying, though.
Yes,
that's what I'm saying,
you're not factoring what I told you. If you are saying that because we're in charge, because all of us black, right? Why did we have to fight to get a simple work in a bank? No. I said that
or wait, not this bank buying a house, getting a loan, all that
everything,
shit.
All of that shit.
Wait. What about driving without being profiled? Because y'all all black. How you get profiled?
Listen, it's not everything in America happening in Trinidad. I'm not saying that. I'm not
right, but that's
I'm not doing no false equivalency. What I'm saying,
that's my point, though. The equivalent.
No, I know what's your point. You are saying because all are black, all was in charge. No, it was not like that. Right? You actually had to fight. Okay? When I say fight, people died and people were in jail.
Yeah, but that's personal, though.
You understand what I'm saying? No, what?
Yeah, I got you. That's personal. That ain't got nothing to do with my point.
Oh, that's personal.
That's between y'all, the Trinidadians.
All right. Can I say something now? Can I say something now? Can I get 2 minutes on the?
Yeah, yes, you'll be good.
Yeah, I'm gonna get 2 P's too, because any way out of this shit.
Nah, you can't get me, man. You can't get that.
Can I speak? In 1962,
yes, sir.
In 1962, Jamaica got independence from England. I don't know when Trinidad got their independence.
Same
I think
thing.
Trinidad got in
August 1962.
Yeah. August 2nd, 1962, we got independence.
Yeah.
Now, what happened is this. Although you might say, the white people left. Although they left, we control none of the factors of production. Most of the plantations, most of the sugar plantations were still owned by white people. Most of the banks were still owned by white people.
Yeah, but who ran them though, Stu? Who ran them?
Let me finish speaking.
You can't answer that question that who ran them? Okay, I'll write it down.
White people.
Okay,
white people and Jews ran them. White people and Jews ran them.
So they were still in the country. Wait. So they run it in the country or outside the country?
In the country.
In the country.
Wait. So you talking to me only Jews and whites were employed in those positions? No Jamaican were employed in those positions.
The black would workers.
It's convoluted. I'm trying to get to the nitty gritty. Like, bro, be very specific. So the jobs when white folks left. Okay, when white folks left, weren't the jobs predominantly Jamaican?
All right. White people have always controlled the jobs. That has true.
I ain't talking about control. I'm talking about the actual people working in the jobs. Were they Jamaican?
Not the person who controlled and ran the banks. You had Jamaican.
I don't care about controlling. I'm asking about the actual worker now. Was that worker Jamaican?
Yeah. Yes. But let me finish because you
finish. I'm gonna cook you.
No,
you can't cook me because all right. I'm not having a false equivalency here. I'm not saying that the struggle that that black people in Trinidad and black people in America experience.
It's not the same.
It's the same.
Oh
We
yeah,
are
I'm
not
about to cook here.
It's not the
Yeah,
same.
we are not arguing that. What we're arguing is that it was never easy for our people after independence.
I never said it was easy.
Never said, because what you're trying to do, you're trying to minimize what other people.
No, I'm not trying to. I'm comparing. I'm comparing y'all plight with African Americans. I ain't trying to minimize. I'm sure you have to went through hard shit.
Totally, you cannot compare it totally. You can't do that.
But I'm attempting to. So for different reasons. But again,
I don't do that because you just tell us not to do that to you, so don't do that to us.
But I have to make this point I'm making.
You're playing Struggle Olympics. That's what you're playing.
Yeah, okay, fine, I am. Okay, guys, Stu.
Yeah, you're playing Struggle Olympics. You're going to say,
I am, because I need to.
Right? That's what you're playing. And that's not what we were playing. We're not playing false equivalency because we admit, you already admitted that Jim Crow is worse. That's what we already admitted that Jim Crow was a bad thing.
I'm quiet. I'm listening.
So
you never hear about.
What about?
He never about. You like it dropped off. But yeah, see, what you have to understand. Yeah, you see, what you have to understand is that when they left, they left their children or their great grandchildren in charge, and we had to remove that. We had to remove their power. Because they were holding the command.
Hassan, I need to ask a question because you're saying something that could be.
Yeah. You ask, go
okay, because what you're saying, you could finish, because what you're saying can be looked at different ways. When you say in charge, because for example, my company I work for, the person in charge is away in Michigan. They're not in South Carolina. So the person in charge, is that person in Trinidad or is that person somewhere else?
No, the person in Trinidad.
It don't matter where it is. Even if they're in Trinidad.
So white folks didn't leave.
Yeah, because they left a white structure in charge.
No, wait, I'm not talking structure. Okay, no. See, you're running from my question. Listen, I can't.
I'll tell you what happened. They left a white.
I'm not talking about a structure. I'm talking about a white man.
White man, yes, they left a white structure in charge. Yes, they
did. No. I'm not thinking about a structure, because a structure. See, in language, I study languages. In language, that is called a noun living. That's called a non-living noun. Okay, people are living now. Okay, wait. Listen to me.
There was a structure because the white people
wait. I'm not arguing. I'm not arguing a structure. I'm saying in language, you have something called living nouns and something like non-living nouns, like a table and a structure.
I know.
I'm speaking to living nouns, and you're giving me a non-living noun structure. I'm saying white folks, are they there actively running Trinidad? Personally, like in Trinidad, running Trinidad.
Oh gosh, I'm telling you, yes.
Okay, so how many white folks are in Trinidad, running Trinidad?
At the point in time,
like in the person.
No. At this point in time, or when? What time you talking about? Because we are talking about a specific time.
Yeah, I'm talking about. Well, okay, I clearly said when they left. That means they left.
Right.
Okay, so that means at one point they left.
When we say they left, the British government, right, left. Okay, their scions, their children. Listen to me.
Hold on.
Their children remain, and they were a minority.
Okay.
They were a minority.
Okay, cool.
They
so
were
now,
a minority.
Okay.
And we call them.
Fine. But that's what I was getting to.
Hold on.
Wait, no, but
we call them French Creoles. Right?
Okay, but we didn't know that though. So what happens is you guys are trying to dodge specifics. I didn't know that. I thought they all. I
ain't dodge nothing. I tell you what happened.
Okay. But you have to. Look, the whole point of the dialogue is I'm saying something. I'm saying FBA was under the impression that all the British left Jamaica and they left Trinidad.
Yeah, but when I tell you no, you argue with me and telling me yes. But I telling you that wasn't what happened.
Right. So, okay. So, but you gotta let me, bro. Listen, what I'm trying to say. if you had confusion on Black America, I'll tell you, right? So
I
I
have
got
no confusion. If I
right?
told
But
you
I got
that, if I
confusion.
told you that there was a white remnant in charge, there was a white remnant in charge.
Okay, that's all I want to know. So this
I'm
white
telling you
remnant
that.
was.
I'm telling
Okay,
you that.
okay, I got it, but right,
That
but
is
I'm
why.
saying I'm not speaking to.
That is why my sister
But
couldn't go and work in the bank.
Hassan, listen, what I'm saying.
You understand what I'm
I'm
saying?
not just Hassan. It's not just three of us talking here. Okay.
Yeah, I'm
There's
talking to the
people
public too. I'm
listening.
talking to everybody.
Now, Hassan, but listen. Majority of the public is FBA. So what I believe is most likely what they believe. So I'm trying to get it corrected. So
Well, I'm
so
correcting
they
it.
didn't
Okay,
all
yes.
leave.
Yes, when the British governmental institution left, they left.
Yeah.
Right? They always had this white class, okay, who used to run things in Trinidad. They always had them. Okay?
Amongst the majority, right?
No, I never said they were majority. I said there was a minority.
No. I said amongst the majority, they ran things.
Yes, most black people were just workers.
Okay. Now wait. Okay, so slow down a little bit.
Yeah, most black people
all day you were
workers, and they
No,
might
I
pick
got it.
one
I
or
heard
two.
that.
They might pick
No.
one or two to be like supervisors. You know.
Yeah, no problem. But I saw it. What I'm saying is that up until this point, you spoke very slow. Now you're speaking fast. Okay,
Sorry, let me slow down. Let me slow down. Yeah, we just talk fast. Sorry, let me slow down.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So the police officers majority was who?
The majority of police officers and in the military were from the black population.
Good. Now watch this. If you want to buy, wait, see, cause y'all a little different. Did you guys like have to buy homes over there?
Buy homes? Yeah, people buy home and build their own home. Sometimes you just go and take a piece of land and build, right? You understand?
Did you have to come to did you have to come to an authority to do that?
Yes.
Okay. Now the person you spoke to do that, were they black or white?
The most at the point in time in history, at the point in time you're speaking about, they were mostly white lawyers.
No.
They were mostly white.
No, but I'm trying to give you my question. My question wasn't at the beginning. My question is from the beginning to now. So I'm saying like if average.
It cannot be from the beginning to now because a lot of things change because we changed it, right?
Right. I got it. I got it. Things here change too. But what I'm saying is, at some point y'all went to in history. Y'all went to just black people to get that done, right?
The institution. When the colonists were in charge.
Okay, no problem.
Hold on. Let me answer you. You gotta give me a chance to answer, right? When they left, right? A lot of the people who were clerks and stuff, okay, were people who were mostly near whites. They looked to us as white people, right? So when they left, these people took their spot. Okay.
Right.
So if I have to go to the, let me say I go to apply to the land office. I go to the land office. Most likely the man on top who will be in charge, okay, will be somebody of that family, that white family.
Wait,
right?
who? Black or white?
Well, they had like they had two strains of people, those from France and those from England.
But who did the people talk to get things done?
Well, this is what I'm trying to tell you. They left their children there, their great grand and whatever. They stayed and remained to keep the place in a plantation.
Okay,
yes,
they remain in control,
yes,
but that doesn't mean that they're talking to you to get things done. So when you go get things done, are you talking to Trinidadians? Or you talking to the person who runs this? You give me a chance to answer yourself. Because I gotta ask. Well, answer that right there.
Yeah, but if you ask it, give me a chance to answer. Right? Give me the courtesy of hear me out. Right? As I said, the top honcho, okay, will be those type of people. Okay.
Who?
He might in his office.
See, but that's not the picture that I'm trying to look at.
Let me finish,
please. But the picture painting is some is a different picture of what I'm trying to get at.
Listen, you asked me who is in charge. I told you it will be those people.
Yeah, but now I'm being more specific.
Well,
Right, but now I'm being more specific.
I'm commented. Under him, we'll have as near as white people. Okay.
What does that mean? Wait, what does that mean? Near as white. What does that mean?
Like people who are mulattoes, like they mix.
Yeah,
between
but
black
how
and
do they
white.
identify? Okay, cool. But how do they identify?
They identify themselves as Creoles. That's what they
Okay,
used to call
non-white,
themselves.
right? Non-white, though, right?
No, a Creole really mean somebody who was in Europe, born in the Caribbean, right? That's what Creole is. Okay? But they did not identify themselves with the black population.
But how do they look, though?
I said
They
they
look like white or black?
They mix those people who took the clerical positions were people who look
So
like
they left mulattoes there, right?
like
Okay,
mulatto
so
looks.
mulattoes.
Look like mulattoes, yeah. That
Okay,
kind of look.
okay. So now what position? Okay, cool. So what position? It's like kind of like South Africa. Okay, the color of the thing. So what position did the mulattoes hold?
This is what I'm saying. They hold the position under the families of the white who had remained in Trinidad.
I hear what you're saying, but that's not painting a picture. Just because you say under, that's not painting a picture. So I'm trying to help you paint the picture.
But I don't know what is it trying to get at. I told you the honcho. You don't even have a honcho.
So let me get there.
The honcho.
Now, I'm not dealing with control, bro.
The honcho. Listen. The
honcho. Hassan.
No. Wait. No. You're not giving me a chance at all. The honcho is the man on top.
Because you just said you don't know what I'm trying to get at. So let me explain what I'm trying to get at. Because it's like you're avoiding what I'm trying to get at. Okay.
I'm not avoiding
all
anything.
I'm trying to say.
I instead get a chance to say what I have to say. How I avoid it? I ain't saying it.
So
I'm telling
here's
you,
because you're not answering it the way. So here's the question.
Listen, I cannot answer the way you want.
Can I rephrase the question?
I can't tell you what happened.
Now I want to know what happened. I don't care what happened. I have a specific question where I'm trying to get to a bottom line. So all I'm asking at this point is that on your daily activities, today and even then, your daily activities, who did you have to speak to? Was it white people, mulattoes, or Trinidadians?
All I'm saying, the person in charge at the office.
You don't want to answer. I knew that.
No, but let me finish. Let me finish. You can't answer. You can't tell me how to answer. The person in charge, the boss at the office.
But that don't mean nothing, person in charge. He could be in Lithuania somewhere. That don't mean nothing.
You're not giving me a chance to answer because you want to prove a point. I ain't want to prove nothing. I just give you the history. I have nothing to prove.
Because my question, I don't want history. My question is very specific.
But I must give it history. You ask me on
a
daily basis, but I'm telling you, you ask me on a daily basis. On a daily basis, we go to office, there's somebody in charge, right? Isn't it so?
That painted no
on a
picture.
Daily basis, when you go to an office, there's somebody in charge. The manager. Let me say the manager, right?
Okay.
The manager will be like
Who
those
is
people.
Is he Trinidadian or other?
You see, all of them.
You need to know that. That's important.
Trinidadian. You see, all of them consider themselves Trinidadian.
Hi, that's a point. You're avoiding.
That's not a point.
You know where I'm going.
No, I know where you're going at all because the fact that you see, because you want to prove that there's some kind of.
No, I'm not trying to prove.
No, you trying to prove some kind of internal thing. I'm telling you what happened, right?
Okay.
And
you try to give context.
Those under them, right, was like what we might call a mulatto, right? Like the mix between they had either white father or white mother. Okay. And under them now, like the people.
So now the mixed mulatto, what do they consider themselves? Trinidadian or mulatto?
I just told you at the point in time they used to call themselves Creole or Negro.
Okay, so neither. Okay, got it.
Never use the word black. In that time, during that time now, I'm telling you, right now, because of the American influence, they will say they're black, but some of them never identify with black people. Okay? Do
you identify as black? So let me ask you this. Do you identify as black?
Yes. I'm a black person. I'm African. I African descendant, black person, black Caribbean, black Caribbean, everything.
Hassan, in America, we don't give a damn what he mixed with. If that person said he ain't black, they ain't black to us. That person is whatever they claim to be.
Same thing with us. But I just telling you, ask me how they identify, and I told you they never used to identify themselves with the black people. They even a song about it, right? They say the man as black as molasses, and he's saying he have Italian and he have Chinese descent. They never used to recognize their black ancestry.
Okay,
right?
so in other words, the majority allowed the minority to call the shots, essentially, right?
We didn't allow it. What happened was when the British set up that system when they were in charge, and when they
when
left,
they were in charge, they were no longer in charge, right? When they left, they were no longer in charge, right?
The British, when they left that system in charge, and it had to be challenged, right? So when they left those people in charge, yes, it had to be challenged.
That's just been overthrown. You would think if they're the small minority, there's nothing to challenge. Like, yo, we ain't doing that.
Challenged. It had to be challenged. We wasn't putting up with that shit.
Right? I don't agree with that.
No. What do you mean putting up with that? We didn't put up with that, right?
No, I don't agree with that.
Agreed what? You don't have to agree with history or not. It's something what happened.
No, I don't agree that the majority has to challenge something. The majority rules. There's nothing to challenge. So, yo, we not doing that. Period.
Because you're not understanding a colonial system. What they did is that this same police you seen blacker than you, consider themselves black people, consider themselves Trinidadian, right?
Right.
But they were protecting the interests, okay, of these people who inherited the colonial government.
That is wild.
I'm telling you, this is what happened. This is what happened because this same police force was there also under the British, and even during slavery, they still had these men, and they used to these men were like overseers, and they used to manage the slaves. When I say manage, with violence, right? And then they became police. Hold on, they became police, and when the colonials left, they formed what they call a police force. And trust me, it was a police force.
Yeah, that's wild, bro. That's right? Crazy to hear. That's wild.
And this is why with the influence, because a lot of people from in the Caribbean, especially Trinidadians, were moving from America back and forth. Some they went to America and came back. Some went to Britain and came back. Some went to Canada and came back. So we got caught up in the black consciousness, okay? And the youths now decide, see this crap, we're not taking this thing, right? And they decide the government was moving too slow, and they took it in their own hands, and there were revolts, there were coups, there were guerrilla activity people die and a lot of things happen. Right. And so we had to force a government that looked black to employ black women and black men in public institutions and in private institutions. That's how it was.
All right, but Hassan, do you know that over here, listen to that, we look at that as weakness.
Well, I don't care where you look at it as. That's what happened.
And I get it. It's history. It's over. It's done.
Right?
But
you can't tell me it is weakness to stand up to a colonial-minded police, right?
Okay.
Who don't see himself as a black man. And his own daughter, we are fighting for his own daughter to be employed. Right? In the police force. And he is willing to kill you. If that is weakness, well,
yeah,
I love that kind of weakness.
That's weakness. Now look, I'm gonna tell you why. Because when black immigrants come over here, they look at our condition and they be like, oh, y'all lazy and that. And we be like, hey, man, we are the minority. It's like when we go to the bank, okay, you're saying we're lazy, you're saying this and that. But I have a criminal record because I was profiled and the cop put charges on me. This is American history.
Me too.
Okay. But you as a black man.
America banned me from coming to America.
Okay,
me too, so it's nothing new, you say.
Oh, okay, all right. Okay, but I'm responding to black immigrants that say, hey, black folks ain't doing nothing, ain't doing anything that. And I'm saying, hey, I'm not working because I was wrongly charged with a crime. They did it on purpose because they knew I wouldn't have no lawyer fees, and I would plea out. Now, this is all documented from Michelle Alexander's book, The New Jim Crow. So they would trump up charges against black folks because they knew that majority of black folks, again, it don't matter if you're Trinidadian, Jamaican, black people, period.
Yes.
Okay, they felt like they didn't have money for lawyer fees, so you would be forced to cop out to a plea. And guess what? The plea could be no jail time served. They didn't care because the fact that you got that felony, you can't get a decent job.
Yes.
Right. So now you're legally discriminated against. Okay. So I'm giving an African American FBA perspective on what you just explained to us.
Yes.
Like so when y'all come here and look at us as lazy, well, that story right there, this is how we look at y'all. Are these motherfuckers weak? We're the minority rebellion, revolting, and risking our lives, and these guys are the minority and can't enforce their will. You dig? So I'm just giving a different perspective
because what happened is when the British were in charge, okay, there were revolts. Trinidad have a lot of slave revolts, a lot of post-slavery revolts. In fact, we burned down the whole capital.
That was always the majority, though.
No. Oh my Lord. Okay, let's listen to. Let's have a little patience with me. What I'm saying, right, is that it's not the same. It's not the same thing. Forget being the same thing. I'm just telling you what happened, right? So what happened is that they had a servile population because they don't press the people, right? Do you know at that time you could have go to jail when you owed money, right? That a debtor's jail. People go to jail for owing money, right?
And
people,
a black Trinidadian gonna lock you up, right?
There were people up to now. They had a law against beating drums. People will go to jail for all these things, right? A black person in a black country, right, with a black police force, right, who was trained to enforce a plantation type economy on the masses of the people. Okay, and after emancipation, right, and the removal of the when the British, well, it took riots to move the British. The British didn't just go because they wanted to go, right? They were forced to go. Okay, and that was the first stage, get rid of the British. The second stage was to manage the society, and this is what happened. And the youths at the time found that the government, a black government, was moving too slow. Okay, because we in charge, and a black woman can't even work in a government office, can't even work in a bank. You know what I'm saying? So that caused an eruption, and that caused to defeat that colonial hangover that was prevalent in the islands. Okay, and this is what happened. And a lot of the people who eventually travel, okay, to America and other places, not all of them came from quote unquote revolutionary backgrounds. You know, a lot of them were just normal people, just looking for economic gain and whatever. A lot of them were not involved in the struggle. Their children were. Okay, because like Stokely Carmichael, he come from a real middle class family. But when he went to America and he faced racism and these things, he came back to Trinidad and spread that knowledge. You see? So you had all these different forces and influences happened. You know, the Nation of Islam, the Panthers, all these different things because of the people were moving back and forth. You know, so it had an influence.
The Panthers might be the wrong organization name.
No. There was a group called the Black Trinidad Panthers. There was a group called that there.
No, I know. I'm saying like that's probably the worst example to like mention because like they were the worst.
I'm just telling you what happened. I'm making a judgment. I'm just telling you what happened.
I'm just saying like that's the worst example to.
Oh my God! I am not saying it's right, wrong, or indifferent. I'm just telling you what happened.
I am. That is the worst organization to mention as your point, bro. You can say Islam, the Moors, whoever else, but the Black Panthers is the worst.
This is what happened. Right,
a bunch of little dumbass kids out there making a fool of themselves.
You know, these things happen. You know, people look for different examples for struggle. You know, so this is what happened here, and you know, but we have a large share of Uncle Toms. We have a whole lot of them. Right? A whole lot of them.
So,
Even some of them today don't consider
trying
themselves
to
black.
share.
Some people, some Trinidadians don't even consider themselves black. No, I'm not black. I mix. I'm Irish. I am British. You see, you laughing. The man blacker than me and you. Right? Darker than I'm stupid. And he said, me, I Irish. No, I'm telling you.
All right. Okay. So I'm playing a video. Because,
you see, the issue of color is a different dimension in the Caribbean. It's a totally different dimension. You know, in the Caribbean. You know, we have brown skin girl. You know, we have red woman, right? You know, and then we have Douglas. That is like a mix between Indians and blacks. You know, so we have it's a whole different ball game.
All right. So look, I'm rolling the clip. Stupi's kind of like when things get hot.
Yeah, go on, roll it. Where's Stupi?
When things got hot. Nah, he's still there, but when things got hot, he mute. But I'm gonna play the clip because
they get hot, you see, because you have to talk the truth. You can't talk lies, you know. Whatever happen, and that's it. Whether they like it or not, that's it.
All right, now you keep it a little bit. All right, so I'm gonna press play.
Yeah, right. Roll the clip.
I don't even know if it's like a Caribbean thing or just like a Jamaican thing, but we come here, when my mom comes here and she's working, right? Like she's like busting her butt. Her mom is here busting her butt, and like there's this, and I'm from New York, so like I don't know about anything going on like in the South, but like we're from New York, we come here and like a lot of people are like, you know, living on like government assistance and all those type of things. So like there's that negative like connotation of like Black Americans don't want to work. They don't even know if it's like a Caribbean thing.
Okay, so she mentioned the South, and that's why I want to please address that. If Black immigrants didn't come to South Florida, didn't come to New York, but they came to the South, specifically Mississippi, Texas. I lived in both, and I lived in North Carolina, but I'm gonna add in South Carolina. If Black immigrants, including yourself, Hassan, came to these states, these 4 states in specific, would y'all have that same energy as far as hardworking? These hardcore red American flag. All they wear out here is fatigues. That's all they wear is fatigues and American flags everywhere. These white boys out here, they're different than your liberal white boys in Florida and New York.
New York, yeah.
Okay,
but you missed something. I told you
these guys are hardcore American Republicans. And that, so what I'm saying is,
I live part of my life in Texas. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I live in Texas. And my daughters still live in Dallas. I have some, my mom's still there, and my nephews and nieces, all them still in Texas. I live in Houston, Martin Luther King Boulevard, So what I'm saying, I live in one of the wards.
Let me ask a question. Because I work in housing, by the way.
Yeah, I live in one of the wards. The wards, in Fifth Ward, I live in Fifth Ward for a long time.
Okay, so I'm saying I work in housing, but I got some privy knowledge. So now, your daughter, right? You said she finished college.
Yeah, she finished college.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
but not in America. She went to school here.
All right, no problem.
The city of Indianapolis is corrupt. There needs to be a change in Indiana. There needs to be unity in Indiana. Right now. When I say right now, we say right now. 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 Black power. Black power. Black power. Black power. Black power. Black power. We are not going to keep laying down and taking injustice. And we are here today. And let's give the Black Panthers a black hand. Give them a hand, man. Everybody, give them a hand.
Right. We are Hebrews. We are Israelites. We are the people of the Bible. We are from Abraham. Abraham, Isaac, Jacob. These are our forefathers. Sarah, Rebecca, Elizabeth. These are our foremothers. These people in the Bible are black. Royal people. Holy people. Chosen. We are the chosen people.
Black power. Black power. We want justice for Jody and be real, and we gotta have it now.
God of Israel, the black Messiah, his image is Jesus Christ. Nothing wrong.
But I'm gonna say the ones that y'all do know, because I think this whole city needs to know what black power is and understand black power. And I need y'all to be louder than me. I need y'all to be louder than me. Black power! Black power! Black power! Black power! All power to the people! 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 My hands death to white supremacy! Y'all gotta stay on the sidewalk. Death to white supremacy! Death to white supremacy! Death to white supremacy! Death to white supremacy! All power to the people!
That means that we got to take all the people that's able, all the young black men, black women that's able, that don't have felonies, and we got to get them. We got to get them down there to take them civil service tests, so they can be part of the system, so they can become police officers, so that we can patrol our own. Them people right there that you see right there, they not from the inner city. They drive here 30 miles or 40 miles, right? So we got to, how you get the group together like this, you got to get the young black youth together, man. We got to get them together. We got to take them down there and apply for these jobs.
What do we want? Justice. What do we want? Justice. When do we want it? Now. What do we want? Justice. Now. What do we want? Justice. When do we want it? Now. What do we? Fuck 12. Fuck 12. Fuck 12. Fuck 12. Fuck 12. Hey, we gonna cross the circle. We gonna go right up here on this. We gonna stand on this motherfucking racist ass monument. We're gonna put our fucking feet on it. This motherfucking circle right here is a fucking KKK monument. This is what started this fucking city. Fucking corner. They tell us there's no video footage of it. Look, black power! Black power! Black power! Black power! Black power! Let's go up here on these steps. We're gonna hold these ones. What do we want? When do we want it? Now! When do we want? Justice! Who do we want? Tyler! Who do we want? Tyler! Who do we want? Tyler! What do we want?
My name is Minister Mikael Muhammad. I'm based out of Jacksonville, Florida. White supremacy is a threat to world security.
That's right.
White supremacy is the enemy of black people.
That's right.
Wherever the black man and woman exists, white supremacy is the #1 threat to our survival.
Tell it.
We must organize.
Yeah.
Don't tell me about the goddamn Jewish Holocaust when I'm experiencing the damn black Holocaust. We've lost over 250 million. But you have the Southern Poverty Law Center saying that the new Black Panther Party is a hate group, but we're the victims on a daily basis.
Yes.
Whether it's Jordan Davis,
yes.
whether it's Trayvon Martin,
yes.
whether it's Dorian Morel,
yes.
we experience the same thing all over the United States, 196,940,000 square miles of the goddamn planet Earth.
We want to be clear, listen up. We want to be clear, listen up as to why we are here. We are tired of injustice and tired of black people in the state of Indiana being unfairly treated by the police and by the court system and by the state of Indiana. And it's been happening since 1851 when the state was created, and it's been happening since the Ku Klux Klan dominated this state. And we know that the Klan is alive and well, and even if they're not in white robes, it's a Ku Klux Klan mentality. Have justice against Tyler Nobby. What do we want? Justice! When do we want it? Now. What do we want? Justice! When do we want it? Now. Black power. Black power. 299. Take this number down now. Movement for justice. Join the movement. 202. August 3rd at the courthouse for the case of Hallelujah. Back to Brother Black power. 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 The power to keep you from killing us. And we will stand up and build a new reality for ourselves. Testimony was that
country of his family, saying he's been here his entire life. Take a moment and think about that. He's only known us his entire life, but somehow he has adopted the term Akata as his term for us. He finds it hilarious that his father hates us so much that they wouldn't allow his sister to join AKA. I'm sure they were shedding tears about her not joining. They really needed her. But the point is that these are people who are sitting behind closed doors, just stewing in hatred for people who have done nothing but positive and good towards them. My only thought about him is keep doing what you're doing to get him out of educational spaces. Having someone like that with any sort of control to evaluate, teach, or hold any sort of decision-making power in a young foundational Black American's life is dangerous. We often think about college situations where Black students are held back, discouraged, set off their course, and we think about a racist professor doing that. That racism comes in different forms. Get that fool away from our children. That's all I have to say.
Katie, I know you was going next, but I do got Brother Flex on the stage, and I do because I believe this tweet was brought to light because Brother Flex had his show broadcast, and he spoke about these tethers speaking negatively about Clarence Thomas. Brother Flex, are you there? Because I do want Flex to holler at him.
Yes, so I'm here.
Just real quick, I only have like 10 more minutes, so
that's fine. Flex, go ahead.
Yeah, so this dude right here, man, this Kachi dude, he's known in our circles, man. We've been calling this guy out for years. They've sent him to troll my page for years, especially around election seasons. I think this guy is one of these Democratic shield ops that they send to our circles to spew specific talking points and to kind of disrupt a lot of our conversations. He always pops his head around our circles right around election season. Again, you can go back tweets 3 or 4 years of me calling this guy out. He just randomly hops in our mentions, really disparaging me and other foundational Black Americans. Whenever we talk about getting tangibles or doing something for our vote, getting something, he pops up and just spews a lot of vitriol towards us. People like that, I'm so glad that the family is calling people like this out. This guy has nothing but contempt for foundational Black Americans, while he comes over here and eats off of all of the programs that we fought for his family. All of that Akata stuff, I brought that stuff up. I've been pointing, literally, I've been pointing this stuff out. He's been calling us Akatas for over a decade. I just got in the room. Did anybody come in here try to do the splaining about how Akata ain't really bad? They love doing that. They like to sit up and call us Akata and then explain how it really ain't that bad. It's always meant to be an epithet. This guy, again, he's catching us in a wave right now because us as foundational Black Americans, we are just completely tired of the disrespect from the people that we've bent our backs over to help. Other groups are slaughtering his people over there in Africa right now. We're the only people that have helped this guy and his family and others like him, and they show us nothing but disrespect, and we're saying no more. And I'm so proud of the foundational Black American family for not allowing this type of disrespect from these raggedy ass tethers If he's teaching in an educational capacity, we need to shut that down. We don't need our children and our teenagers being subjected to an anti-FBA tether who has nothing but contempt for them. We have a education system. We have a lot of these people who are from foreign places being put in positions where they're teaching our children. That stuff has to stop. This is why we get a lot of miseducation. We get these black-faced white supremacists out here, these wannabe white supremacists. And that's a problem. Again, if you look at this guy's talking points, he sounds just like the run-of-the-mill white supremacists. This is why we've been disaggregating ourselves from all of these other groups and looking out for our particular foundational Black American family. And we have seen over and over and over again the contempt that these people have already had for us. We don't owe them anything. They're not bringing anything to us. Do not be ashamed to call these people out, family. That's what it is.
Hi, my name is Rachel, and I would like to give you a few reasons why you should consider dating a young Asian lady. You can choose a potential spouse from Vietnam, the Philippines, Thailand, or Indonesia. The geography is boundless. Have you noticed that Asian women have become more and more popular? I mean, they are everywhere. In famous magazines, on Instagram as top bloggers, on the runways, and on billboards. More importantly, they are in men's heart. True, they are this popular because most of them have everything that an object of fascination is supposed to have. Natural beauty, stunning bodies, and charisma, light temper. Yes, these ladies are beautiful, and even you can't deny that a lot of men are physically attracted to them. Anyway, Asian women truly respect and appreciate American men. These ladies are passionate. They have been raised to respect traditional and family values. American guys are usually less passionate and emotional than Asian men. It may seem that this could stop local girls from looking for a foreign husband, but opposites attract. They like men from American countries because they are more ambitious, financially and socially responsible, and after all, they are just more rational. Lots of girls are dreaming of a good husband from America. So what's the problem? Choose a dating site. A few weeks of conversations, personal meetings, and voila, a new happy couple is here. And of course, Asians speak English fluently.
So let's
Hey,
say
real quick. I'm sorry, I gotta say real quick. There's I just found the tweet of his about retweeted. He said we're begging white Jesus for reparations, and that's embarrassing. So there's more anti-Black American hatred coming from him. I keep finding something new all the time.
Yeah, he's been doing this stuff.
Didn't Africa? I forget which country. Didn't they just build the biggest white Jesus in history, bigger than the one in South America?
Yep, Nigeria.
So what are we talking about, brother? Y'all don't have no facts.
All I gotta say is there's enough people in the room where we can just do $5 and send his ass back home. I'm sorry. They gotta go. They can't be taking up space like this. They're taking our jobs, our trade skills, all these different things that we used to do. You know, like we used to have like auto shop, you know, it's a lot of teachers who don't have, it's just a lot of stuff that they're doing. And then they have this contempt. So I say that we can send him home. He doesn't want to go home though. Miss Snacks already put that, you know, she already put that into perspective. So,
Brother Flex, you also said that. Trevor, before you leave, can you explain to Brother Flex again? Shout out to Brother Flex, Aki. You know,
who's Brother Flex? Is that Tariq?
This is Tariq.
Nah,
yes, this is
hold on.
Tariq.
That's Tariq. Now hold on. Explain to him exactly, because Sonny asked you a great question earlier. Explain to him exactly what akata means.
Yeah, sure. So I think I alluded to this earlier. So and you know, don't quote me on this, right? So it's a derogatory term. And I heard someone say that the literal translation for it is stray cat or wild cat, something to that effect.
Is it a derogatory term towards foundational Black Americans?
It's a derogatory term towards I mean, if you consider, what's the definition of foundational Black Americans? I just want to be.
You know good and well what a foundational Black American is.
I know what I mean. I think I know what it is, but I would like to hear what the people who call themselves foundational Black Americans.
You know exactly what it is. You know exactly
what. I'm asking for clarification. I'm not trying to make any assumptions here.
Dude, there's tweets of you talking about foundational Black Americans. Sir, do I need to retweet? You know what a foundational Black American is.
Does anyone here, I mean, you asked me what an Akata is, and I provided a explanation. Does anyone here who considers himself a foundational Black American want to tell me what that is? I'm assuming
you are not
a
one.
non-immigrant. A non-immigrant.
Right.
It's what you call Akatas, but we're non-immigrants.
Okay, got it. So is the word Akata derogatory towards foundational Black Americans? Yes, it is.
Right.
This is the reason why I've canceled my doorbell camera subscription.
This brand new subscription-free mini Wi-Fi camera provides more security features than traditional doorbell systems without ever having to pay for expensive installation or monthly fees, making typical doorbell cameras totally outdated. It's called VistaFocus and was created by former employees of a doorbell company based in Santa Monica, California. Their innovation completely revolutionized the home security industry, already providing huge savings to delighted homeowners, totaling thousands of dollars. So, major doorbell camera companies are doing their best to resist the change. After years of working as technicians for a doorbell camera company in Santa Monica, Evan and Justin learned that homeowners needed an advanced yet affordable subscription-free surveillance solution. They realized that traditional doorbell cameras were outdated and too expensive. That's when Evan and Justin decided to take action. Blessed with years of technical experience and an honest desire to give back to the community, they developed a unique plug-and-play mini Wi-Fi camera that provides superior
Americans. Yes, it is. Explanation. Does anyone here who considers himself a foundational Black American want to tell me what that is? I'm assuming
you are not
a
one.
non-immigrant. A non-immigrant.
Right.
It's what you call Akatas, but we're non-immigrants.
Okay, got it. So is the word Akata derogatory towards foundational Black Americans? Yes, it is.
Right.
And you said you said Akatas were born useless. So that's how you've been feeling about us.
So, I've been trying my hardest to not respond to Marcel, but, I just can't let that flat out lie continue to fester.
That's not a lie. You tweeted that.
It's in your tweet.
That's your tweet, bro.
Let me speak. I've literally sat back and let all of you in here speak. Now let me speak, please.
Thank you so much. You're too kind, by the way.
All right. That tweet was by another person, and I retweeted it and laughed. That's why there's an RT in front of it. The actual poster of that tweet was another person, right? So you can hold me accountable for all of my past tweets / jokes, but I'm not going to be accused of saying something
that wasn't a retweet. That wasn't a retweet, dude. You tweeted that, and then you stood by it, and then you stood by the tweet. You were like bragging about it. So
what does the RT in that tweet mean? What do you think that stands for?
No, hold on. Wait a minute. You wrote the RT. That doesn't mean it was a retweet. When you retweet
because there was I don't know how long you've been on Twitter. There was no retweet button.
When you retweet something, I've been on Twitter since 2011. When you retweet something, it will still show the original tweet. I've been on Twitter since 2011, lost several accounts. You wrote the retweet. That don't mean it was retweeted.
Anyone who's been on Twitter. All right. You know what? Look, so Sage, look, man, I told you
running. Bye. Go
before that I only had an hour.
I do want to say this before you go. Heed my words very carefully, what I told you earlier. Again, that's when you invoke the Ku Klux Klan, there's nothing funny about that. And again, brother, you're in New York, which means you're in my territory. So what I'm asking you for, peacefully, delete that tweet, okay? Because, that's not funny. Again, I told you my story. My family from the South Carolina, I lost some family members due to that fucking group. So that's nothing to be, make jokes about. And what I would ask for you to do, again, if you want to move forward, if you're genuine, like my brother Sonny said, I ask you, delete that tweet. And again, it's not funny in jokes. I retweet, brother Tariq all the time. And I support what the fuck he's saying. It's not like, oh, it's just a joke. Ha, ha, ha. I support what the fuck that man says. Why? Because he's speaking for us. When I retweet Marcel, when I retweet Sonny, KD, anyone, the Hard Black Truth, I support what they're saying. So that's what I'm saying, brother. When you retweet something, RT, whatever, you're supporting what this person is saying. So whether it be Akata, whatever y'all niggas call that shit, or it be the Ku Klux Klan, what I strongly urge you, brother, in Harlem, delete that tweet.
Battleship sunk. Enemy battleship detected. Enemy submarine spotted. Attention, reporting the target position. Enemy heavily damaged. Enemy battleship foundered.
I need intelligence data.
Engine boost activated. Enemy destroyer detected. Problem solved.
Okay, so can I just say my piece before I leave? I promise it won't take too much time. So Sage, as I've alluded to a bunch of times, I've heard what you've said. I'm going to sit on it, process everything that you've said, and I will take the action that I deem.
Why in the fuck is why in the fuck is he getting so much fucking grace? This is years worth
I don't know
of
why I can't
fucking
talk.
disrespect. Shut the fuck up, you wish at Rakim looking bitch. You a
Okay.
disrespectful ass motherfucker. You're very fucking disrespectful. You
All right.
disrespected a black man and you disrespected his fucking bloodline. And
So
you're
when
mad
you and I,
at you want a
Sage,
black man. You wanted a
Sage,
black
when you and I
man's
agreed to this,
You
I
fuck
think you
you.
gave me your
You
word
wanted
that
a black
it
man's
wouldn't
family to be
kind of
lynched because he no
devolve
longer
into
wanted
this.
to tolerate the fucking murder of unborn black babies. So you're mad about black babies no longer being able to be murdered, and you're mad that a black man made that fucking decision.
Black
Fuck
American
you.
babies.
Fuck
Sage.
your family. Fuck your whole bloodline. Because I guarantee you don't have this fucking same smoke when you put your fucking phone down. That's why your bitch ass running fucking scared.
And if you want to
Punk
abort
ass
black
bitch.
babies, go
Fuck
to
you and
Nigeria.
fuck your
Let me go.
fuck your family
and
too.
push for
Fuck
abortion.
him.
Sage, can I get my
You
piece on?
embarrass me.
Well, let me respond to you first, Taylor.
Okay, I have
Before you go, the
who's speaking
pure.
right now? I don't know who's speaking.
This is Bless right above you.
Okay,
Well,
all
I
right.
don't know. We're in different places on here, but The pure visceral hatred you're showing. I mean, 2015, we wasn't even really talking about reparations that long ago, and you had our name in your mouth. So that lets me know that you really like you do this shit. So like Katie said, it's fucking disgusting, bro. And to the room, you see, they make it clearer every day that we didn't start the diaspora wars, but we damn sure gonna finish them. This thing they have in their hearts for us makes it easier for them to booty clap for white supremacy. So we have to return the energy. They've been delineating the whole time in our face, and we didn't even know it. They are assisting in our demise every day, and this piece of scum is showing you in real time why we cannot unite with people who have hated us the whole fucking time.
I want to buy your house. I can pay you cash for your house, no matter what condition it's in. If you need to sell your house for any reason, click the link in this video to see if my offer is right for you. We make the process of selling your house easy and simple. No commissions, no fees. We'll buy your house in as-is condition, and you pick the closing date. No appraisals, no repairs, no hassles. All offers are completely confidential, and there is no obligation whatsoever. Click the link in this video and fill out a short survey so we can make you a cash offer.
If you want abortion so bad, you can go to your native Nigeria where abortions are illegal and you can get Nigerian babies aborted. Don't you dare come here and try to get my Black American beautiful sons and daughters and brothers and sisters aborted. Take that energy to Nigeria. Don't come here on our backs trying to be a revolutionary, because you know if something goes down, we're going to stand up and protect y'all. Go ahead and take that revolutionary energy to Nigeria and watch Buhari deal with you real quick.
And look in the Jumbotron. I retweeted one of his tweets from 2020 of him talking about how much he hate FBA and hate what FBA represents. So all that fake talk about him not knowing what FBA is, I told you, this guy knows what it is. They get around us when we confront them. They like to play dumb when we call them out on all of that derogatory rhetoric that they spew on us. So we got to watch these sneaky ass people when they come in our circles, because they spew this hatred and then want to play dumb and naive when they get put on the hot seat.
If I could just say, this guy really got me pissed off. Like, you really did double down on that whole tether thing, and you confused, man. Shout out to Eve and Wani, wherever she at, because one of the things I heard him say with outright indignance was he's a Black American. Dude, you're confused, man. Not only you confused, but you decide to side with the white folks. You got a whole community of folk telling you that they ain't with the bullshit. You decided to go in on Clarence Thomas. And ain't nobody fucking with Clarence Thomas. But the reaction you getting is because you way off cold, my dude. You too goddamn comfortable. You fucking it up for everybody else. But more importantly, you mad disrespectful, dude. I don't know how long you been here, but you have gained nothing from the culture, from the people here. You've gained nothing. And you sitting here talking about you wanted to get us to have a moment to come to understanding. No, it's you that need to come to understanding. You lost, my dude. Reflect on that. Like you say, you're going to reflect on what said. You're going to sit on what he talking about. Reflect on that, because you already was up in the space. Marcel already chewed your ass out. But somehow you back here with the same brovos-ass attitude. You out of line, my dude.
I want to know, when will you learn? We had the situation earlier this year with another Nigerian, Christian Ubumseli, and he was out here bad-mouthing FBA. He was calling us Akata, saying we were ghetto, making fun of foundational Black American women, talking about how much he white women. It's not a coincidence, too, that he came from Nigeria just like you. He dated a white woman, and then she stabbed his ass, a prostitute white woman, not a white woman with a damn OnlyFans, and she stabbed him to death. And then him and his Tether family, because his cousin was on the same shit, him and his Tether family out there like, oh, FBA guys, I know he said some bad things in the past, but we need your help right now. We need your help. Why are y'all so hard-headed? All of y'all want to learn the hard way? Every single last one of y'all? You look at the Africans in Ukraine, they're learning the hard way. Do any of you guys get like, hey, damn, I think we need to stop with this Tether shit that we're on? Is that not clicking in y'all head? Every single last one of y'all got to get your Negro wake-up call? Because I guarantee you it's coming. You're making jokes about the Klan like the Klan doesn't see you as a Negro too. And then when you're hanging and then your Nigerian family like, FBA, we need your help. We have to put all this
Hell
behind
no.
us. They're going to be coming to us, and then we're going to be turning around like, no, we were the Akatas. No, you call for the clan, so that's what you get. You guys are making up beds that you don't think that you're gonna have to lie in, and then when you guys lie in it, you want FBA to help you. I want you to know we're done out here. We're not the Avengers anymore. We're not out here saving anybody anymore. Anything that you guys do for yourself, any bet that you guys make for yourself, you guys will have to lie in that by yourself. So don't call us for help.
And I'm putting up some more retweets from him. This is another retweet of his from 2014 talking about fuck these black girls, meaning foundational black American girls. So again, this guy's been doing this stuff for the longest. And truth be told, a lot of them come over here with that mentality. Remember Cynthia Erivo and her girl Lovey, they were saying the same thing about foundational black American women, calling them ghetto and baby mamas and all of that stuff. So they've been doing this nonsense, man. And we should have been calling this garbage out a long time ago.
All right, so
And you got the audacity to try to make my reaction a problem.
I've sat back, you know, in order to prevent this from
You
devolving into a back and forth. I've sat back and I've listened to everyone. I'm going to say this one last thing. I'm going to say this one last thing. Okay, I'm going to say this one last thing, and then I really have to go. Look, you know, if there's anyone in here who really wants to take me up on my offer of finding out how to move forward, then please shoot me a DM. I want to continue having these conversations because I think it is important to address these issues.
We already had a conversation. Delete the tweets.
Tether, I just told you how to move.
Don't delete them.
I just told him how to move forward. Delete the tweet. It's 3 words. Delete the tweet.
Yeah, look in the Jumbotron again. I mean, this dude has been doing Olaf Kunin for years. He's like, how do I get white women to like me? I mean, this dude is an OG Kunin.
That is funny. That is funny. I don't know. I don't know if y'all don't have a sense. That's funny to me. I'm not going to apologize for that tweet. That's funny to me. Look, brothers and sisters in here, Sage, I've told you, I've said this a bunch of times. This is not about people calling pace. This is not about people saying I live in Harlem. I am going to sit on this conversation, and that might result in me deleting the tweet. It might result in me not feeling that I have to, but I'm going to do the appropriate action when I need to.
I'm sorry.
I'm going to.
Yeah, it's time for a check. Fuck you.
He is worse than a white racist. He is worse than the white racist.
Y'all have a good night, okay? Like I said, if anyone here wants to DM me and continue having this conversation, please let's do that.
You an embarrassment.
You.
Fuck you, bitch.
You are embarrassment to your tribe.
For the record,
check.
For the record,
ASAP.
all of y'all was in here. I wanted to do this public with this dude because he was tweeting me all day. So like I told him, I'm gonna tell y'all earlier. I know Marcel, you was here from earlier. There's nothing that I had to say in the dark that I can't say in front of my family. That's why I wanted to do this in such a public space. I have nothing to hide from my family. And also for the record, I did not threaten that man not one bit. I said, you live in New York, I live in New York. That's all I said. I didn't threaten that man. So again, if he tries to say that I threatened him, I didn't threaten shit. Look, if you're afraid, that's fine. But all
Dr.
I said is that I live in New York. That's it.
Dr. Kadara said the same thing, and he was like, oh, she's threatening me, but I don't fight a girl. So she was like, I can get my brother. And then he was like, oh, no, I don't do violence.
See, this is the problem.
Well, no, you're fine. You're fine, Sage. The recordings are on.
Absolutely. This is the problem. This is why I record. This is the problem with this Twitter game. Y'all get up here and y'all try to troll Tariq and you know, Jason Black. Y'all try to troll these brothers and, you know, whatever. You know, but when the real niggas come on out, the street niggas, and they want to see y'all, then y'all act like we threaten y'all. Y'all run scared. And that's what I don't like about some of y'all. You know what I mean? And I'm not, you know, obviously nobody's speaking up here, but like I said, when shit gets real and the streets really start talking, and I drive my ass from Brooklyn to Harlem to go see you, because I have the information, you know what I mean? That I you know, you play the victim. You act like a real Karen. And that's what y'all need to stop doing. You know, when we say y'all need to get on code as Tethers, you know, we're not asking. We're telling y'all need to get on code and follow us. That's all we're saying. But with that, I'll end. Y'all go ahead.
Yeah, or go back and fix your own country. Y'all so
And
educated, so
Exactly.
prestigious, but you
and what
can't
these
fix
dudes
where
are
your
doing, listen,
motherland at.
family, listen, what these dudes are doing, it ain't harmless. They'll try to pass it off as jokes, but understand, tethers like that, the white folks will get them and make them the head speaker at the damn Congressional Black Caucus, or make them the spokesperson for the White House or something. They'll make these people some prominent figure that determines what type of policies that get passed for us. They let them people be guards in prison with that type of vitriol, and that's what we see. So we're not taking none of that lightly, because we've been taking it lightly for too long. And now look at who we have in certain positions of authority over us as foundational Black Americans. We have these people who have nothing but contempt for us, who go out here and do nothing but explain as to why they can't do anything for us, but they do all of these things with our tax dollars for all of these other groups, and there's nothing on their conscience about it, because these are people who have no connection with us historically, or no connection with our lineage. So we have to call these guys out heavy, because they wouldn't let us do that over in their homeland. They wouldn't let us go over there for 1 minute to speak negatively about the people in any kind of political or social sense. So we're going to give them that same type of damn energy, and it's going to keep on like this.
And I just want to say, y'all, I looked him up. I
Hold
looked up
on
his
1 second,
record.
Marcel. I'm gonna let you go, Marcel. Before, Brother Flex, I want to congratulate you on raising that money for that Maroon movie. That is needed.
Yes.
I know that. The trolls are probably gonna say, you got extra money, nigga. What you gonna do with that? That's fine.
Oh yes. There's Jollof heartburn all over the hood right now. The tethers are so mad. These nigga did it again. Oh my God. So yeah, of course they're going to hate, because they hate to see us codified. When we get on code and get stuff done in a short period of time, they know that reflects badly on them, where it's a gazillion of them and they can't even build a damn toilet together. They can't get stuff together in their homeland with all of those resources and all of those people. They got every excuse in the world for not building anything or getting together and getting rid of that tribal garbage that is played out and outdated. They're still holding on to that while failing, and then come over here pointing the finger to us about what the hell we should do. I don't want to hear nothing from anybody who fled over here. You can't say nothing to me or any other foundational Black American about nothing. Just come over here, sit over there and chill out and watch what we do, and you be the cheerleader. All I want to see from you are pom bombs, and then go back to your homeland and do the same thing we do. But I don't want to hear nothing from none of these tethers.
I spent $300 on a Michi Munchie. I just want the family to know that.
But I'm happy he woke that up. We can't. They always telling us to go back to Africa, and all of them is coming over here.
Why is filing your taxes with Free Tax USA different? Well, for starters, our premium federal tax returns are free for everyone, no matter what. With a free offer like this.
Exactly.
And if you look in my PTR, you'll see I have this woman and her family got killed when they repatriated over there.
The sister from Detroit, yeah.
Yep, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
So what are we really, and that's just 2 people. So what you think gonna happen? And these were old women, 75 years old, and they did that to them. Poisoned their dogs 2 weeks prior. So what you think if all 40 million of us go over there and start excelling, which we're gonna do? What do you think's gonna happen? Let's be serious. And that's firstly. And secondly, y'all coming here. So why the hell y'all telling us to go over there? Y'all want to trade places? So they are booty clapping white supremacy to assist in our oppression.
Yo, I looked at this guy's record, and I did find some comments saying that he was a tough grader, and it seemed inconsistent. Something tells me those people saying that were probably Black American descendants of American slaves. Something I think they have raped my professor, and I find out people saying, "Oh, he was a tough grader." I'm willing to bet you that was probably a person who's a descendant of American slave. If he says a college, referring to us, if he says we're born useless, that's going to carry with him in the classroom. I'm a teacher, and I've seen teachers bring their biases against and for certain students. Another thing I want to bring out is that this guy here, he, like someone said, he's been saying that he has a long record of saying things like this. A long record.
So just let that be known. This ain't something he just started with Clarence Thomas. I didn't even know about the stuff Tariq said. I didn't know he was well known on the circuit. So this is not some one off.
Right. That was new to me.
Yeah, guys, I think he's trying to follow the same path as Lovey and Cynthia Erivo and all of these other marginally talented people who come over from their country. And their only pathway forward is to start signaling to white supremacists that they're willing to go after us. That's what he's been doing for 10 years. So I don't want y'all to look past what Tariq said about the way that he pops up, particularly around election time. The things that he's saying is really what his white liberal handlers think about us. When he describes reparations as begging, that's what they want to say, but they're saying it through him. So I think it's really important, like Marcel said, for us to get after his employer and get some things officially on his record, denoting him as an anti-Black bigot, so that when they do reach out to try and put him on some type of official committees or elevate him and he pops out of nowhere doing spots on MSNBC, we will already have the paperwork on him to show that he's not valid, he does not speak for us. We've got to cut this one off at the knees because he's been trying to angle for that position for a very long time. And he is using us and our children and those students at Pace to get where he's trying to go. So please don't
And
let
using our blackness.
He's got to come
He's
out of there.
using our blackness.
Look at his tweets.
Because
He
if
has
was
a
a
bunch
white
of
guy, if he was a white guy and said this, all hell will be breaking loose. But you see, they are mad because we're not letting them get the black pass anymore, where they can say nigga and we let them get away with it. Now we're saying to them, hey, you are not foundational Black American. That is not for you to say. You see, he thought he could say that and get away with it. So his real attitude is, wait, why y'all treating me like I'm not black like one of y'all? They want to be black when they get the heat put on them. Other than that, he identifies as Igbo or Yoruba or whatever the hell he classifies himself as. I'm glad we're bringing the heat here to him, and I don't plan to stop.
And this guy, if you look at his tweets, I mean, he has dozens and dozens of tweets bigging up Biden and bigging up Kamala. Well, nobody does that in real life. Let's keep it a buck. Don't no black folks sit up online co-signing no damn Biden or Kamala. There's absolutely no reason for that. So again, this dude is a shill from the white liberals. They put him out there to spew these talking points and to spew this vitriol towards us. They have a lot of these people that they put on the payroll to get online and to really just denigrate us around election season. Remember that other guy who was trying to denigrate our brother Marcel and denigrate all of us using these Democratic talking points when Marcel was running, talking about how we shouldn't get reparations and how Biden did the Build Back Better plan and all of these old jive-ass talking points that don't nobody believe. So understand where these people are coming from. These people are being sent to us to spew dissension and to waste our time with a lot of vitriolic trolling.
Facts, family. Let me add on that, man. What's happening to Tariq Nasheed, to the whole security crowd gang and this shit? Look, I call them damage control, Brody. That's what I call them. These motherfuckers is damage control. You know what I'm saying? They trying to psyop our shit. They know what the fuck it is. For one, you hating on Clarence Thomas for some shit that the black community fuck with. We don't fuck with Clarence. I understand. We don't fuck with Buddy. But it was some shit that got put in play that actually benefited us. So what the fuck is you getting mad for? You see all of us over here fucking with it. You see we on call. Bitch, shut your ass up, sit in the back, and fall in line. See, that's what's wrong with these Nigerians. And Tariq Nasheed, you said it best, man. If I go to Nigeria talking that shit, bro, they gonna cut my fucking arms off. What the fuck going on? If you really being real, bro, they gonna have me out there, you know what I'm saying? Eating me and shit, all type of weird ass shit they got going on over there.
You see what they did to that lady? She's 75 years old.
Yeah.
Hi, my name is Tami, and I would like to give you a few reasons why you should consider dating a young Asian lady. You can choose a potential spouse from Vietnam, the Philippines, Thailand, or Indonesia. The geography is boundless. Have you noticed that Asian women have become more and more popular? I mean that they are everywhere, in famous magazines, on Instagram as top bloggers, on the runways, and on billboards. More importantly, they are in men's heart. True, they are this popular because most of them have everything that an object of fascination is supposed to have: natural beauty, stunning bodies, and charisma like temper. Yes, these ladies are beautiful, and even you can't deny that a lot of men are physically attracted to them. Anyway, Asian women truly respect and appreciate American men. These ladies are passionate, they have been raised to respect traditional and family values. American guys are usually less passionate and emotional than Asian men. It might seem that this could stop local girls from looking for a foreign husband, but opposites attract.
And the statement you made, Tariq, about the jokes, that's very important too. Because if we know our FBA history, we know the KKK and Jim Crow, all that stuff started with jokes. So
Yes,
jokes aren't harmless.
no,
You
they're
have
not.
white supremacists who troll. Those are not harmless jokes that he's talking about, the KKK lynching and murdering black people. Now, had that been Asians, the Asians wouldn't be taking that lightly at all. They had the whole stop Asian hate. You couldn't say you didn't like Chinese food. Otherwise, that'd be a damn hate crime. They took everything that was said to them negatively. You have other religious groups. I don't even need to say their name. They take everything that's negative. They take that 100% serious. So we can't allow people to go around talking about lynching black people as, oh, well, you know, that's a joke. That's not a joke. That's a very serious thing.
And it wasn't about Clarence Thomas. Let's be very clear. That tweet he put up, Clarence Thomas was a proxy for us, talking about how his ancestors should have been killed. That ain't about no Clarence Thomas, all right? It wasn't that Clarence Thomas should have been killed. His ancestors, all of these people are useless. That was for us. That was
And he
very
said the Klan.
yes.
Precisely.
So, yeah.
Y'all should leave his app a review too. Don't forget, you can go on. You could download his app, quote unquote, his app on Google's Play and Apple Store. And you can leave it a review. Just a thought if you want to patronize his business.
Brother Marcel, I want to say this too. What FBA, what Black American, what real niggas you ever heard reference the Klan?
Right.
Bro. You know
We
that's
don't play with that at all. That's not
play with
nothing
that.
Exactly.
Niggas don't do that shit. Yeah, I'm gonna get the Klan to lynch. Nigga, what? Who
Yeah.
the fuck? You gotta move
Never.
around. We did. That's off code. Nigga, that wasn't even a good joke. Get your ass up out of here. You know what I'm saying? We kicking niggas like that to the fucking curb. Type of weird ass shit you on, nigga. We don't joke
That's
around.
a great point.
Man. What?
And also, guys, don't DM with him. Like, he tried to offer for people to DM if you want to move forward and have a dialogue. Do not do it. Sage, especially with y'all being in the same city. Someone who moves like that, you never know exactly what type of information he's trying to get with you.
Right.
Miss Snacks, let me address that too. What I really think it's fear, because he can be touched. And I'm not saying I am, but it's fear of me being in his city and shit can get real. And that's what I think that, you know, he wants to, you know, dialogue. Because I'm like, listen, we can speak, but if you want to speak into a back channel, I'm not speaking with you on no back channel. We can either talk in person, because I know you're not going to get crazy with me in person, or we can talk on a public forum like a Spaces. Now, my family most likely is going to come in. Okay, like I said, I want them to come in. I want them. I'm glad, you know, you're here. You know, Miss Snacks, I'm glad, brother Tariq, obviously, you know,
Yeah.
Afro, KD, Sonny, niggas that don't necessarily get along all the time, but we here against your ass because you're off code. And what I'm saying is that there will be no back channels with me. Anything I have to say regarding to my family, and again, my brother Marcel at me. So I missed the tweet, but the fact that you were in my city, we needed to address that.
Well, just don't let him pull a Juicy Smollett on you now, because if you meet him in person, make sure that you're recording it, because they are not above trying to pretend like somebody touched them up. So.
Oh yeah. They
You know
love
what,
always talking
Miss
about how
Mac?
we call them booty scratchers. They love telling that booty scratcher lies. So they'll be like, oh, some booty scratchers tried to hang me with their rope, you know. So they'll try to pull a Juicy on us. So be careful, you know.
Yeah, to Miss Snacks' point, everyone be very cautious. Don't invite him on a show, a panel, nothing other than coming on Spaces and getting dragon breath breathed on him, because all he's trying to do, he couldn't even just say, I'm wrong, I'm sorry, I'm going to sit on this, and then we can have further discussions. When I heard that, I heard Emmanuel Acho. I heard Samuel Acho. Oh, I'm going to position myself for a television show or a webcast. Do not let that creature prosper. And thank you to everyone in this space. When I came in here, I predicted this. I've been saying this for years, and I told them on Clubhouse, you're radicalizing us. We're not doing anything to you, but there are real life consequences to this shit, whether it's your job or whatever else. There's real life consequences. We know how to find you. We've gotten to a point now where you have aligned yourself and therefore cloaked yourself in the skin of the enemy, and you're speaking for them against us. We can't coexist peaceably. You started a war that you call a diaspora war. We never thought anything bad about you, but you brought it to us. So I just want to say in closing, you can be got. And we're showing you what it looks like. And they keep saying, you don't have smoke for Asians, Latinos, da, da, da. We already smoked them. That's why everybody sits in the cut whispering. You guys are the only idiots up here talking out loud. They sent your dumbasses bucking and cooning from your country to come here with that backwards, ignorant tribalism that is a disservice to the whole Black continent. And you bring that bullshit here all for what? Did anybody find his skinny ass white woman? I know she's there. Somebody show her to me.
I think another thing, and I'm going to be brief with this. This also goes to show that it's not the older generation. When we talk about the tethers coming in and how much vitriol and disdain they have for foundational Black Americans, we're always told, oh, well, that's the older generation that's just stuck in their ways. And, you know, but the younger generation, we rock with you. We don't think that way. This dude is the same generation as we are. The Ubum Seli who got stabbed by his prostitute girlfriend, the same generation, the same age. They have the same disdain that their older family members had. They teach it down to their younger family members. So we can't assume that, well, he's not old. That's the same thing that white people were saying. Oh, they're just old and stuck in their ways, but we're not like that anymore. No, they teach it down to their younger generation. So they got old tethers and new tethers. They're still the same.
Oh yeah, they got these baby coons all on TikTok. You look at TikTok, it's Tether Coon Central over there. Young, up and coming Tether Coons with nothing but contempt for us, foundational Black Americans, and they worship white supremacists as gods on there. So again, with that type of mentality, when these folks come around us, we can smell and feel the contempt. And we're just no longer taking it, because now we started to identify where all of this weird hatred was coming from. For a long time, foundational Black Americans, we try to get stuff going, and then all of a sudden these weirdos that don't nobody know just come in and start undermining everything. And for a long time, we were looking at each like, whose man is this? Who homegirl is this? Where did that divestment wig come from? We started asking questions, and we started putting two and two together. Why is this nigga hairline so janky? Who brought him? So we start putting two and two together, and we started realizing these people ain't even from here. So yeah, we should have been calling these tethers out, man.
And he's a classic tether because his name on here was Tukach Shakur. His real name is Oyekachi Nawabatsi. So you see, he was cloaking himself in our culture. And the way, and I forgot how I came about it, but once I found out his real name, I was able to identify where he worked, because he didn't have that on LinkedIn. But if I had to come to New York City, turn it upside down and shake it, I was going to find him. I done found the old employee, said he hasn't worked for them since 2017. I'm going to find everything I can. The thing that bothers me about him is the way he doubled down, tripled down on the disrespect. He sees we are offended, and he's doubling down on it. So since he wants to be adamant, I'm going to be adamant.
Yep. And that's what my man Marcel hit on something very important. Marcel, how they cloak themselves. See, now this thing, a lot of them will try to tether themselves and pretend to be damn near FBA to a certain degree, and they will anglicize some of their names. Remember out there in Oklahoma, when that dude shot up the doctor and shot up the hospital, they were calling this guy a certain name, and the name was anglicized. But when they showed the mugshot of this dude, I said, hell, that ain't no damn FBA with that janky ass hairline. Hell no. I started to investigate, found out that nigga was Haitian. I said, there we go.
Sister KD?
I just want to know, is these the people that we supposed to be on one accord with? I'm just going to say the shit. I don't give a fuck. Is these the people that we supposed to be on one accord with? These are the people that we're supposed to take by the hand and lead to the water and make them drink. These are not isolated incidents. These are individuals, time and time again, showing their hatred and their vitriol for us. And these are the people that we're supposed to be on one accord with when they showing us every single day, whether it be on this app, whether it be outside in the street, whether it be in the classroom, whether it be in Congress, whether it be in the lowest fucking political office, that they don't fuck with us. I don't have time to waste on these fucking disrespectful ass tethers because they don't want to do shit but bring us harm. I'm not trying to get on one accord with these motherfuckers. They showing us every day why it's necessary for us not to fuck with them. This man called for this man's ancestors to be lynched by the KKK. His ancestors are buried, rested in peace, and you decided to put that type of energy out there for this man's ancestors. They didn't even have nothing to do with this situation. But these are individual people who are doing this shit time and time again. You must be out your rabbit ass mind if you think that I'm gonna try to goddamn reason with these motherfuckers and give them grace after they showed us that they really want to bring harm to us. This shit is not a coincidence. This shit is happening every fucking day. And we got to start pulling cards, like y'all said.
Period. And that's why I think we're even madder, because like Therese said, we didn't notice this. So it's like, even though we thought it was all good, like Noto said. So seeing this and then just realizing and putting it together, when you look back, you do see it. And they always say, oh no, that's anecdotal. Well, we all got the same damn anecdote. At some time, y'all done did some funny shit, and we didn't know what it was. We couldn't put our finger on it. But then now looking back, now that we conscious of these things, we look like, damn, that's why they was okay. So we see what's up. So it's over for y'all. And it is what it is. Y'all been working against us forever.
Yeah,
They mad
because when we start talking about reparations for years, whenever we talk about reparations, all of a sudden some random Negro will pop up. We don't need no reparations. As Black people, we need to pull ourselves up by our bootstraps. And we're like, what? Who would turn down reparations as a Black person? And then we start looking in people's backgrounds. Oh, this fool ain't even qualified for no damn reparations. And we kept seeing that over and over again. I think in one of those one of those Twitter space rooms earlier, there was some tether in there who's a politician talking about how we don't need reparations, and he's got some little janky background that don't nobody really know about. So we keep seeing this thing over and over again, these people who are not even qualified to get reparations hopping into our discussions, pretending to be us, to deliberately undermine us. That's very insidious and that's very deceptive.
Delineation is necessary. I'm going to let y'all know it's necessary because, like I said, our pain, Ku Klux Klan, Sage gave his experience, I gave mine, lynching, that is something that has touched all freedmen, all foundational Black Americans. It is not his history to dip in and make light of lynching and Ku Klux Klan and wiping out Black Americans' ancestry. He thinks because he looks like us that he has that right. No, it is just as offensive coming from you as it is from white American. Because like I made clear to him, you're a descendant of the Africans that sold us, and the white Americans are descendants of the Europeans that brutalized us. So it's equally offensive. We have to keep that delineation energy.
Hey guys, I just want to make a request for those of you who live in New York. I'm so sorry. I know a lot of people say, hey, we need to stop protesting. This is a time when you protest. Those of you in New York, get out in front of Pace University, get a press release, get a podium, make this big. We've already got 5 or 6 people up and off this app, made them lose their jobs. And again, I have 2 messages. One, I'm going to talk about consequences right now, and then jealousy, because that's the lowest common denominator that's feeding these scumbags. But those of you in New York, show up in front of Pace University. Make this make news. Come up with a hashtag. In real life, I'm confronting Africans in real life, white people, everyone. When people say something I don't like, I speak up about it. When people say something to me, white people, about Africans versus Black Americans, I make it very clear. I'm not an African. I'm a Black American with a different lived experience, a different ethnicity, a different culture, a different lineage. Let the world know that we are not them. Every other ethnicity gets called, if they commit a crime, they say a Japanese American, a Chinese American, a Vietnamese. We are no longer going to be held accountable for their fuckery pushing people off of platforms, stabbing people, rubbing feces in their face, shit that we've never done. And now all of a sudden, we're responsible for it. They're not going to get to thrive while disparaging us. Get out there and let Pace University and the rest of the world know that Nigerians are a freaking problem, just like they are all over the world. It's our time to highlight this. My next point is jealousy. Some people will say, you know what? That's just too simple of a rationale for why they're acting like this. I think it was Tariq or Marcel just read a tweet where he was talking about black men. They keep sneak attacking us. We're like, when did black men and women stop loving each other? We are the
Right.
R&B kings and queens. Dudes used to send me mixtapes and poetry. Like, when did our black men stop loving us? It's them. They got to this country and they're angry because, like him, he's mad because he doesn't have black American swag. And black American women aren't running him down. You ain't never heard nobody say, let me get one of them sexy Nigerians. Where's the bomb ass Somalis? So they're starting this shit, black women this, black women that. Meanwhile, I'm not even going to get into what their women are like. Then their women are on here, black men ain't this, black men aren't this. And you look at the statistics in their countries and in their communities here in the United States: domestic violence, out of the roof. Misogyny, out of the roof. Rape, out of the roof. Genital mutilation, out of the roof. Fatherless homes. Nigerians have the highest rate of paternity fraud. Those Negroes don't even know if those kids are theirs. The Dominicans, they call them the fatherless country. But then they want to come here and disparage our black men, disparage our black women. Look at the wholeness in music. I started tracing this years ago. Lil' Kim and all those guys, they're not us. All those chicks doing that nasty, nasty, nasty stuff never has been us. That's where all this shit is coming from. So the last thing I'm going to say is it's jealousy. They come here. Statistically, it's shown that immigrants of all ethnicities have a very hard time assimilating into a new culture. It's hard to give up who you are, right? But imagine coming here and being in the shadow of the great black Americans. So they're sitting over there in the cut, jealous, watching us. And then they want to be us, and they don't want to work hard like they claim they do. So they just decided one day, we're just going to start saying we're black Americans. We want instant success and prosperity. So they're capitalizing on all of our accomplishments, while at the same time gaslighting us like white people, saying we have no accomplishments or culture. They don't want to put in hard work. They don't want to come here and build a name for themselves as Nigerians or whomever. They don't want to do that. So they would rather tell us we're not shit so they can get over on us. I'm going to close with that. But they are coming from countries with no successes to brag about. Not a damn thing. Not even above ground plumbing. And then they want to come here and talk shit. And then this fool comes in this room and can't humble himself. So again, I'm going to close with this. Make sure you see him in New York. Let him and his people know there's consequences to this.
Let me build on what the sister brought up. She brought up a very good point, how a lot of their culture, the dynamic between the men and women is very janky. And then what happens is they bring that degenerate culture here, and then they start blaming us and tying us in with their degenerate behavior. Y'all remember a few years ago when they had that "You OK sis" stuff, where these white feminists got with these tether feminists to denigrate black men and pretend that it was foundational black American men street harassing these Caribbean and African women in New York. They were running around talking about how they can't walk the streets because the black men are harassing them. All of these fraudulent tether women who are clicked in with the Democrats and these white feminist groups, including Tarana Burke. Tarana Burke was one of them. And that made me raise my flag, because when she was talking about how somebody was street harassing her, I said, hell no, ain't no foundational black American man harassing no damn Tarana Burke or anybody else who looked like her. So I knew right then that they were talking about those men from their communities, and they try to put their dirt and their garbage on us. And that's when I said, hell no. We have to delineate. We have to let people know you're talking about dudes from your culture. Don't put that thirsty ass nonsense on us. I was offended just by you implying that foundational black Americans were trying to holler at that.
Sister Jessie, and then Brother Sonny.
Thank you. Katie, I know you're very passionate about delineating, and I agree with you. Off-code people are off-code. Nobody's saying to be on code with an off-code person. And I think Tariq was just talking about how we've got these visual cues, like with white supremacists, the OK sign is not the OK sign no more. Divestment wigs might be something, you know, that hairline might be something. They start talking crazy. Like Kamala probably has always talked crazy. But the internet wasn't necessarily what it was back then, where we could share the information in real time, where we could like see her off-code behavior and then act before she got to where she is now. So I just think that that's something to be said. And I know that delineation with foundational Black Americans is important to the family because nobody's ever done that before. We do need to secure our lineage and all of that stuff. But, you know, I just wanted to always be clear. Nobody's saying be on code with an off code person ever.
I understand what you're saying, sis, and we can agree to disagree.
And you didn't really sound passionate in your delineation. So I mean, I don't know what that's about, but I know how it is. That's why but we got to do it.
I get what she's saying. I get what she's saying. I mean, you got
Hey,
to
I'm gonna say
separate the
this,
real
man.
from
I
the fake.
cooked that boy today. Y'all cooked his ass, fired his ass up. Oh God, yeah, I like that.
He's real humble
Cook me,
now. You
man.
look at his page. He's humble. He's calm. He don't have that energy now no more, don't he? He's real cool now.
Yeah, you know.
He's not typing in all caps. I mean, he was loud for years. He's all in our face with it, cursing us out, all bad and bold. Now that people got the spotlight on his ass and they know where he is in real life. Oh, it's good. He took his kufi off and he's all nice and humble and he's trying to offer you a bowl of Jollof to talk and sit down and you know now it's Makuna Matata right now. So
God.
Yeah, when we let them know what the business is, they want to get some damn act right. You should have had some act right beforehand.
Thank you. I want to bring this brother in. Jason Black is in here. So we got two at the top notch.
Oh man, shout out to Jason Black.
I want to Just Steve, thank you, because I couldn't bring him up for whatever reason. I can't bring anyone up, guys, so don't take offense to it. I made Just Steve a co-host, so possibly she can help people get up because I can't see anything. So yeah, don't take it personal. Go ahead, Brother
So
Black.
just with that being said, some people are going to have to start moving down so that we can make some space for new speakers to come up. So raise your hand if you want to speak again.
You can move me down.
Thank you, Katie. And sis, I love you. You know that. I hope you know that. And
It can drop down too.
All right. Got you.
Yeah, I'm about to drop down. I just want to land with this. Look, with this whole new era that we coming in, Web3, now we have the public, like, you know what I'm saying, whatever you want to call this, public platform to be able to do this. You feel what I'm saying? And really do it on a mass level and trust. I don't want to say nothing about Buddy, but, you know, just trust. Niggas gonna find that motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? But I'll land now, man. What's up, man? What's up?
Brother Black, it's on you.
Well, thank you very much. I've been listening to the Twitter space here tonight. And if I may be just totally honest, I have to say I'm kind of disappointed. I'm disappointed that we didn't do this 40 damn years ago. That's what I'm disappointed about. This has been a problem for a long damn time. And if Pan-Africanism has had a flaw to it, it has been the flaw that we didn't listen to Dr. John Henry Clark, or at least execute the way that he said, which is you can't form a coalition with people who are willing to break the coalition, and you cannot or you will not punish them for doing so. So we've had this coalition in our minds, or at least the previous generation fed us that, and we haven't really been on code with ourselves. So everybody else has obviously been taking advantage. So, you know, I have been a proponent when I said it a decade ago that there needs to be a black civil war. This is exactly what the hell I was talking about. You need to cut the wheat from the chaff. You need to move out the riffraff. You need to make it very, very clear where you stand. You cannot accept people disrespecting you. There have to be consequences for that. And by the way, you all know I'm the billboard man. So Pace University, it ain't nothing but a thing. It really, really isn't. But I'm very, very glad that I think it's a good look for them to see that a lot of folks got on code about that. When you kick a beehive, something needs to get stung. So I want to say I'm code. I'm on par with everything you're saying here. Everything is going exactly the way I would have it. So I can't do anything but show love and appreciation for what you're saying. And it sends a very clear message to people. If we want folk to respect us, forget liking us. If we want them to respect us, this is how you get respect, not like. And one last word about Nigerians in general, and I'm not here to bash on them, but let's just keep it 110. If you go into any Nigerian space on Facebook, and this has been the case since Facebook started, and on MySpace before then, when you go onto their pages, the Yoruba, the Husafalani, the Delta, the Igbo, they are constantly going at each other, hammer and tong, all damn day, for politics, for personal. The way that you hear them talking about us, that's how they talk about their women over there in between their groups. That's how they talk over there. So it was nothing for them to import that over here because they already refined it over there. And all we're saying is, yeah, keep your personal dysfunction and problems over there where they belong. Whether it's George Zimmerman or whether it's anything else, you start noticing a trend that these folks have been doing that. And up until now, we didn't have a platform where we nationally communicated to compare notes. And the only difference is now we compared some damn notes with each other. And we said, hey, Tariq, out there in Los Angeles, are you seeing that? Yeah, I'm seeing that. You seeing that in New York? Yeah, we're seeing that. Are y'all seeing that in Louisiana? Yeah, we're seeing that down here too. How about in Florida? Yeah, us too. Well, I'll be damned. We're all seeing the same thing. Now, either we're all equally crazy or we're all finally going equally sane.
Real talk.
Yeah, I
For
agree with that.
real.
That's exactly what I was saying. Facts. 1000%, gang.
I want to say this too, since I got both of these brothers in here. I want to thank both of y'all for not just influencing me and my family, but just having the courage to speak out and speak up for your people. Y'all don't know exactly what y'all do, but I want to say every day I play y'all broadcasts every day, and it really frightens people. Especially Jason's voice, it really frightens people as I drive through these neighborhoods with the with it on blast. So I want to thank y'all again. The family, we love y'all. Y'all keep doing what the fuck y'all doing, excuse my language, and we will keep up the good fight. And as far as my sister Nuardos, I'll holler at Pace University tomorrow. You are absolutely correct. And anyone from New York, y'all need to get on code with me and then show up. Don't just show out. Let's make something happen.
Yeah, let's make this an organized effort. I'll put you with Tony Blunt. But there are a lot of people out there, whether they call themselves FBA, Foundational Black Americans, Black American Descendants of Chattel Slavery, freedmen. This is a time. I'm going to repeat this, guys. This is a moment. Organize. Over the next 2 days, be ready for public action. Have a press release. Do this. They need to understand there are real life consequences to this. And what we're not understanding, I think it was the Black Authority just said, they've been at this. They have been at this. We are dealing with a desperate group of people, and then we're kicking ourselves. Why didn't we see it? Why didn't we see it? You can't see what's hidden from you. When the Jews came here, they purposely chopped off the end of their names, got their noses fixed, didn't wear their Star of David. Africans did the same thing. Change their name, pretend not to be whomever they are to assimilate into our culture. When you're dealing with a desperate group of people, you may not understand what desperate people do. Do you guys watch the videos about what's happening on the continent? They're leaving countries with 80% poverty rates. 80%, 60, 70, 80, 90% unemployment rates. They are escaping. Escaping their continent. They are so far behind in the survival game that they've come here and will sell their souls to these white mediocres to get any and everything. And the everything they want is that piece of the pie that we've already carved out. They are here being stepping fetchits, thinking, I'm going to play the respectable Negro. And you see how their tools keep getting broken. This guy came after, what's his name? Clarence Thomas. Instead of him seeing that Clarence Thomas just got broken in half and thrown out, he's going to side with them. And as Tariq said, who in their right mind is on here caping for the Democrats? No one. These people are desperate. And I want to give a big shout out to Marcel. This same guy tried to come after Marcel this morning saying, oh, he's a loser. You guys are falsely worshiping him, blah, blah, blah. What they don't understand is Marcel is a man of courage. They don't understand that we as individuals put ourselves in danger to tear down this regime, the most demonic, corrupt regime known to mankind. They're so busy running, fleeing, being cowards, licking white butt that they don't even understand what Marcel did. They don't understand that Marcel's, his career has suffered because of what he did. But they would rather tear him down and call him a whiner, me a whiner, us a whiner. Stop whining, stop begging. Why? Because that's what you do in your country. You put your head down instead of 90 billion of you running up on that 10,000. They don't understand what it is to be a people of courage, a people of great confidence. So what they would rather do is sit around and be jealous. You didn't invent this. You don't have no culture. You don't have nothing the white man didn't give you. That's called projection. Now project everything onto his ass and make sure that this hits the news, guys. Be in front of Pace University. Have his name trending. Send a message to each and every Nigerian, Somali, Kenyan, whomever, Caribbean, whomever. Just make sure you do it.
I think that the provost, when I spoke with her, she sounded pretty angry. So I think he's probably been getting phone calls but been ignoring it because she was like she was gonna get on it right away. Like she wanted me to send her the screenshot while I was on the phone, but I told her I would have to look for it. So I think Pace University is not taking it lightly at all because I emailed a former employee and they wrote me back right away. They was like, we don't condone that. He hasn't worked for us since 2017, but they still asked for me to send the screenshot. I didn't attach it. So I think Pace University is going to be on it. I'm pretty sure I called them like around before it was almost 5 o'clock, but I'm pretty sure they're going to be on it. You know what? This would have never came to this had he just in the first Twitter space we had just humbled himself, apologized, and deleted the tweet. But y'all saw what happened when he came here tonight. He was like, oh, I changed my name to Tether Locklear because, that's me. I just troll people. So he really thinks talking about the Klan and lynching and killing our ancestors is something for him to troll. He's trying to do that Mark Zuckerberg, totally do, you know who my father is type thing. That like I'm a smart alecky type guy thing. But he's going to realize this is a new era. We are not our parents' generation. We're not going to we should overcome stuff no more. We're going for you.
Marcel,
There are
before
consequences.
hold on, Order. Marcel, before Sonny goes, 'cause I know Sonny's been waiting for a little while. I want to. Can you put in the jumbotron exactly which number we should reach out to from Pace University so that the family, everyone in here, can see it?
Yep, I'm doing it now.
Sonny, it's on you.
Yeah, peace, family. Yeah, I just wanted to kind of reiterate a few things that the brother Tariq and Jason and Marcel said, and KD, this is the year. This is the year of delineation. There's nothing you could do about it. It's going to be uncomfortable. A divorce is not comfortable. There is no nice way that you could have a divorce. We delineating, and that's that, because Buddy came up in here. This is not the first space. This is like the second or the third space where he's way too comfortable speaking disparagingly and talking down on foundational Black Americans. He would not have the balls to stand on this if this was the Jewish community. If he was saying, I wish that whatever Jewish politician that you want to use, I wish that they would have thrown him in a gas chamber. This shit wouldn't have been funny. So we need to flex our muscles as foundational Black American family, and moving forward, we got to get these people up out of the paint. It's going to It may get ugly, family. You know, we got to box these people out economically and let them know that you cannot disrespect us no more. You cannot show me a group of foundational Black Americans by the thou. And another thing too, we don't need you to call out our coons. You got way too many Nigerian coons to deal with. You got maybe a million or more. We can handle our own coons. Clarence Thomas is ours. We'll take care of him. We need you to take care of yours. We cannot. The foundational Black Americans cannot be. Listen, man. We cannot be policing the whole fucking diaspora, bro. Get on your shit. Get on your game and take care of your people. I gotta call out my coons. We gotta call out your coons. We the parents of the whole diaspora, bro. This shit is getting tiring. So yeah, you need to get on your shit, get on your game, and take that shit back to your country and to your people and call your people out. We'll handle Clarence Thomas accordingly. You don't have to worry about that at all. So we need to make sure that, you know, moving forward, that people understand that you cannot come over here and just be comfortable, because he's still comfortable. Sage, I think about it. I'll let you know, by Tuesday, after this nigga have a long 3-day weekend for 4th of July. Way too comfortable, family. So yeah, we need to make sure and put our foot down and start making an example out of these peoples, not violently, but economically. You will not be able to make $1 on the land and the soil that my ancestors built. It's blood and it's dirt. So I just need for the family to understand that. So, and I'm gonna go ahead and drop my mic right there, Brother Sage.
And let me build on what my brother said. Very good stuff what my brother was saying, and I want us to understand, as a foundational Black American family, a lot of these folks come over and they get into these diaspora wars with us, and then they start saying, well, we need to sit down and have a dialogue. Let's sit down and have a powwow. Let's sit down and talk it out. I'm going to remind the FBA family, we don't have to sit down and talk out anything with them as if there's some kind of negotiation. They don't bring anything to the table. You negotiate with people who have equal tangibles to bring to the table. We don't get one single solitary benefit from them coming over here. It is 100% one-sided. So we don't need to sit down at the table to negotiate with them. Get your ass in line or sit down somewhere. Either back us up or back up somewhere. That's all there is to it. We're telling you what you need to do. And a lot of them will get this arrogant attitude where I'm a citizen now, nigga. You can't do nothing to me now. You look at some of these laws that's going down now with some of these immigration laws that ain't following through like they need them to follow through. That's because we ain't supporting it. Look at what happened to the Haitians. They got sent back because we weren't supporting it. Look at that new law in New York where they're not letting non-citizens vote no more. That's because we didn't get behind it. So now they want to get some act right. We're letting them know we will make things real crazy for you in the political sense if you don't back up what we're trying to do, because we're not playing those games no more.
It's in the jumbotron, y'all.
Let me say something one more time, because you know this shit is serious as foundational Black Americans family. Because when we look around all around the corners of what we're trying to move politically, when we start looking at NARC and then Cobra, these people are holding up our reparations check. You know what I'm saying? So, and you know, if he like I told him when he was on stage, he don't have the same energy to match the Nigerian GOP candidate in Michigan, Austin Changi, who said when he was going to get elected that he was going to remove Black History Month. Can somebody show me a foundational Black America who decided to uproot and move to Nigeria and get into politics and put bills and legislation in place that's going to withhold the native people who've been on that land for hundreds and thousands of years? You can't give me one example, but I could give you at least 30 right now off the top of my head, where we have immigrant coons, tethers that are here off code in our political arena who are messing up our check, you know, purposely. We are literally fighting for a reparations check. And when I'm looking at these Narcan and Cobra names, these are not foundational Black American last names. These are people who are not of our lineage. If you are not of our lineage, you cannot speak for us no more. You got to get in line and you got to check your own coons, because you got a lot of them.
Yep.
Real quick, I know there's a lot of people that want to ask Brother Jason and Brother Tariq questions. Please make it quick. We're going to try to run through them as quickly as possible. It's very rarely when these two brothers are together. So we'll allow you guys up here, but please keep it brief. Brother Afro, it's on you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to keep it as brief as possible. I know a lot of people want to speak, but I'm proud of Foundation Black Americans because right now we're taking the steps to be taken seriously. Before, everybody knew yeah, FBA, yeah, they get mad for a little bit and it'll blow off.
Exactly.
It won't matter. Nobody took us seriously. Politically, they didn't take us seriously. They were like, yeah, they're mad, but they're always mad. But eventually they'll get back on the same old train. They'll say the same old things over again. Just wait a couple weeks. And then they realize, okay, well, a couple weeks have passed. They're still mad. And then a month later, okay, I don't think there's calming down now. The tethers are starting to realize that too. Yeah, we were talking earlier this year about delineation. They were upset and they felt like it would blow over. Then they saw what happened in Ukraine and were like, FBA, you guys aren't going to say anything. We're like, no, we too focused on the gas prices right now. The year before with the Haitians at the border, they were looking at us like, damn, is FBA going to say anything? No, we were serious when we were talking about we're done with caping for Pan-Africanism. They thought that we were just saying that because we were mad and they didn't take us serious. What happened with Christian Ubumseli, I believe his name was, the Nigerian who got stabbed to death by his white OnlyFans girlfriend. And then they came running to us like they always do, like FBA, you guys aren't gonna say anything. We like, no, we were very serious when we said we're not doing the Pan-African thing, the one-sided Pan-African thing where we're out there saving everybody, we're caping for everybody, and then you come here and you disrespect us, you come here and you interrupt the progress that we're making. We're done with that. And they keep making the same mistakes. And this year, well, the last few years, I should say, has been the years of the Negro wake-up call, not just with the tethers, with the black LGBT, with the black feminists. All of them are getting their Negro wake-up calls because we have made, I'm so passionate about this, but we've been strong in uncompromising on our stance not to save anybody anymore. We're only looking out for the people who are looking out for the black agenda. Anybody who's off code, we're leaving them to the wolves. And that's the way we're going about it. And I'm proud that we're actually doing it that way.
And family, the thing is, foundational Black Americans, we've been warning these tethers for years how you don't play these games with white supremacy. For years, we've been telling them, hey, brother, you might need to stop with the cooning because these white supremacists are turn on you. You might not want to talk greasy about other black folks around these white supremacists because they'll turn on you. We've been telling them that for the longest. They'll tell us, well, no, nigga, you just don't wet hide. You don't pull yourself up by your bootstraps, nigga. These are good white people. All like, what about Chicago, nigga? All right, Umbutu. And then when you get stabbed up by your white girlfriend or you dating a zaddy and then all we find is your divestment wig in a river somewhere, your family want to come to us with the goddamn kufi and the GoFundMe page talking about, hey, nigga, we're all in these together. No, we're not. We're good. You do you. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps or your flip-flops or whatever you got going on because we're not caping for you no more. We're taking the cape off. Hold your own damn nuts.
I just want to say real quick too, it's funny how they get all bold and revolutionary, on our history. But when it's time to fight, you don't see them being bold and revolutionary. Then they want us to come rallying around. They are only bold and revolutionary because we have made it possible for them to do so. Because if, like I said, Takachi, if you are so devoted to this abortion cause, Nigeria is not that long of a flight from here. Go there and push the abortion call because it's illegal there. The only reason he can call for Clarence Thomas to be lynched or all that stuff is because of the constitutional rights we have fought for, and he's using it against us to get black babies aborted. I'm very proud of the way we all came together tonight.
And family, this is another thing, family. FBA family, don't ever let no tether sit up and tell us we don't have a culture. We are the culture. Everything about American culture is from foundational Black Americans without any exception. That is a major projection. I want you to ask these people, if they talk about culture, what in the world is your culture? These people don't have no culture. That's why they fled. They have shea butter and fly swatters. That's the only culture they have. And I'm not trying to be mean-spirited, but they know they don't have a culture. And they like to project that lack of culture onto us. So check them hard anytime they try to come around us with that narrative.
Nollywood is not a culture. Maybe someone should send them a tweet. Nollywood's not a culture. It's a knockoff.
Yes. Real talk. Yes.
I also want to dovetail off of that, as a matter of fact, here. To the brother before G4, Sonny, and Afro. It's very good to be able to round those things up. I want to address the Clarence Thomas thing. Clarence Thomas is a coon. We all agree on that. But it ain't abortion that makes him that. It's not a ruling on abortion that does that. So if anybody's got a problem with Clarence Thomas, he didn't just become a problem 4 days ago. And even if you do have a problem with it, it's not abortion that does that. So recognize when people are using something as a front to express something that they've been meaning to say to you the whole damn time. It's one thing to just keep it refined to Clarence Thomas or whatever, or just keep it refined to the issue of abortion. But then again, you'd have to show me where you're just really caping for that, because he would never go back to his homeland, his real homeland, and speak like that. He would just be quiet as kept. They would never do that. So when you see these folks dropping in from other places, when they bring the tether babble with stuff that they would never say back where they were, because if you really that big of an activist, you should be walking down the streets in Nigeria saying this. If you really want to find some anti-gay, anti-abortion people, dude, go call your grandparents. Stop sitting among us. Get on the plane and go visit your kinfolk. And you can go stomp all you want to. You know what the difference is? Over there, you would get dealt with if you tried that. You go over there and you'll just disappear. So you're going to a place where we made it safe for you to talk crazy. And now you're just showing you're just going to take it to a whole new extreme. So now we got to go ahead and put the foot down about it. And it's good about that. And this is going to be a shock to the system. I want you all to understand this is a shock to the system because they never heard this before. The previous generations got everybody lulled into a sense of security. They can just talk to us any old kind of crazy way, and we will still cape for them. So they're not gonna. It's not gonna sink into them quickly. Trust me, it's gonna take a lot of licks on their backsides with a leather strap before they get the point. But they will get it.
Brother Jonathan.
And one more thing, if they want to say what black culture is, if you want to know what black American culture is a foot up your ass.
There you go. I know you were saying, Jonathan, he has his hand up, Nikki. If you guys could put your hand up, and then after you speak, I'm gonna drop you down because it's a lot of people who want to speak. So Jonathan, go ahead because you had your hand up, and then on Nikki, and then Chef, and then Irie.
And please keep it brief, guys. I don't know how much time these brothers got. Y'all know they are very busy. One brother's working on the Maroons. The other brother's working on 8 a.m. So please keep it brief. Thank you so much.
Yes, indeed, man. You guys can hear me clearly?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Shout out to Tariq and Jason Black pulling up to the space. Shout out to Sage, man. Yeah, I'll be brief, man. I agree with everything that's been said. Well, I do want to say this. It's good to see everybody kind of coming together on this space right here. You know, after the spirited conversation we've been having over the last few months, it just shows when it's time, we can get on code with each other and shut stuff down. So I really appreciate that because we just have that energy. And I say this in every space. We are the culture. We are the energy. Whatever we decide to do, it reverberates. I said it wrong. It permeates around the world, right? And so when the dude coming up, pulling up, saying crazy stuff like that, we shut it down, man. You know, another thing, I think that one thing we gotta look towards is making sure that you know, we just make sure we're telling our friends and family what's going on. And when they say stuff like, "Oh, people don't know about FBA," or "People don't know about this and that," they know about it because we are the energy. When you look to the civil rights movement, it wasn't every single body that was a part of civil rights. It wasn't every single body that was a Black Panther. It wasn't every single body in every movement, but it was that fire energy that got stuff going. That reverberate around the world. So that's what we are. We are that energy. I mean, we are that culture. It's gonna take people like us to keep that jump pushing because we got that spirit, we got that knowledge, and we got that understanding. So we just got to keep pushing that, man. And don't fight. Like Sonny said, it's gonna be some uncomfortable things, some uncomfortable situations with some of our friends and family. But we're gonna have to keep pushing it, man, because anything that you obtain, you're gonna have to fight for it. You're gonna have some real conversations, and whatever you're good at, you take that and run with it. Some people are good at conversation, some people are good at this, some people are good at that. But whatever you're good at, man, just push that because it's gonna take all of our energy and everything we got going to make it happen. And I'll land right there. And I appreciate the mic. Let's keep this energy going.
Much respect. Go ahead, Nikki.
Thank you. Hello to the room and all the speakers and my great teachers here, Tariq and Jason Black. I love you guys. I notice in my professional life, I do see a lot of Nigerian coons throwing other professionals up under the bus. And this is a constant thing. They get put in positions of authority. The ones who are the coons, like the tethers who are, the coons, they get put in positions where they make up lies on people like us, on foundational Black Americans. What do you suggest we do as a whole group of people in our professional lives to fight, what's being done to us, mostly by immigrants? Like I would say, Indians. It's mostly Indians, Nigerians, and like Somalians. I just see them throwing us under the bus, making up things, and things like that. What do you suggest we do to thwart that situation?
Great question. Now, my wife, as you guys know, we just had a new baby a couple of weeks ago. At the hospital, there were different nurses. One of the nurses was an East Indian woman, and my wife felt very uncomfortable with that East Indian woman. She had a lot of real funny style energy. She was overly aggressive about a lot of things that made my wife very uncomfortable. So I let them know to bring in another damn nurse. So we have to go out of our way to avoid a lot of these vitriolic tethers who are among us when we're in situations where we're basically stuck to deal with them. At your job, if you're dealing with one of these non-FBA tethers that has hostile energy, just look at them as another hostile white person at the job, just a white person with a tan, and treat them accordingly. You know how when you have white people at the job who are funny style, you just kind of avoid them. You don't let them get too much into your business and just keep them at arm's length, and you do your job, get your money. Do the same thing with these tethers, because what they'll do, they'll send these tethers down acting as a supervisor, and then they'll try to sister girl you and get you comfortable so that you can tell your business, so they can go relay that back to the boss and then undermine you or send you down to HR for saying something to them that they didn't snitched on you about. Avoid them like the plague. Treat them like white people or treat them like snitches at the job, but don't let them mess your money up.
Thank you.
And that's a really good start to it. And also
sorry.
another thing is make sure you're excellent. Excellence is how you stop that kind of thing from happening. You can't be mediocre and then shut things down. You have to be excellent at it, because if you're going to talk about being Black professionals, that's another way of saying that we're not entry-level employees. We're excellent at it. The other thing is people who are excellent also need to have a code amongst each other. So our generation needs to understand, look here, it's survival at stake. You don't have the option of being an island of one. So first and foremost is be excellent, because if you're just mediocre, your complaints fall on deaf ears. If you are excellent at your job, you're the best of the best, that goes a whole lot further. So those would be two main things I would say, in addition to what Tariq said.
Absolutely.
Thank you both so much.
B1, Nikki, thank you so much. I think it was on Chef, and then we're gonna go to Black Alpha Network.
Hey, peace to the gods, the goddesses in the room. Brother Sage, when you plan on pulling up on dude? Because I can slide over the bridge. It's light. I'm about 10 minutes away.
Possibly tomorrow, most likely.
That's a bet.
Shoot me. This is recording, so DM me.
All right, you got it.
You could DM me.
All right, so yeah, definitely. Now with that being said, family, Mega, make ICE great again. Very controversial when I first came in these spaces, speaking that and talking that shit. And now we see with the comfortability that these anchor babies have, they just throwing nothing but disrespect all over us. I got ICE on speed dial for all of them niggas. Okay? I want everybody to understand ICE is paying up. Get your weight up, right? You want a second income, whatever the fuck it is. I've made 5 calls. I plan on getting my numbers up, just like that coon said when he was talking to Trump. I got to get my numbers up. Niggas got to go back home. We got to use whatever we have, family, right? This is war. This is not, there's nothing about being politically correct about this shit. We are cornered. We need to use every fucking tool at our disposal to get these niggas out the paint, or at least scare the shit out of them. Because this goofy motherfucker is too comfortable with coming in these spaces with his chest up. We got to send him back over the sands with his sandals burning up in the motherfucking desert. I land with that.
And to the tether that's probably listening, I got two brothers on stage that will be willing to probably bail me out. So just in case, anything happens and you get hurt, these brothers will take care of the bill. I'm just saying. Continue on.
All day. Let me be very clear. That's not an idle threat. All day. Just make the call. That's all. That's all you gotta do. Don't even tell me what you did.
That's why the people love you. Continue, Jesse.
It's supposed to go on Black Alpha Network. Then we're gonna go to Irie, then Wayne, then the Hard Black Truth.
And a peace, family. Certified salute. Much respect to the host. Much respect to everybody in the room. I just want to piggyback and chime in on some of the points that brothers and sisters have already made, because you've made a lot of great points. I like to look at things like historically and put them in categories. And right now, what I've noticed is this is the gatekeeping era. And a bunch of brothers have already made this point, but this is the gatekeeping era, the regulating era. And anybody who's out of pocket, out of code, you're getting G-check. You're getting spotlighted. You're getting ran off the block. And that's what we're doing right now. And by us doing that, these tethers are shook. That guy can say whatever he wants. They can act all high and mighty, but they know deep down inside they're shook, because foundational Black Americans have truly regulated our culture. We regulated our lineage, our heritage. Everything is about us. It starts with us. It ends with us. Our money staying in-house. We're not going out building everybody else and having nothing to come home to. We're making it about ourselves, and that's the most important point. And when you look at it right now, these coons, quite frankly, the tethers in particular, they're in a point where they're transitioning. They're having a job transition. They used to be moochers, where they would just come in our house, take the food directly off our plate, walk out, go take it back to the house. They can't do that no more, because we made it airtight and we let them know you're not going to do any of that. So what they're doing, they're trying to transition from moochers into just agitators. And that's that backstabbing culture that we speak about that they come from. It's that if I can't have it, nobody can have it. It's just like Brother Tariq was talking about on the job. How at the job, if they can't get what you got at the job, they'll sabotage the whole ship. That's exactly what they do, and they do that all the time. So they're trying to do that to us politically the same way they do that to us socially, and we're not going for it. And they're scared to death right now. They don't really know what to do. Back in the old days, when we used to let people share our culture and let everybody come in and everybody can get a piece of the pie, they love that. That was fun to them, because they can cloak themselves in our whole heritage. Now we're pointing them out. I love the term non-FBA. When we say somebody's non-FBA, that's my favorite thing, because we checking their hairlines, we checking that fake accent. Anytime we see it, you're getting ran off the block, so you can't come, you can't perpetrate, you can't camouflage, and none of that's working anymore. So I like the point as well when we talk about the diaspora war. Everyone says a diaspora war. There's no diaspora war. It's foundational Black Americans minding our own foundational Black American business, and a bunch of people trying to tether themselves to us. That's all it is. That's very similar to when the dominant society says reverse racism. Reverse racism, it goes both ways. It don't go both ways. No. It's us doing our own thing, staying in our own lane, and everybody having a problem with us. So as we look at them as tethers and they tether to us, they mimic the dominant society. So anytime you have an engagement with one of these people, it sounds just like talking to a white person. So basically, like Tariq was saying, they're basically just dominant society in blackface in tether form. So these $2 tethers right now, they're shook, they're terrified. And this is what happens when FBA stays on code. We gatekeep, we run people off the block. They have no place. As soon as the term African American left, so did these African tethers and every other tether out there. We've been going down one by one, cleaning house, regulating, and I love it. I'm glad to be a part of it. So I salute everybody out there. Let's keep the pressure on them 24/7. Appreciate the love, everybody. Black Alpha.
Just real quick, y'all. There's the petition to get an anti-black heat bill in the Jumbotron. Some people are saying if you're in California, you can get there. They'll need support at the capital of Sacramento. And someone said they are an HR person. If you are in an environment with like even anti-Black American, Black immigrants, you need to treat it as if it was with white people. You go to HR, you make complaints about a hostile work environment. Just want to share what some people have sent to me.
Yes, indeed. There's a sister in San Diego. She's a superintendent at a school board. She made a very harmless comment saying about how Asian immigrants, they come over and thrive because many of them come from wealthy families. They fired that sister because of that. They said, well, that's anti-Asian hate for telling the truth like that. And they just fired that sister. So they don't let Black folks say anything, no matter how true it is. And it's not even an epithet. When we say something, well, they immediately drop the hammer down on us, but we play this little kumbaya game with all these other groups. We have to drop the hammer on them too.
You know, I want to speak on that also about dropping the hammer to what the man was saying here before, what the brother said here before. I think Wayne was talking about how it basically was referencing what I've talked about before about these people come from backstabbing cultures. You want to talk about the culture and different what's FBA culture versus theirs. These other folks from the Dominican Republic, Hispaniola, call it whatever you will, Nigeria, Africa, all these other folks, we need to understand something. You go take a look where they come from. They come from backstabbing cultures. They come from cultures where filling on the kids is normal in the family. They come from cultures where nobody loans anybody money because nobody gets paid back. They come from cultures where when they get on, they pull up the bridge behind them. They get what they need, and then everybody else is just struggling and straggling. They come from cultures where half the population is willing to sell out the other half of the population to the white government or the Russians or the Asians or whoever is in power this week. They come from cultures where that happens. And that's strange to them to come among us. You want to know why we were able to succeed? Because we don't have a backstabbing culture. Because we created terms like Uncle Tom during slavery. No, that wasn't something given to us by white folk. We didn't do, those were not terms that had to be given to us by the dominant society. That was something we created and that they still don't have over there to this day. And the few people who do have that concept got it from us. They didn't get it from anybody else. Shout out to my brother Julius Malema over there in South Africa. But let's just keep it all the way real. After apartheid, they opened the damn doors to their former oppressors, and they're sitting here living right next. I would say they're living next door to them, but they're actually living way across the street from them, is where they're at today. So they come from backstabbing cultures. So this is why we cannot really take any lead from them as far as how we proceed, how we reconcile. No, we're going to write all the terms because you don't understand what it means to be a culture that works together. And before they try to tell you anything about Chicago or whatever, I'll be damned. The Pork and Beans and Little Haiti down there in Florida has got its own damn TV show, The First 48. It getting killed down there happens so regularly. You can set up your cameras and have, by the way, not just set up your cameras, you can catch the suspect within 2 days. That's how damn frequent it is. Back up office.
Brother Flex, you got something for us?
And I'm gonna build on what my brother was saying, man. The image of the Sambo sellout, we got to understand that image became popularized really with non-FBA tethers. A sister earlier mentioned step and fetch it and how step and fetch it is used as a euphemism and an epithet among Black people who coon it up. We have to remember step and fetch it was non-FBA. He's Caribbean. William Perry, he's a Caribbean dude. And Black Americans, foundational Black Americans, we've always looked down upon step and fetch it. It was Black people, Black organizations writing to the movie studio saying, hey, this is not our image. This negative image of us, we don't like this. We've always spoke out against these negative images of us portrayed by a lot of these non-FBA tethers who like to promote that. Fast forward to today, when you look at negative images of foundational Black Americans, especially online, where do we see it coming from? Bossip, non-FBA owned. Madame Noir, non-FBA owned. Shade Room, non-FBA owned. World Star, non-FBA owned. Media Takeout, trash website, non-FBA owned. Look at the common denominator. We kept looking at this and seeing these are not our people putting these images out here. And by the way, those websites that I named, I have to pull teeth with these people in order to show something positive. These people never want to show commercials for our films. They don't want to show anything positive. Why? Because when we wake people up, they'll lose their audience. They make money and they get views for us being not awake, us being dumb as hell. That's the image that they like to promote because these are the tethers who want to come and replace us when we're being ignorant as hell. That's what they want. That's the image that they want to promote so that they can come in and take our places. So we have to understand that dynamic.
Oh, not just that, Tariq. Shade Room in particular, you all can go look this up. I think on YouTube, I posted a video about this years ago, why they held that up as a paragon of entrepreneurship, even though she took the damn, I think it was student loan money, whatever, and took the damn money and off she goes to go put it into the Shade Room because she didn't want to work. Yep. So she didn't even earn the damn money that she got to start the Shade Room. And the white media was sitting up there applauding that. Now, if that had been some Black folk who did that,
If there had been some foundationals who did that, why they'd be talking about welfare queen, malfeasance of funds. Hell, they probably would have come and did them with a RICO case. Probably would have done that. But they sat up here and congratulated her for doing that. I mean, in the media piece there, you would have thought that this was just the normal way of doing things. No, she tricked off the damn money. So yes, she did invest it, and I guess it turned out okay in the meantime. But let's be very, very clear in that case. They treat these like these are entrepreneurs of the year. They've done stories on Gossip, Shade Room. They were cheering about it. That's the kind of thing that they promote. Meanwhile, with the new black media, if you let them tell it we don't even exist, which I'm cool with, to be totally honest, because we still bust through. But never forget, they love boosting that kind of thing. They don't even have to ask for it.
And the thing is, when we go over to Africa or in the Caribbean and show anything negative, they have a hissy fit. When Kendrick Lamar was just over there in Africa, all he did was just start filming. They were all on Twitter calling him all types of names, talking about how he shouldn't show that. When I went to South Africa, I just turned the camera on and started filming. When I went over to some of these other countries and started filming, they were all online saying, hey, don't show that. That's not what we really are. I'm like, yeah, it is what you really are. I'm not saying anything negative. I'm just showing what's going on over here. They don't like any negative images about what's going on over there, but they come over here and find the first hood rat and dusty nigga they can find and put them on a website and blow it up.
And get tons of seed money, tons of investment. They get preferential treatment. It shouldn't be any surprise. I don't know if Tariq has the same issue that I have, but I have to make Just Eve a co-host because I can't see any of the people with their hands raised. So if you all want to know what happened for the first 3 weeks of my Twitter space, I couldn't see any of you. I can only see 1 or 2 of you. And she's telling me later that her hand's up the whole time, a dozen other people's hands up. I can't see any of them. So we get penalized by these white platforms. We get penalized by the media. These other folk are getting, forget immigration alone, they're getting a hell of a whole, they're getting tons of free monetary, is worth monetary value. They're getting tons of promotion, tons of elevation without having to ask for any of it. So they're getting a whole bunch of help and then telling you, you need to work harder. No, we don't.
And our brother, Professor Black Truth, they got a ban on his page now. And that brother doesn't show, he doesn't curse, he doesn't do anything. He just tells the truth. And they got his page banned right now. They got a strike on him on YouTube. He can't post on YouTube for about a week or so. They always mess with Jason's page. They always shadow ban my page. I'm just talking about the news. Now, these other websites, Shade Room and all of these other people, World Star, they show people getting beat up, murdered, people with ashy butt cheeks twerking left and right, foul, degenerate behavior. You notice they never get banned from nowhere. They never get banned. They never get any strikes. They let debauchery just run free with these tethers promoting the most negative images of us. So that shows you how these people understand how white society lets them denigrate us.
I hate to go too big on this, but folks, I mean, if you want to see something that's ban worthy, I'll be damned. Cardi B literally has 2 videos showing full frontal nudity on YouTube. Now that's not art. That's not some art piece. This is shake your butt cheeks and wet ass, this, that, and the other. And that's okay. That's not gonna get a strike. That's gonna get promoted to hundreds of millions of views. But we talk about the news, we talk about events, and all of a sudden you can get a strike on. My YouTube channel just got struck here a couple of weeks ago. They were talking about hate speech for talking about the Black News channel getting shut down. Hate speech. I'm like, where was the hate speech part of it? Somebody show me. It ain't there. So that's the thing we routinely run into. But Cardi B is good money. Kodak Black is good money. What we're doing, somehow there's a problem. No, you ain't worked your way towards nothing, just useful tools being promoted.
For the record, I don't know if it's having YouTube in this room or not, but I can't see anyone. That's why I allowed Just Eve to be up here also. I can't see nothing. So, yeah.
And I'm being as diplomatic as possible, everybody, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate everybody being patient. So if I already said you could speak, go ahead and speak. And then other new people to the room, we will get to you as we get to you. So Black First and Family. And I think it's on Irie. Is it on you?
Yes, it is. Thank you, Sister Eve. Brother Sage, thank you. Brother Marcel, Brother Tariq, Brother Jason Black, good to talk to you again. As Brother Khalif, good to be in the space with you, my brother. It is definitely a blessing to go ahead and chop this up. I was in there in the first room when Brother Marcel brought this person on, and didn't have a clue about what was going on with the situation. And I believe Brother Marcel was actually acting in good faith when he just brought him on to explain himself, give him space to actually, repent. Pretty much, if that be the true essence of what the space was intended to do. That dude, he just had this type of vehement hatred, type of white, almost like a white KKK or white nationalist type of ideology, and that he wasn't able to see any wrong in his doings. He wasn't able to come to any form of repentance in his actions. And then I believe we were stopping short on literally the first sentence, but we never really took a sense of looking at what he embodied in his second sentence, because it embodies all of us. And then so we went. I opened up a space after that, and then I looked at his history about Akata and the word Akata, and it was literally 10 years ago in 2012 that he mentioned the Akata, a useless group. And so I've seen a pattern in practice there, and a continuance of such behavior since 2012. And so pretty much I was dead set on knowing that this person is not only just operating in cosplay because he had Tupac Shakur in the top. He came in and said, Malcolm X is my hero. And I noticed that there's this type of mimic, if anybody's seen that movie, or just the wheat and the tares in the field. And then I remember how the good servant said, my enemy did this. My enemy sowed these tares in my field, but wait to harvest. And I believe we're in that harvest period where we're separating the seed from the shaft, and we're separating the identities of the wheat and the tares, and we're putting the wheat in a good space or in a secured space, which is called the storehouse, and the everything else is going in the fire. And the purpose of the fire is good in the garden, and it makes useful for all of the things that come from it. And I believe that this natural fire that's happening in the midst of us right now, bringing us together in this space and in this time, is for clarity purposes, and it also is for security and refining purposes. This person was able to operate in our country with such beliefs and such acts. And I believe this is also telling to a historical perspective, especially during reparations time, to atone for our ancestrals' purgatory that they have went through, and understanding that this person has been operating under the guise of blackness, and as one of the sisters said earlier, almost in this cosplay of saying that, in America he can pass as a black dude, almost like a Toby Smelly. But we see that whenever we get down to the substance of the matter, or get down to their fruits, tangibly to their interpersonal relationships with people, we're finding them to be vehemently distasteful and operating in bad faith, even in their personal private relationships. So I do think it's very telling that we're able to identify these type of characters in our midst. Again, separating that wheat from the tares type of actions. And also I reported him not only just to, I'm going to do the Pace University, but I also reported him to the FBI, Department of Homeland Security, and Capitol Hill Police for terroristic threats. And it's actually pretty appalling to me that Twitter has the gall to give me notices when I want to post a tweet about something that they consider sensitive or harmful language. But this tweet here is talking about our sitting Black American judge, and he's getting hate threats not only against himself, but his community and his group specifically. And so I find it very open threat opportunity on the board. But I also see this refining of security within ourselves, and I'll trust us more than I'll trust any of my enemies any day. And I'll say much love to the family, and we're definitely going to get these reparations because that's what they fear most of all anything. Thank you, Jason Black, and thank you, Brother Tariq, for your hard work. Brother Marcel for presenting this to us. Brother Sage and Sister Eve for having this space. You guys are doing a great job. Much love to you and blessings to you all. Thank you, family.
Black First Tea, brother, thank you so much. Wayne, go ahead. You have your hand up. Free R. Kelly. I know you want to speak, but we're going to go the hard Black truth after Wayne.
Cool. Appreciate it. Thanks, Judge Steve. Appreciate it. Shout out to Tyreek, you know what I'm saying? The host, Jason, definitely Marcel in the building. Real quick, one thing, and it's unique because I know, Jason and Tyreek always have a unique way of, having a dialogue with people and jokes get made and stuff like that. But someone said something about this earlier. It's like, has anyone ever been kicking with their friends? I had a homegirl just come out of the pocket and say something about like lynching as a joke and things of that nature. With, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, that's not even something your boy would say when he's drunk, you know what I'm saying? Just tripping like, yeah, man, so it's like a whole level of like, nah, like that's just, out there. And then I wanted to just throw this out there and I'll make it real quick. Tyreek touched on this many times months ago, how they're trying to infiltrate. They've been doing this in the technology sector where they're getting these internships, grants, all kinds of stuff like that, coming to these IT companies with their same level of ideology, things of that nature. These IT companies are getting kickback because they've been getting all these flack for the last years about, oh, there's not enough minority representation and stuff like that. So they're integrating some uniqueness with that, to say the least. And the last thing I'll say is on some of these spaces, they're jumping in talking about, oh, my sister is Nigerian and she was in the slave trade, so we're owed reparations too. So they got some weird stuff they're coming up with right now. I'm trying to just throw that out there. So I lay my play there. You know what I'm saying? Marcel, much love. Your campaign people hit me up trying to actually have me send an invoice for the billboards, and I told them last time I talked to them, I haven't heard back. Just let them know it's all love. Like me and you talked about before, I made that contribution where the money was coming from and all that good stuff like that. So I didn't want anything kicked back. You know what I mean? So I didn't want them to take it as an offense, and I just wanted to clear the air with that.
Now, you made a good point, brother, about how a lot of these tethers are now trying to latch on to the reparations claim, because understand, for a long time, they were the main ones telling us, you shut up, nigga. You're not going to get no handout, nigga. You know, you're not going to get nothing. They were the main ones trying to undermine us and discourage us from fighting for our reparations. Now that we have a real movement going on and we are not wavering from it, and we're delineating ourselves from all of the other tether groups, they're trying to now word things in a way so they can somehow get a kickback. First, they don't want us to do the lineage thing. They're the main ones talking about, well, I'm black too, and I have some discrimination too. No, not the same. We're not talking. That's not reparations. That's a whole different claim. So now they're trying to use our terms, and they're trying to find a way to flip it. Again, I talked about this the other day, how one tether was like, well, yeah, I'm from Africa, but what if I had a brother or a great-great-great-grandparent who was sold into slavery? Would that make me a descendant of FBA? No, it doesn't. We're not letting y'all play these little word games that you try to twist up and try to make yourself an FBA. You're not going to do that at all. This is for foundational Black Americans. If you come over here as an immigrant, you've already came up. You've already gotten something for nothing. You've already gotten some unearned benefits. We're trying to get something that we're owed. These are not unearned benefits. We're trying to get a debt that is owed to us, that happened to our family. We are our family, because I hear a lot of arguments talking about, well, that happened to your grandparents or great-grandparents. We are our ancestors. Our ancestors are us. So that happened to us because we still feel the deprivation of that lineage. So we're talking about a very specific debt owed to a specific people.
Brother Black, you got anything for us?
No, Tariq said it well. I think he said it well.
All right, we'll move right along. Let's go to the hard black truth. The hard black truth, then free R. Kelly.
Hey, Black first to the family. I really do appreciate this space. And shout out to you guys, Tariq Nasheed, Jason Black. Just want to send y'all all my love and blessings, man. Y'all put me on to a whole lot. And I'm glad that I was able to really listen to you guys, for the better part of a decade, you know what I'm saying? And get put on some game for real. What we see taking place here today, I don't know about the rest of y'all, but I'm really feeling it. We saw people come together who are like polarized against each other, but we all came together for this. And I think that should be remembered. White supremacy knows exactly what they've been doing. And you, Tariq, and Jason, you've been making it clear that they've been using folks like myself against Black people. That shit ain't right. And you motherfuckers have been putting it out there, and continue to spread the word, and to anybody who might be in their feelings about it. Oh, well, this has to take place. And I'm going to just land my plane with that.
Much respect. Thank you so much for speaking the hard black truth. Go ahead, free R. Kelly.
Hey, peace to the family, peace to the tribe. It's a beautiful thing just seeing how on code everybody is, and how on code our people are getting, because like now more than ever, we got to understand, like, we all we got, but like Brother Tariq said, we all we need. It is very, very interesting that so many
of these events are coming together the way that they're coming together. Like we just got done talking about, this whole situation with our brother Clarence Thomas, and now the situation that's going on with our brother R. Kelly. We were just talking about in the space before I got in this one. They're brewing up a 2022, 2023 version of the 95 crime bill as we speak. Anybody who doesn't think that, bro, like you gotta wake up and just really, really smell the coffee, because it ain't no coincidence that Joe Biden is in office now, and we on code more than ever. Like it's so essential for them to put together a crime bill. They're making us the face of crimes that they know damn well white people and people of other communities dominate from a behavioral standpoint. So, brother Tariq, brother Jason, brother Marcel, can y'all like really, really speak to that more? Because I feel like they're brewing up another crime bill that's gonna make that shit that happened in 1995 look like child's play. Thank you.
Well, at this point right now, they don't need another crime bill. They already got everything they want. I mean, in Georgia right now, there was the rapper there. I forget his name off the top of my head. They're prosecuting him on the Georgia RICO. That's not under federal RICO. They got it at the state level now. So truth be told, they've already got all the tools they need in place now.
Marcel, Tariq, did either one of y'all had a response for Free R. Kelly?
I'm sorry, I stepped away. What did he say real quick?
He said that he believes that there's another crime bill brewing, and we're so on code that they're gonna try to hit us hard. And I hope that I didn't mince your words, brother.
I mean, I wouldn't doubt it. I mean, look who's president. I mean, he's probably trying to break his old record. The last crime bill put more black people in bondage since the days of chattel slavery. So I'm sure he's going to try to exceed his old record. I wouldn't doubt it. Don't put nothing past this anti-black bigot that's in the White House and his going on to get along vice president.
Well, I appreciate that, Marcel. Let's go with Black again. Unmute your mic. Let's go.
Black again. You can unmute your mic now. Black again. Okay, moving on.
Moving on. Let's go to Spirit of 1811. B1.
B1 family. Hello, Tariq and Jason Black, brothers. I respect you guys a lot. I'm gonna make this real quick. White supremacy, they use their economy to keep their power. Sage, you said something about protesting up there in New York for Pace University. If you can, just please let me know where I can donate money. I'm not all about the talking. I'm all about getting things done. B1.
Well, I was talking about pulling up. I wasn't really talking about. But anyway, go ahead, Josie.
Well, I know that Marcel's still taking donations, right, Marcel? They can go to your website.
Yes, I am.
Okay,
Definitely.
so marcelforcongress.com, right? Is that?
Yes, marcelforcongress.com/donate.
And he's taken volunteers as well, right?
Of course, and repair Black America at marcelforcongress.com.
There you go. So moving right along, Sister Kiana, Black First Sister, go ahead.
Hey, thank you so much. Thank you all. Thank you, Sage and Justy, for holding the space and allowing me to speak. Shout out to the tribe. Peace to everybody in the room. I just wanted to speak on one of the lives that I heard Tariq do with the white guy who was talking about he was biracial and he deserved reparations, and he was basically a $5 FBA. And I wanted to talk about that because this is something that I know Tariq in particular, and shout out to Tariq, he's been talking about for a long time, and he's been predicting these people coming around. And the thing that I think really, really boggles my mind about the whole thing with this, because it's not just white people now, it's all people from all different demographics now coming around trying to identify as us. And these are people who have been telling us for the longest time that reparations is just a dream. We're never going to get it. We're never going to achieve it. Now, all of a sudden, we have people going as far as to take flags out of their bios and, come around us trying to claim to be us. You know what I mean? So it just lets me know personally that we are making strides. We are, we are closer than we think with this.
That's absolutely true. And the sister made a very good point. You notice you don't see too many of those flags and bios no more. Back about 5-6 years ago, boy, it was flags all over the place. It was like a Benetton ad on Twitter. Everybody had all of these foreign flags. Belize, Honduras, Jamaica, Haiti, the Dominican Republic. I mean, they were proudly displaying them flags. You don't see that now, do they? They don't show them flags no more, because now they can't sneak among us with all of that rhetoric, because we call them out. They are immediately invalidated when they try to speak on our issues, and they're flying them flags now. You see the kind of work this brother got today with his Nigerian flag up there. So they know that's the kiss of death right now. So they are trying to hide their lineage so they can come among us. Now, white people are trying to do it. Like the sister spoke on, this white man called my broadcast the other day, and he's talking about he's a quarter black, so he's supposed to get reparations too. And I pointed out to him, you have to be qualified and you have to have labeled yourself as black for at least 10 years. And then he started babbling and explaining. So this is why we got to have all of these other rules in play, because I knew when we start getting reparations on a serious level, you're going to have all of these white people trying to claim that little 4 or 5% black DNA ancestry that they got. And let's be clear, everybody on the planet has some kind of black DNA. So they'll try to hold on to that. Remember, the reparations is about lineage and the paperwork. It's not about DNA. You can't even claim a Native American status using DNA anymore. You got to have the right paperwork for that, because they know that DNA is really unreliable as far as finding out what group came specifically from what place in the Americas. So our paperwork game is in order. Don't let people fool you with all of that. Well, you can't do the DNA. It's so sketchy. No, we ain't doing DNA. If we can trace our lineage back to the 1870 census, we're good money. So it's not that hard. It's not rocket science. And we set the rules, and we're letting them know what the rules are. Parents or grandparents or great-grandparents got to be on that 1870 census, and you have to be a person who's been classified as black for the last 10 years. I say take it further. You got to be either black or colored on your birth certificate. We should go there with it. So it's up to us to regulate these rules, family.
I just want to make it clear, y'all, if you're in this space, please report that anti-Black American tweet that Kachi made, and make sure you tag Twitter, because that tweet is still up there. Now, how many of us have had our accounts locked or maybe even suspended for saying something as simple as the word Negro, which is on some of our birth certificates? But this guy has literally said the Klan. He's called for lynching, and Twitter still has it up there. This is explicit anti-Black racism that Twitter has allowed for a long time, and we cannot let it go unscathed.
TBA, did you want to say something?
I agree with Marcel. I've had my Twitter account suspended for saying, when that singer was saying that you could get COVID from 5G cell phone reception. Got my Twitter suspended for saying that. That was enough of that. And yet this is still sitting up there. So, like I say, hey, maybe we'd be better off just letting Elon Musk buy the place. At least we know we're getting in. At least it just be on the table. As far as what Tariq was saying, the word is out. The word is out at this point. Everybody knows about the flags. The word is out. Everybody knows that people are checking the paperwork. They're checking the block. And they were checking to see whether or not this would just be a temporary thing. This is not temporary, people. This is the new normal. They already got the message after Trayvon Martin. They were waiting for that to die down after a few weeks. Didn't happen. Then they said, okay, maybe a few years. That didn't happen. It's a decade later. They got the point. This is the new normal. They just want to see how far we're going to move the needle. We're moving that son of the gun all the way damn way over. After Del Rio, Texas, they got the point. We're not caping for anybody else. It's not going to be reparations for anybody else. We're not going to let anybody slide up in the DMs and say, hey, can you kick me a nickel back? No, we're not doing that. Welcome to the new day.
The era of the pull-up is among us, ladies and gentlemen. Off code, gotta go. I know y'all thought I was joking, but we really could just send them back. They probably would go kicking and screaming, but that is an option. We're not gonna be here all night. This has been a hell of a build, so we're gonna get the speakers who are up on the stage to go. So, Harriet Tubman's Pistol, you can go.
Peace, power, and reparations, family. I love y'all. Tariq Nasheed, Jason Black, everybody. I love all of y'all. I just wanted to disperse this information right quick. Marcel, respectfully, HR 4238 overturned Negro on birth certificates. You can thank Obama for that. We looking to get that overturned, and we not playing games. Also, I put in the Jumbotron, Narcan, and Cobra. Please sign that petition to get them off of anything, any boards, anything that has to do with foundational Black Americans, reparations. Not only just Narcan and Cobra, because they can make sleeper cell groups, but anybody, and this goes for anybody who obstruct our lineage-based reparations, y'all are going to get out the paint. We not playing. Please sign that petition. I also want to promote, again, that petition to get us an anti-Black hate crime bill. We working on something with that behind the scenes. Also, I wanted to say that being a quote unquote Black owned business is not enough anymore. I want to keep reiterating that. If we need freedmen owned businesses, and we need stickers or something labeled saying that this is a freedmen owned business, that this is a foundational Black American owned business. Black owned businesses is a code name for Tethers to keep grifting. We're not going for that no more. Another thing that I wanted to land on is that this delineation stuff, this needs to happen right now. So we need to get with the OMB in the United States Census. We're not waiting until 2030. America had enough time to repair us from delineation from the net designations of Negro, Black, all right, colored, mulatto, Afro-American, and African-American. That designation of African-American needs to be retired because it's a misnomer. Love y'all.
We love you too, brother. Tariq, did you have something to say?
No, the brother spoke real good game, and that's some real talk that he's talking. And look, we're doing some good things out here in California. We're still on their bumper as far as the reparations out here. A lot of these movements that's going on, we have to keep our eye on the ball, watch every word that they use, because they will try to slip in trick bag language. So as far as the reparations committee out here, we're still watching every single thing they do. When they form these reparation committees in your local cities around the country, family, watch their words. And if they're talking about minority or people of color, any little trick word in it, shut it down and then validate them loud and publicly. We can't have no games with none of these groups. We're going to be adamant about us dictating what the terms of reparations are. That means cash payments for foundational Black Americans, freedmen, descendants of slaves in America. No other group. When they use any other term besides that, even the term African American, that's not a good enough term. Black, that's not a good enough term. Minority, person of color, aggrieved group, none of these code words. We have to stay on their bumper and make sure the language is correct. Like our brother Neely Fuller says, the white supremacists, they know how to trip us up with words and language. So we need to be on their bumper about the words and language.
Absolutely. I guess we're gonna move right along to Black Native. You've been waiting patiently, so you first, then Dewan, and then Phoenix.
B1 family, I like to thank you for having a platform where we can truly express how we feel about these. I'm calling them invasion of the body snatchers. I'm calling them chameleons who've been running the game on us for about maybe 20 years, 20 to 30 years. They've come into our communities, they've come into our spaces, they've come into our HSBCUs and tried to pretty much become us and take over the things that our family and our forefathers have fought for. And I was listening to Jason Black, his last show, excuse me, and he had a caller who called from South Africa. And this man, and they were discussing what was going on in South Africa.
Do me one favor, family. I'm so sorry for me and your sister. I'm so sorry. I'm gonna let you go. Again, I don't have these brothers up here all night. I know it's very exciting to have both of these brothers together. I do not want to waste their time. So please, family, when you come up here to speak, you have 60 seconds to tell these brothers what you want to tell them. We'll give them a chance to respond, both of them, and then you have to go. So please, people, land your plane within 60 seconds. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Well, I just wanted to say that the guy came up there and he said the people in South Africa were afraid of white people, even though they're the minority. And that struck me because they come over here with all this gusto and all this rah-rah, but in their own land, they're fearful. So like I said, I'm over in North Carolina. I reached out to someone and I'm trying to get reparations going over here in North Carolina. And with that, I land my plane. Thank you for hearing me out, and y'all have a blessed day.
Peace to you, sister. Thank you so much. I think we said Phoenix. Go ahead. No, I'm sorry. I said Dwan first. Are you there, brother Dwan?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, thank you real quick. And I want to give much love, honor, respect, and reverence to Brother Jason Black and Tariq. You guys have been the messengers, and we are the people who are carrying out the message. So I appreciate y'all. But I want to say one thing real quick. One thing that we've seen here is we've codified around the term black. We've been told for so long we can't be black. We got to be a Moor. We got to be a Hebrew Israelite. We got to be a midget 1 foot bigger than the other. We got to be anything other than black to get our rights. These brothers have told us, we're good where we are. Let's go ahead and label ourselves who we are, and let's get our reparations based on that. And it's like I equate it to music. Every time black people have stood on our own, whether it be bebop, funk, and hip hop, all three genres were bad words when it came to them folks. We stood on it, and all three genres ended up being the world's music. And those are the three specific genres of music that those folks ain't took from us. They ain't took it because we own it. And as long as we own it, they can't take it. So I appreciate y'all. And as long as we keep saying black, don't let these cats get you off the way saying we got to be anything other than black. We've gone far on black, and we're going to cross the finish line being black. Thanks.
Black first, brother. Thank you so much for speaking on that. Go ahead, Phoenix.
Hey, everybody. Peace, love, and reparations. Tariq, Marcel, Jason, Sage, and Just Steve. I'm going to do it in 60 seconds. One thing I want to say is that we have to watch where we put our money, where we spend our money, and how we spend it. I'm saying that because we need to pull our money back, our dollars. They'll start to really hear us when we start doing that. Also, there is a space called The City. It is our own Black safe space, social media place, and you can also do a lot of things in there, right? I put it in the Jumbotron, click the link. You can also do business. There is a supply chain in The City where we can actually do Black business, FBA owned, Freedmen owned business, from farm to transportation to everything. So please click The City. We do have a safe space, verified only, and I will land there. Thank you. God bless you all.
Beautifully put. Thank you so much for keeping it concise. News Trotter, then Divine, and then Red Joker. Your hand's not up, but you can go after that.
Can you guys hear me?
Loud and
good,
clear.
Good.
Yeah. I just want to say hi to the space and how everybody's doing. And I had a couple quick questions. How dangerous do you guys think the Everson reparations is to the overall reparation movement, because we all know it's a farce and a scam. And also, we have a major water crisis happening in a majority black city, Jackson, Mississippi, that rivals Flint. How can we come together and get this city some major attention? Because you have a predominantly black city that's really suffering. People have to drive 30 minutes away just to get clean drinking water. They can't even bathe in the water. They have to get a water bottle. So how can we come together and help this city as well as the Everson reparations scam? And I'll land my plane.
One thing I would say, News Toda, is what you're doing, what Tariq's doing, what Black Authority is doing. We have to support the new black media, y'all, because the mainstream media is not covering it. I am just like barely an hour from Charleston. Charleston has the most toxic water in America. I'm like barely an hour from Denmark, South Carolina. They haven't had clean water in over 10 years. Bernie Sanders had to bring a truck filled with, yep, and Wayne knows about it, and Black Alpha, if he's in the room, knows about it. Bernie Sanders had to bring a truck filled with pallets of bottled water for people to drink and bathe, while Clyburn collects a six-figure salary and does nothing about it. So the reason, if it wasn't for the new black media, we were not, the mainstream media is not going to cover these things. So, y'all, we have to support the new black media. The same way the mainstream media gets money from commercials and advertisement that people pay them to show, and trust me, they get paid a lot because I did commercials. We have to start donating to the new black media platform, which includes yours. That's one. And as far as Evanston goes, look, y'all, what's going to matter ultimately and what's get reparations is a federal initiative. Only the federal government has the resources to do what's necessary. We have to all be running for office and be running on a true reparations platform federally, because they're going to do all type of little distractions, but we can't be distracted from what's really reparations. So that's my take on it.
Well, I agree with Marcel. Certainly, we need to beat the drum about the feds. California, however, that's a bellwether. You knock down California, and it's only a matter of time before you see it spread everywhere. So there's a reason why I've supported in California. We've been monitoring in California, making sure it stays straight, because California can be a model. California, if it's done properly, will be a model to everyone else because it takes away the excuses for it. Also, California is pivotal because, in my opinion, because a lot of the new money, your Silicon Valley corporations and whatnot are based out of California. They're subject to California state law. So even if you can't get something done at the federal level, you'd be amazed what we could get done to, Twitter or Facebook, Meta, YouTube, Google, just through California alone, because it's my contention that all these corporations owe us reparations as the descendants of slaves, as beneficiaries, as people who have been continuing this, specifically targeting us. And the good thing about that is when you make a law like this, you don't have to abide by a court of law saying that you have to prove intent and garbage like that. You can just make the law what it is and go from there. So pushing events is a very important thing. So certainly by the federal level, but there's in some key states in particular, California being the top of that list, you can get a lot done knocking that down locally, or at least at the state level.
Thank you for your response to his question. News Totter, you got your response to that. Tariq, did you have a response on that? Or did you just agree with Marcel and TBA because everything is good to go?
Yes, indeed. That was a very good point that both of those brothers make. And to build on of what Marcel was saying, a lot of brothers and sisters in these local areas, you have to let us know, meaning me, Marcel, Jason, Professor Black Truth, other people in the new black media. You guys have to reach out to us and let us know what's going on in your places locally. A lot of times in these local areas, everybody's on the gossip sites and the YouTube music videos and all that. You're not really paying attention to the political sector. Let us know. Reach out to us to let us know what's going on in your city. When stuff like this goes on, don't let us know about this 3 and 4 months down the line after all the damage is done. Keep an eye on what's going on in your town politically, because we can't keep our eyes on every little thing in every little town. If you let us know what's going on, email us, let us know what's going on the grassroots so that we can blow it up on a national level. I have to beg families sometimes to let me know what the police officers' names are who did some damage or harm to your family in some of these local places. Because a lot of times the family, they're sitting around, they don't know who to reach out to because they're so used to watching rap videos all day. We got to be more politically astute, more consciously astute, and know who to contact when something goes down. So that's my advice to the families out there.
For me, myself, I look for things. The whole reason I got behind Marcel was because I saw a video of him confronting Clyburn. That struck a major chord with me. I'm a real big believer in people. If something's happening and things, bring me some original video. Bring me something. If you're going to say something's happening on the spot, Ferguson resonated with me because I saw people's cell phone video from it on the spot. Didn't have to wait for the national media, because a lot of the times, by the time you all get this stuff from the national media, it's already played out or it's well down the road. So for me, myself, and I'm just speaking about me personally, I really look for things where people have shown me, okay, if they're doing a little bit of footwork, that goes a long way towards showing me that you're serious about this and that this is something that really you're giving me something more to go on. I'm not just relying on the national media. So that kind of thing for me really helps.
And yes, it's important for us to get it first, because by the time it gets to the national,
yes,
they're going to spin the hell out of it. All right. Y'all got to get it to us first, because by the time CNN gets it, boy, they're going to flip it. They're going to dig up the victim's information and put all of that stuff out there and kill the momentum.
Remember with Philando Castile, you know, Tariq was one of the first people to talk about that when it came. Yeah, because it got to him first. You know, so when it gets to us first in that regard, that's major. That's what I'm saying. If you can get us the video, get us the officers' names, not just, hey, did you see that this happened? Get us some of those key details. That's the kind of stuff we really need. Like the mass shooting up there in Buffalo. They're talking to the big Jamaican looking dude. We don't even know who it is. So like I say, just things like that's the kind of stuff we need to have. We don't have the resources of a multi-billion-dollar corporation, but we got the family on the street. So don't just be sitting there looking. Get us the information.
Down in Louisiana a couple of years ago, there was a brother who got attacked by a race soldier outside the hospital. In fact, the video of that is going viral again. That video has resurfaced. The brother was attacked, then he turned around and beat the race soldier off of him, if you guys remember that. The brother got arrested. We bailed him out of jail that night. He didn't spend 24 hours in jail. We bailed him out. Then we got with the media down there. I started doing interviews, going in on the police, checking them. Then I got the police officer's name eventually, found out his record. He has a record of beating black folks. He beat up a sister some years back. I talked to her and got the information, and we got in front of it. I got that brother's charges dropped. This is why it's important to get us that information ASAP, family. Keep your eyes on what's going on in your local area. You can't be bullshitting around all the time. Y'all got to let us know what's happening so that we can do work for you. We're here to help you. We just need eyes and ears on the ground all over. We got to be cognizant of what's going on out there.
I agree with that, because a lot of this is a lack of information. We spend so much of our time walking around, quite honestly, not having all the facts that we need. And it's important for us to have that, because you got Fox News, CNN. If we're wrong, they'll damn sure put us on the front cover of something then. If we're wrong, they'll damn sure do that. That's why it's important for us to have as much information as possible to act, because if we make a mistake, all these outlets have been ignoring us. All of a sudden, they'll figure out what our name is because they're waiting for that kind of thing. We don't have the necessary support to get this information. You know, other news outlets can file Freedom of Information Acts and stuff. And these are the kind of things that we need to have before it gets that far along. If there's been a shooting or something, we need to get that information as quickly as we can. Because by the time something else comes up, you don't have the time or the resources to go tracking it down.
Mm-hmm. And it's important, family, when something happens, let us know who's who the race soldiers are, because what happens is if something happens to somebody's family, the first thing y'all do is look out for Crump. All right. I'm not trying to beat up on Crump, but y'all think, okay, let me get a bag. And it ain't gonna work like that all the time. Let's get some justice first. Let us know what's going on so we can help you and your damn family before you start thinking about how can you get a bag out of it.
With that in mind, you guys, y'all need to support the new black media. 2 cash apps that you need to hit right now would be $ the Black Channel, $ King Flex 818. Do it, because nobody else is supporting people who support us. So if you are about it, say it with your chest, with your war
I also
chest.
want to say, just even, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, Marcel.
Now, I want to say that some people are getting messages from Twitter saying that this guy's accounts have been locked, but he's still tweeting. So I'm not sure why Twitter's sending people messages who's reported his hateful tweet saying it's been locked, and he's still tweeting and even laughing about through some messages. So he still thinks it's a joke. And I just told you all, it's our obligation to show him that it's not.
That's good. I mean, I want you all to understand something right there. That's good. Nobody's going to believe us until we start taking names. It's not enough to get outraged. Not going to believe us till we start taking names. I say let's start with him.
I will add this too. People who do not support or protect their advocates will find themselves with no advocates. And that's from our brother, Professor Black Truth.
So again, that would be $ the Black Channel, $ King Flex 818, and $ Professor Black Truth. Because goddamn, we've got 3 men who are very selfless in this role, and right now they're giving us their time. So, Divine, you, then Pretty, then Jonathan.
Before you go, Devon, I just want to add this. If y'all don't think that these brothers are genuine, and to all the tethers that's trying to come up here, the brother just offered to bail me out. Now, I've never seen Jason a day in my life, and he just offered to bail me out once I pull up on dude tomorrow. So again, don't speak to us about our brothers not being genuine or our teachers not being genuine to us, because they 100% have our back. And with that, Devon, it's on you.
Good looking out, family. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, sir. You good?
Perfect. I know I got 60 seconds, so I'm going to make it fast. Shout out to Tariq, TBA, and the rest of the New Black Media that supports us and elevates our stories. I know we get a lot of flack from, I see some of the names in the chat that be giving me flack about New York City and what goes on with the tethers up here and things of that nature. But I want you to understand that is exactly what we're up against. And so, you have these tethers that are first and second generation immigrants in our city. But what happens is online they talk tough. And like we said, they're already taking those flags at the bios. But on the ground, we have the term code switch. They tether switch, right? And what they do is when they get around us, there's no flags, there's no accent, there's no Joloff, there's no oxtail. You understand what I'm saying? So they get around us and they just blend right in. And so, and then you have the Pan-Africanists and the Democratic shills giving them cover because they're helping to do the job of erasing us and keeping us away from standing strong on our lineage, right? But I will say this, because of the grassroots and what we've done on the ground, myself and the U.S. Freedmen Project and the family online and offline, we were able to get that Narcan and Cobra New York reparations bill up out the paint. That shit is dead, right? And so right now, because of what we did, because of the call to action, myself and our organization here in New York are at the helm of the new New York reparations bill that's coming up. So fingers crossed, we got some stuff in the paint, we got some stuff in the fire. We'll let you guys know exactly what's going on. In addition to that, shout out to Tariq for elevating that video where the local politicians in New York. That was myself and my team. We went to that event and we put the Juneteenth event on the Summer Jam screen where they showed that they wasn't gonna put the Juneteenth flag up. They was gonna put the red, black, and green. So we're out here on the ground, and the great thing about it is that the grassroots out here, we're the only organization fighting for our lineage here. The NAACP, the Urban League, all those organizations are compromised, and we've known that. So we're out here, we're standing strong. We standing 10 toes down for the family. And right now, I know Marcel's been on my ass all day long. We've been in the DMs and the inboxes and shit. I have been reaching out to my PACE connections around the city, alumni and shit like that, to put a pressure upon dude. I know Sage said he about to pull up. So Sage hit me in the DMs and see what we can do. And on that, I will put my iron horse into the station. Feeling we all we got. But like we've been saying all night, and I've been hearing it, we all we need. Let's stay on code. Let's stay 10 toes down. We got this.
Keep me on DM and let me know the precinct if it comes to that.
I got you.
Go ahead, Pretty. It's on you. Black first, sister.
Good evening, but first of all, let me say it's an honor to be in here with Tariq and Professor and the Black Authority together. It's such a humbling thing to be a part of. But one of the things I wanted to kind of piggyback off a couple things. I'll try to keep it brief as possible. Is that there are a lot of people I've experienced firsthand that are not FBAs that will pose as FBAs. I do have a nonprofit that I jump started, and there were people of African descent, immigrants, posing as FBA to be a part of it because they want to know what we're doing. They want to know how we're moving and what we're doing. And it didn't really, feel good within my spirit because of that. And as I posted on one of my posts on Twitter, is that like once they realized that they were not electing it to my committee, as far as my secretary and everything like that, those leadership positions, they pretty much jumped ship. So Black people, we have to be very careful when we're thinking that someone looks like us. They may not be for us. I remember meeting a few people, Haitian, Jamaican, and I'll ask them, that's one of my questions all the time when I meet new Black people, are you pro-Black? They don't understand necessarily be one, but you have to understand what pro-Black is no matter where you are, because colonization is everywhere throughout the world. And so, I asked them that if they don't understand that, they can't be a part of my tribe. So that's one thing. The next thing is that, I'm not really sure how I feel about these various organizations state by state, because I feel like as far as the reparations movement, because I feel like each state, if it would tend to kind of lead the federal government to believe, okay, well, we'll let the state handle reparations, and whatever the state gives you, that's just what it is, and it may not be fair, it may not be equally yoked. So I just feel like that's something
There
that
you go.
we should be very mindful of, and maybe more so coming up with the organization on a federal level, on a nationwide level, and then organizing local charters in order to ensure that we carry out our reparations mission. Maybe follow a blueprint like Dr. Claude Anderson, and then we take that and put that into organizations that we spread throughout the country. And it's just to say, I don't know how I feel about the state level, because I feel like they're going to rip us off. And so we should just be mindful of that. I know everyone means well, but I do feel like there should be a nationwide coalition for everyone for reparations that will benefit everyone on a equally scaled level. And I'm out. Be one. Peace and blessings to everybody. Good night.
There you go.
Thank you. All right, fam, I'm going to be out of here. I got to go in here and tend to this baby.